Okay, calling the joint hearing of Ways and Means and Finance to order. This is the joint Ways and Means Finance Informational Briefing on Grants and Aid. This meeting, including the audio and video of remote participants, is being streamed live on YouTube. You will find links to the viewing options for all Senate meetings on the live and on-demand video page of the legislature's website. Due to the volume of applications received, there will be no Q&A during the briefing, but legislators are encouraged to contact organizations directly with any questions they may have. Only one representative per applicant will be allowed to participate, regardless of the number of applications submitted. There will be a 2-minute time limit for testimony. We will call your organization up in groups of 10, so please be ready for your turn. The committees will hear from in-person participants first in alphabetical order of the neighbor island applicants, then Oahu applicants. For those participating in person, please check with staff at the entrance of the auditorium. Zoom participants will be called on after all in-person participants have spoken in alphabetical order. If you are participating via Zoom, please change your Zoom display name to match your organization's name as listed on the notice. The committees will recess at 11 a.m. for floor session and reconvene at 1:30 p.m. Okay, if you're not here when your name is called, you can testify after all in-person organizations have been called. So Neighbor Island, then Oahu, and then we'll do Neighbor Island and Oahu. Okay, first group, Adaptive Hawaii, Aina, Kupo, o Kilauea, Alexander and Baldwin Sugar Museum, Alexander and Duke DeRego Foundation, Ohana, Ilio Rescue, Aloha House, Aloha Ilio Rescue, Aloha Performing Arts Company, Arc of Maui, Molokai Residence, Big Island Mediation, and Big Island Resource Conservation Development Council. So each of you should also have a number. And so we're just going to follow those numbers. So that's numbers 1 through 10. So good morning.
Morning. Good morning. In 2020, Carissa Moore was the first surfer to win gold at the Olympics. She surfed on Team USA, but also represented the nation of Hawaii. She brought great honor to Hawaii and inspired all of us. Now in 2028, it's expected that adaptive surfing will be included in the Paralympics. The Hawaii Adaptive Surf Team is at the forefront of this effort to bring more Hawaii representation in surfing at the international level. I'm Josh Bogle. I'm a competitive surfer and member of the Hawaii Adaptive Surf Team. The first International Surfing Association World Championship was held in La Jolla, California in 2018. With just half of the allotted surfers, 8 out of 16, Hawaii took 4th place. In 2022, with just 6 out of 22 possible surfers, Hawaii placed 6th in the world. The team included surfers from all 4 Hawaii counties. The biggest challenge facing adaptive surfers is the cost of travel, competition, and specialized equipment. The team has been competing at less than half its potential, mainly due to the hardships with people living with disabilities compounded with the expense of traveling to compete. In 2022, only 6 of the 13 surfers could afford to go to the World Championships. Even with community funding, we were able to raise nearly $8,000, but that was only enough to cover 6 surfers. The future of the Hawaii Adaptive Surf Team looks to build on our success through broader recruitment, organization, and increased participation, particularly for women and young people, in international surfing competitions with the Paralympics. We seek to create expanded opportunities through increased funding access in order to address the issue of we need to hire a manager, we need some money for travel. This opportunity will allow our athletes to the best possibility for sport development and representation at the highest level of surfing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning.
Kakayaka. Mahalo nui for allowing us to share our project's needs. My name is Yoshito Lord, CEO for Aina Kupo Kilauea, or AHK. And our main project has been to develop the first community ag center in the state on a 75-acre county parcel. After 7 years, we successfully vertically integrated the farm and currently grow thousands of pounds of produce and livestock for our community and ohana in need around the island. The state supported us in 2017 to install an 8-inch water line to connect our ag center to the Kalihiwai Reservoir. Unfortunately, the reservoir that was ready to be remediated with the engineering 90% done is now on the way to be decommissioned due to the lack of desire to perpetuate the assets by the new owners and the huge cost of remediation. HK needs to increase its capacity with this GIA request to save our reservoir so that the Kilauea Community Ag Center can continue to flourish and allow potable water to go towards affordable housing rather than agriculture use. But I really wanted to thank our representative, Nadine Nakamura, and her staff, because we wouldn't have been here today if it wasn't for their hard work. Somehow our application slipped through and we're not notified. But she also brings us such a great vision to solution to major issues like the Haiana State Park solution that's been done with the parking and everything. So we believe we can achieve successful results given the chance to participate in the development of the future of surface water management. We're all end users and benefactors of a healthy long-term solution for water. We're already creating a working group of most of the dam owners on Kauai to support the state in every way we can to implement compliance and long-term solution for our dams. Mahalo nui. Aloha.
Thank you. Okay, so if no one's here for the rest of group 10, we'll take the next group 11 through 20. So if you can, I think it's going to be more efficient in consulting with the finance chair that you come up and just state your name, as long as you're from 11 through 20. Buddy?
Good morning. My name is Ruben. I will testify on behalf of 2 Hale Maha'olu programs. If my auntie needs to live in an assisted living facility, like a Rosalani place in Maui, then she will have to come up with about $7,000 per month to get the care she needs. With the Hale Maha'olu Personal Care Subsidy Program, we provide direct payments to the clients twice a month. What they do is they use it to pay their caregiver. This way, they're able to live in the safety, comfort, and familiarity of their own home instead of a costly institution. They have more control and input in how they want to live out their lives. It's a win not only for the client, but also for the caregiver, because the caregiver in most cases has been with the client for a while. The caregiver can even be a relative, like a son or a daughter. Many times the son or daughter doesn't work or works fewer hours, so they can take care of mom or dad. I've asked for a GIA of $225,000. The Hale Maha'olu Personal Care Subsidy Program has been a recipient in the past, and we humbly ask for your support again. The second testimonial is for Hale Maha'olu's Homeownership and Counseling Program. It's a HUD-approved housing counseling agency since 1989. All counselors are HUD certified. The program's open to anyone in the state of Hawaii. We give free individualized counseling in pre and post-purchase home ownership mortgaging counseling. We have mortgage delinquency and default counseling, rental counseling, and we also provide self-paced and virtual homebuyer education classes for a fee. Our goal is to help provide the needed financial literacy assistance to individuals and families looking to gain a better understanding of controlling their finances and not having the stressors of demands by creditors or having to pay for high interest rate loans. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else between 11 and 20?
Aloha, my name is Thomas Day with the Boys and Girls Clubs of Maui. I just want to mahalo you for your previous and ongoing support, most recently with our one-stop resource center that brings together nonprofit organizations and resources together to serve the youth, family, and community of Maui. The Boys and Girls Clubs of Maui is a youth development program with 6 clubhouses across the island that enables all youth, especially those who need us the most, to reach.
Excuse me.
Hello?
Excuse me. We're talking numbers 11 through 20 on in person.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Not Zoom yet. So we'll call the Zoom as soon as all the in person is completed. Thank you, though. Thank you for being alert.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will get back to you. Okay, anyone between 11 and 20 in person? Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Anne. I'm the executive director of Halepuna. We are a nonprofit based in West Kauai. We operate from a small site in Waimea, where we host several programs, including paid internships for youth to learn sustainable food and farming. We have a wood shop, and we work in partnership with Waimea High School to develop woodworking wood shops for our local youth. Many of our participants are Niihauan and Pacific Islander. We also hold a weekly farmers market for local farmers to sell the produce they grow in the area. And we have cultural and education programs on the history of the region that we develop with our cultural advisor, Alitha Kauhi. Our biggest project right now is the restoration of Gulick Roll Mission House. I don't have time to go into detail about all the extraordinary details about this house, but suffice to say, it is the oldest house on Kauai. It is the second oldest house in all the Hawaiian Islands, and it is made of coral sandstone, which is an extremely rare building material. There are very few structures left in Hawaii made of this native material. And to lose this house would be a huge loss for our community, but also all of Hawaii, because we would be losing a vital part of our history. On the flip side, to restore it would be just as large a gain. We could, once restored, it could be fully returned to the community for full use, including programs for kupuna. We have many kupuna in the area, especially next door at the Kauai Veterans Memorial Hospital. The programs could also be self-sustaining because visitors would come and do paid tours to see the house and site and learn about the history of the region. We really need your support to move through this next phase of the restoration project. We hope you will support us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Morning.
Chair De La Cruz, Chair Yamashita, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Wesley Lowe, and I'm testifying in support of Hale Makua Health Services application for $140,000 to spearhead a request for funding for a county-wide assessment to clearly define the need for medical respite on Maui. Frankly, we are trying to see if we can learn some from some of the tools on Oahu to deal with the hospital waitlist problems. Hale Makua is a private nonprofit 501c3 corporation established in 1946 to provide a home for elders who had no one to care for them and no means to pay for care. In our case, we define medical respite as a place where individuals are able to heal and receive medical care immediately after discharge from an acute care setting, like the hospital. The target group service in this model will be a hybrid of both unsheltered individuals and indigent elderly who may not be eligible for hospital level of care and are awaiting a bed in a skilled nursing facility or long-term facility. There has been reluctance in our community to take ownership for medical respite because providers do not have a clear understanding of need or sustainable program financing. Countywide, the organizations currently supporting this target group agree that medical respite would improve health and well-being outcomes of our community as a whole and has the potential to address many of the social needs, including finding permanent housing, employment opportunities, substance abuse, or mental health issues. We are asking for funding to gather comprehensive data for medical respite. I'll make this short. Collaborative partners that will guide and inform data collection include the County of Maui Department of Housing and Human Concerns, Maui Memorial Medical Center, Family Life Center, Kahalea Keola, and Malama Ikeola. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else? Numbers 11 through 20. Okay, next group. Numbers 21 to 30. In person. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Irene Carpenter, and I am the CEO of Hale Makua Kohala Health Center. I'm here today to talk to you about the health center that we're developing on the Big Island in Kohala, actually in Kapa'au. We have already purchased over 5 acres of land in a hotel, and we're renovating it. We've already got our building permit submitted, and we need help getting this facility built. Last year, our population changed from 5,000 to 10,000 patients, and we really can't operate in the facility that we have now. We are growing at a very rapid rate, but we need to be able to respond to the community needs. The other part of this program that I wanted to really make sure everybody understood is we're building a teaching health center. We will be working with JABSOM, the School of Pharmacy, School of Nursing. We're training certified substance abuse counselors, all the different positions that you're constantly seeing in the paper. We can't get help in healthcare. We're going to be training our own. We're already starting doing that, and we have a waiting list from JABSOM and the other schools saying, as soon as you can get this up and running, we will place students into your facilities. That will allow us to train our own people who work in our own communities to become healthcare professionals and stay here in Hawaii instead of getting sent off to the mainland where they don't come back from. This is the real goal for us to get this set up. We want to provide jobs. We have increased our staff from 45 to over 100, and we're just bursting at the seams. We're able to take care of anybody, whether they have health insurance or not. And as you know, that's a huge problem here. So we're going to not only take care of the people that don't have health insurance, but also grow them into the next level of providers. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else here between numbers 21 and 30? Okay, numbers 31 to 40. Just come forward, state your name and organization.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Paul Arinaga, and I'm representing the Hawaii Forest Industry Association. And my cheap trick is to hope that you'll remember me for this flashy, ugly shirt. Established in 1989, the Hawaii Forest Industry Association, HFIA, is a nonprofit corporation founded by people committed to sustainable forest management. The mission of HFIA is to promote healthy and productive forests and a sustainable forest industry through forest management, education, planning, and information exchange. As stated in the 2016 Hawaii Forest Action Plan, quote, "Our life in these islands is directly tied to the health of our forests," unquote. Every facet of life in Hawaii is tied to the forest, our water, our climate, our economy. Without healthy and productive forests, Hawaii will be unable to sustain us. Hawaii must sustainably grow and manage our forests, and HFIA's mission strongly supports that public purpose through sustainable forest management, education planning, and information exchange. HFIA offers an annual woodworking exhibition, sponsors the Hawaii's wood trademark, manages forest ecosystems, and serves as a voice for Hawaii's diverse forest industry, from tree planting and harvesting to crafting and selling wood products. HFIA's programs promote healthier forests, increased business in Hawaii's forest industry, and more jobs for our families. The funds from this grant will allow HFIA to expand the public outreach and education programs in support of the state's goal to sustainably stimulate and support the growth of the forest industry. Mahalo.
Thank you. The shirt can't be that bad because I know several of us that have that shirt.
Thank you. My sister gave it to me, so she'll be happy.
Okay. Anyone else?
Well, actually, it's me again.
Oh, it's okay. Which number?
Can't get rid of me so fast.
Which number?
I think I was 33. I'm also representing the Hawaii Forest Institute, a 501c3 nonprofit organization established 20 years ago. Our mission is to promote the health and productivity of Hawaii's forests through.
Okay. If you can summarize, just because we wanted to allow each testifier one time limit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
This
you
is
just do
actually a
both.
separate organization,
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
which was registered. Okay. Education and support for scientific research. We manage diverse projects throughout the state, such as Ka'upulehu Dryland Forest, Panaeva Zoo Discovery Forest, and Keauhou Bird Conservation Center on Hawaii Island, the Honolulu Zoo Children's Discovery Forest, Maui Bird Conservation Center Discovery Forest on Maui, obviously, and statewide projects such as the Symphony of Hawaii Forests and Go Native, growing a native Hawaiian urban forest. The Hawaii Forest Institute typically serves 3,000 to 4,000 people annually through volunteer opportunities and awareness raising. I think your assistants are distributing some postcards that we produced, which you can actually send to your friends and family to spread more understanding about native Hawaiian plants. In some accomplishments in 2022 are actually this guide to Go Native, your guide to growing native Hawaiian and canoe plants wherever you live, work, or play. It's part of our strategy to promote the urban forest, native Hawaiian plants and canoe plants in urban areas. We also outplanted 3,114 seedlings and managed 276 acres and brought nearly 9 additional acres of forest habitat under intensive management. So as you know, youth are spending less time outdoors and more time in front of their smartphones these days. That's leading to something we call nature deficit disorder. And our projects address that by providing volunteer opportunities and the chance to be more outside. Mahalo.
Thank you. Morning.
Good morning. Aloha. My name is Peter Tui Silva, and I became the executive director of Hawaii Island HIV/AIDS Foundation in March of 2020. And then 3 days later, we shut down because of COVID. After 2 weeks of trying to figure it out, we knew we had to reopen our Hilo and Kona offices because we serve so many populations that fall through the cracks of healthcare and social services. At the core, our 30-year-old agency takes care of those living with HIV, but we also take care of those at risk of losing healthcare, our LGBTQ community, and we take care of our Native Hawaiian and Micronesian populations dealing with a multitude of social issues on our island. In the height of COVID, we opened our sexual health clinic, and luckily we did because in 2021, Hawaii Island had the largest increase of new HIV infections in the state and the most our county has ever seen, and we held each one of their hands along the way. In every department, we are seeing increases in participants seeking specialized services, especially in this time of anti-Micronesian sentiment on social media, the anti-gay and transphobic measures happening across the country and our island. So thank you, representatives and senators, for standing up for us. We see you. So in 2021, we rebranded our nonprofit to Kumukai Health and Wellness to help erase the stigma that HIV has in such a small community. We increased our staff from 18 to 26. And as you can see in our application, we successfully administered millions of dollars of government programs just in the past 3 years alone. But there are so few opportunities like this to fund our expansion to meet these demands. This relatively small monetary request would hugely improve our 2 offices in Hilo and Kona, which I emailed you pictures of last night. Sorry, so late. But it would create a professional and safe space for our residents who are already dealing with so much discrimination and trauma. We've already secured 15% of funding. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Morning.
Bom dia, aloha kakahiaka. Good morning. I'm Dr. Marlene Andrade Hapai, President and Executive Director of the Hawaii Island Portuguese Chamber of Commerce Cultural and Educational Center, here to ask for the final $400,000 needed to build our center by the end of 2024. There's a great similarity between what is being done here today and what our center will do. We thank you for bringing people together in person or by Zoom. Our center will do the same. This center will be a living educational entity, bringing people together and building partnerships. From displaying the explorations of the Portuguese in the 15th century age of discoveries, to featuring immigrant names, ship photos, and quotes from the captain's ship logs of the 29 voyages that brought 25,000 Portuguese on a 15,000-mile journey to Hawaii between 1878 and 1913, to sharing the assimilation of the Portuguese culture into Hawaii, helping shape the Hawaii we know today. Additionally, through the use of video conferencing, our center will bring families and friends together, separated 145 years ago, to feel and experience the warmth of the few that are able to physically join us and see the faces and hear the voices of the many, especially in the Azores and Madeira, the homes of the majority of our Portuguese immigrants that cannot afford to come. We are $400,000 shy of putting ink on the contract to build this center and realizing its island, state, national, and international capabilities of bringing people together, a fundamental human need. Please, may we have your help to accomplish this mission. Muito obrigada, mahalo, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, numbers 31 to 40? Okay, next group, 41 to 50. If you can just state your name and organization.
Aloha, my name is Kali French, Chief Operating Officer at Hope Services Hawaii, an affiliate organization at the Roman Catholic Church. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. We are the largest housing-focused provider on Hawaii Island, providing homeless services through a continuum of programs, including homeless outreach, 186 emergency shelter beds at facilities throughout Po'oa, Hilo, and Kailua Kona, and home-based support to 250 households throughout the community in the private rental market. Our GIA request aims to improve access to mental health care and substance abuse services on rural Hawaii Island for persons at risk, experiencing and overcoming homelessness. To develop complex medical, behavior, and psychosocial care, Hope Services will implement advanced clinical assessments, bring to scale existing clinical and behavioral health interventions, and test practice interventions in the state of Hawaii. Locally in East Hawaii, where the need for these services are yet unmet. Research indicates that people experiencing homelessness have a risk of mortality up to 11.5 times greater than the general housed population. In 2022, Hope provided services to 1,096 homeless persons, of which a majority reported living with a disabling mental health conditions and substance abuse issues. For Hope, our most urgent goal is to make homelessness more rare, brief, and non-recurring on Hawaii Island. We believe that everyone deserves a home. Housing is a key social determinant of health, and we believe that housing is healthcare. While providing housing can help prevent the worsening of substance use and mental disorder, separate behavioral health assessments, treatment considerations, and wraparound services must be accounted for to provide a continuum of care for this vulnerable population. This request expands our existing service delivery through improving access to quality mental health care and substance abuse services on Hawaii Island, aligned with national guidance on ending homelessness. We mahalo the House Committee on Finance and the Senate Committee on Ways and Means for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else between numbers 41 through 50?
Good morning. I'm Amy Hanaiali'i, president of Hui of Akaulua, one of my many other hats. Hui of Akaulua from Maui has been a nonprofit 501c3 for almost 50 years, beginning with our first canoe mo'olele, the oldest double hull canoe in Hawaii. 62-foot Mo'okiha Opi'ilani was birthed almost 10 years ago. Hui of Akaulua is the assembly of double hull canoes. The target population to be served by our organization includes Maui Nui communities of Maui, Lanai, and Molokai. We currently serve our target population by strengthening their knowledge of the land, ocean, canoe, and celestial sky. We design these programs to include keiki to kupuna while promoting traditions with people from every culture. Currently, we serve Department of Education, Aina is, Kamehameha Schools, Maui High School Junior Voyaging, Kihei Charter, Punana just to name a few. Much of our educational programs are focused on the needs of our community, which are identified in schools and other organizations. Many of our lessons require hands-on learning. It is imperative that our lessons are guided by skilled sailors, crew members, cultural practitioners, and teachers who are responsible for creating our curriculum for the participants. Lastly, we have partnered with Pu'ukukui Watershed. We're the first organization to partner with a watershed, creating a very important relationship of Mauka to Makai. When our crew, students, and kupuna aren't on the va'a, they are planting trees. This partnership is critical in preserving the health of our forest and ocean. Our crew have firsthand knowledge of preserving the sacred ahupua'a. As I flew over Pu'ukukui Watershed this morning, I was reminded of a lesson we learned. If there are no Hawaiian snails in the forest, there are no whales. We are the floating classroom of Maui Nui.
Thank you very much. Anyone else here between 41 and 50? Okay, we'll take the next group. If you are a neighbor island between 51 and 60, you could come to the side.
Aloha, I'm Walter Kunitake, Chair of the Japanese Cultural Center of Kona. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I would like you to know that JCCK recently held multiple fundraising events, not relying only from grants such as yours. Our 2019 charity golf netted $18,000, 2020 banquet $25,000, 2022 golf $44,000, and in January this year, we netted almost $100,000. We are confident our ongoing capital campaign will be fruitful, not only within Hawaii, but internationally as well, especially from Japan. Bridging Hawaii and Japan is an important component of JCCK, seeking participation from all 47 prefectures of Japan. The owner of a 129-acre parcel in Kailua Kona recently received tentative approval for his 3-lot subdivision from the county. With the help of professionals and with good faith cooperation with the owner, JCCK identified one of the 3 lots as an ideal 50-acre parcel for the cultural center. Hence, after careful study, we recently submitted a letter of intent to purchase the 50-acre lot, subject to the final subdivision approval, which is expected to happen in the near future. A positive momentum experience resulted from hard work, gathering support from passionate and committed volunteers, individual donors, business donors, community organizations, and government leaders. Today, I humbly ask for your continued financial support for the planned center to become a cultural hub, destination, gathering place, an educational center, and a safe and relaxing place for people from around the globe and for locals alike. I believe we have common goals to make this a better place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Next, in group 51 through 60. Doesn't have to be in that order. Anyone in the numbers between 51 through 60.
Morning. My name is Ken Kajihara. I'm a retired ag teacher. And I grew up in the family of an ag teacher. So anybody connected to agriculture is a hero and a friend of mine. I'm here to respectfully ask that you kindly consider the Kahua Pa'amua GIA application. It was tendered by David Fuertes of Kohala on behalf of the Hawaii State Ag Teachers Association teachers and all the students in the public schools that take ag ed classes. So our goals are to help ag teachers to promote to develop the high quality education and to build a high quality education workforce that phase 1 of the recently approved Board of Education strategic plan calls for in its Board of Ed priorities. And some of you might know that just a month ago, we had 25 ag teachers and 7 stakeholders from across the state, from every one of your islands. And they gave up their President's Day weekend to come Honolulu to work on a strategic plan for ag education. So they developed the first ag ed strategic plan that we've seen in 32 years. And the products of that plan just wants to make you cry, because they're talking about helping kids advance, career preparation, building that better, more self-sufficient Hawaii, and all in alignment with the Board of Education's most recent strategic goals and mission. So please help us to address their number one concern, professional development. College of Ed, CTE program shut down, our ag teachers are new. They need help to teach the basics. They need help to learn basic technical skills, to do agribusiness, value added, food safety,
Wrap up
all
your
that stuff.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ann.
Aloha. Kimokeo Foundation is a nonprofit on Maui whose mission is to dedicate it to preserving and perpetuating Hawaiian culture through education. With your support, we will develop the Hawaiian Education Center, Kealakupuna. Kealakupuna, which means the pathway of our ancestors, honors Kekuananao legacy as we wish to educate our next generation of Hawaiian language speakers and the general public about Hawaiian culture so that we perpetuate it for the future generation. Kekuananao was the president of Board of Education for the Kingdom of Hawaii and supported Kamehameha III's belief that we should preserve the people of Hawaii by insisting that we preserve the Hawaiian language. By funding our request, you will help us purchase 2.7 acres of land in Maliko, Maui, and develop our center. Help us honor our ancestors, Kealakupuna, and the preservation of our people by funding our request. Mahalo. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else between numbers 51 through 60? Okay, we'll go to the next grouping of numbers 61 through 70.
Aloha kakahiaka. My name is Kavehi Inava, Executive Director of La'iopua 2020. La'iopua 2020 was founded in 2006 to identify community needs, foster the creation of community facilities, and coordinate programs for Native Hawaiian homesteaders and those residing in the greater Kona community. We provide social, recreational, vocational, economical, educational, and cultural opportunities, as well as infrastructure to Native Hawaiian communities of the Kealakehe Ahupua'a. It's a place for Pilina and Pu'uhonua. We're a 501c3 tax-exempt organization. Our board is comprised of area residents who have broad oversight of all development and deliverables in accordance with our mission and vision. Over the past 27 months, L2020 has served 869 K-5 students via our free after-school and summer enrichment program, providing English, language, literacy, STEAM, and Hawaiian language and culture. We prepared and distributed 51,617 free, fresh, nutritious, and locally sourced meals in partnership with 8 well-known and trusted Kona local restaurants. We also had had a program where we distributed 2,875 produce bundles on fresh produce bundles on Tuesdays during the COVID time. We've worked with 138 students and 30 volunteers to construct the first double-hulled educational canoe on Hawaii Island in almost 3 decades. Her name is La'iopua. Examples of our current projects and programs are our Ulu Loa Hale co-working space, a business incubator, culinary, mele, and programs, and so forth. So thank you for your support. It'll help us build the last phase of our building that'll help us continue serving our lahui. Mahalo.
Thank you very much.
Morning and aloha. My name is Hale Makua, president of the nonprofit organization Kilkaha-Pane'ewa Community Alliance. We are the incorporated GIA applicant in behalf of the Kilkaha-Pane'ewa Farmers Association serving in the agricultural lands of Pane'ewa, South Hilo, Hawaii. Its focus, mission, and purpose is to build resilient farming community with an emphasis on food security and sustaining the health and well-being of community members. As a first-time applicant of this State of Hawaii GIA request, it will support our project's Phase 4 service through the help of G70, who is an engineering consultant firm working with us to complete the Pane'ewa Resiliency and Agricultural Innovation Hub facility. Also, completion of the agricultural and engineering, architecture and engineering design and plans, permit set, and final construction documents. In 2020, we completed Project Phase 1, the Pane'ewa Hub Design Sheret. In 21 October, we completed Project Phase 2, our 299-page master plan. In this June, Project Phase 3 will be completed, the master plan environmental assessment and historic preservation review. The Pane'ewa Hub facility will enhance our community engagement and programs. During the global pandemic years 2020 to 2022, we served 5,233 community members at the Pane'ewa Hub site. During that period, our volunteers contributed 2,095 volunteer hours for our programs and services. During the same period of time, the Pane'ewa Hub provided a central location for food resources and PPE for community members. In 2020, the association distributed over 2,870 meals to our most needy community members in Kupuna. Kilkaha-Pane'ewa Farmers Association continues to distribute free COVID test kits to our community. Your support of our GIA request will be greatly appreciated. Mahalo.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Bo Kahui, and my number is 68. I currently serve as the executive director for the La'iopua Community Development Corporation. We were established in 2008 under the Kulia Ikanu'u program by the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, under which it empowered beneficiaries to do the work of our community and allow ourselves to seek out those initiatives that are important to our community. We have applied for funding for a community park for $68,057 that will allow our community, after waiting 20 years, to empower us to build this park. These funds will be used for the initial planning and design. We hope and the reason why it's not being built is the department has focused on the need to assist the waitlisters, those that are on the wait list, get them into housing, and we understand that. So our CDC is there to fill that gap and help bridge the need for our community for a community park. With respect to Senator Agaron, we were told that the preschool funding was not going to be possible. But should the legislation change between now and then, we had applied for $133,425 to support our initial planning and design for our keikis, in which the research shows that the preschools could improve academic readiness, lower incarceration rates, have higher earnings, and this according to the Learning Policy Institute. Mahalo.
Thank you. Great. Okay, anyone else up to 70? Good morning.
Morning, aloha. My name is Rania Boyer. I'm the Executive Director of the Lanai Community Health Center, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be here today to submit our testimony as it relates to our 2023 GIA. LCHC is a 501c3 nonprofit, federally qualified health center incorporated in 2004. Our mission is to take care of the community by directly providing health services and partnering with our organizations and providers. Our focus is on the and underinsured, low-income, and medically underserved populations. Through the delivery of a wide range of health services, we ensure access to residents experiencing significant health disparities. We are a highly regarded provider of quality clinic, home, work, and school-based services. As of December 2022, we serve approximately 70% of the island's population. We also employ 69 staff and over a dozen contracted providers. We are one of the island's major employers. Seeking funds to alter and renovate our current facility to accommodate the expanding services provided to patients because of the rising needs created by the COVID-19 pandemic and more recently flu and RSV, while working to keep our routine services available to patients. LCHC is the only adult dental, pediatric dental, and optometry provider on island, and the only behavioral health provider that provides general behavioral health services. Our proposed alteration and renovation includes 2 optometry exam rooms, an optometry intake area, and for fittings, 2 medical exam rooms, bringing the total medical exam consulting rooms to 6, a new vaccine room, an expanded medical storage room and pharmacy office, and 2 pediatric dental operatives and dental station, bringing the total dental stations to 5. Our needs are urgent as we are an isolated community confronting many issues such as health disparities, geographical barriers, and COVID-19. With your support, we will be able to tackle the needs before us and appreciate your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, numbers 71 through 80. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Bowen. I'm the Executive Director for Malama Hule'ia on Kauai. Alakoko Fish Pond, it lies within the Hule'ia River watershed in Lihue. It's centrally located for all of Kauai to enjoy. It has become a lively place with many students and community members coming to learn and contribute to Aina restoration. Malama Hule'ia is a nonprofit organization dedicated to restoring Alakoko Fish Pond and the Hule'ia ecosystem. We do this through the lens of traditional Hawaiian values and practices. Post-pandemic, from March to December 2022, we had over 3,000 people participate in our robust volunteer and education program. Our education program is curriculum-based and available to all schools across Kauai, both online and in our outdoor classroom. Over the past 4 years, we've successfully removed the 26 acres of mangrove from around the fish pond. We managed to acquire the property to put into preservation in perpetuity for community benefit. During that mangrove invasion, the fish pond wall was massively disturbed by the roots of the mangrove. And so this project proposal in front of you is to do the restoration of the wall while also managing the sediment that accumulated inside the pond that's preventing the circulation and flow needed in order to bring the fish pond back to a sustainable and food production purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Carolyn Wright. I'm the Executive Director for Maui Academy of Performing Arts, and I just want to thank you so much for the opportunity to be here to testify for two projects that we've put in this year. One of them, the first one, is a CIP project. It's the Main Street Arts Project, Black Box Theater, and this project is a $14 million project, of which we have now secured $13 million. So we're on the home stretch, and we're asking for your support to help us put some of the theatrical equipment inside the theater to make all the magic happen in there. This particular project is more, though, than just an entertainment venue. This project is also an economic development project. We received $3.5 million from the U.S. Department of Commerce Economic Development Administration for this project because it's a job creation project. We'll be creating 44 jobs over the next 9 years to help staff the theater. And those particular jobs are going to help build the creative arts sector on Maui. So we feel like we're doing our little share in diversifying Maui's economy. So the next time we hit the next economic disruption, hopefully we've done our little share to help with diversification and resilience. The other project that we've submitted a GIA for is our arts education program. This is the first year in our 49-year history that we've ever come to the state for operating funds. But we're in a funny little year this year with the COVID cliff. You know, we've run out of the COVID funds, but our programs aren't quite back up to where they were pre-COVID. So until we get the revenue coming in from the theater project that we're building, we just need a little bit of help with staffing so that we can grow these programs that are very valuable to the Maui community, not just for the participants, but also for the community as a whole, because arts programs are uniquely positioned to create wonderful skills that help the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Aloha, chairs, vice chairs, and members of the committees. My name is Amy Johnson, and I'm the Chief Development Officer at the Maui Family YMCA. I'm here to testify in support of the Maui Family YMCA's GIA request. Our request is for $650,000 to build a multi-purpose children's pavilion that will serve as an interactive education space. The pavilion will include 2 pickleball courts and fitness-friendly facilities that will cater to an array of classes and programs focused on healthy living for all ages. Our request also involves repurposing an existing container into a dedicated farming education zone where the community can experience firsthand the joys and responsibilities of planting, maintaining, and harvesting their own food in our farm plots and raised garden beds. This project will increase our capacity, allowing us to grow our health and fitness programs by 25% and serve 40% more children during intersession and summer camps, thus providing a safe and engaging place for kids to spend their time out of school. Maui Family YMCA has the honor of serving our community since 1960. In 2022 alone, we served over 5,600 members and program participants. We do not turn anyone away due to their inability to pay. The goal of our capital request is to increase the health and fitness of our community, to reestablish lost connections and feelings of isolation created during the pandemic, and to educate our children in our community on the importance of agriculture and food sustainability. This building project will allow us to expand our services and provide a place where the essence of community lives through healthy living, youth development, and social responsibility. Mahalo for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Okay, next group. 91 to 100. Oh, sorry, 81 to 90.
Had me panic there just for a second. They're going to skip over me. Morning, I'm Steve McKinnon. I'm the CEO of the Maui Humane Society. And our proposal is trying to address the high cost of vet services. If you're a pet owner yourself, you know that even the most minor ailment can translate into hundreds or even thousands of dollars. People just can't afford it. That's the number one reason why people have to consider surrendering that family member. Also, this application is seeking to address communities such as Hana and Molokai, where they virtually have no vet service, no vet care available at all. Because of financial and distance challenges, they're prevented from getting access to care. We're proposing that we want to improve access to vet care for pet owners unable to afford due to financial, language barriers, cultural, distance, or transportation barriers. We will expand low-cost vet care from our main shelter, but we're also going to provide low-cost mobile pop-up clinics in difficult areas to access. We've already secured a mobile vet clinic vehicle, a value of about $105,000 that will be arriving in mid-April, and we've already secured funding for a full-time veterinarian and support staff. Funding will allow us for equipment, medical supplies, medicine, and a wide variety of other services to serve the underserved. And of all the goals and objectives that we've identified within our grant application, I think the most critical one is to be able to maintain that human-animal bond. This is so important for both families and individuals. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else here between 81 and 90?
Yes.
Okay, next group, 91 to 100.
Oh, no, we have. We got test.
I think on Zoom, they might have to silence their mic.
Aloha kahakiaka.
Aloha.
Senators De La Cruz and Agaran, Representatives Kitagawa and Yamashita, members of the committees, and all the staffers that make this happen for the people. My name is Linda Popolo, and I'm the Executive Director of the Pacific Cancer Foundation. Our nonprofit organization provides lay navigation support services to cancer patients, their caregivers, their ohanas throughout Maui County. There is a thread that connects our hearts. For all cultures, it rides on the hope of a good life, or at the very least, a peaceful, dignified end. Community servants like you triage that hope with every decision. Our team is asking you to support our $135,000 proposal, the Houseless Cancer Patient Initiative. This grant proposal sets up a fund to place houseless cancer patients into temporary respite and the treatment is difficult due to lack of transportation, clean bathrooms, resting facilities, and access to foods that minimize the reverse effects of chemotherapy and radiation treatments. Houselessness can make a survivable cancer a death sentence. PCF is collaborating with Kahaleakieola Homeless Resource Center to create respite housing. These units have a possible 5 beds in remodeled facilities with a clean bathroom and a meal program. Cancer cannot wait. It steadily grows at an accelerated pace when not treated. There is no housing in Maui County, even if we find the financial subsidies. At times, we get lucky and find a housing placement, but not often. There always seems to be 5 to 10 individuals that are living in cars, encampments, or at the beach that cannot be given treatment until we find housing for them. We all have the obligation to fight for the world as it should be. I'm asking you to fight with me and help our Maui County Ohana get the cancer treatment they deserve and need. Thank you so much.
Orchid Land neighbors.
Morning.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Keikoa Inamoto, and I am the chairwoman of the board of Pa'upena Community Development Corporation in Upcountry, Maui. And I am here to ask for GIA for administration and operations of our nonprofit. We're 6.5 years old, and our mission is to provide resources, training, and advocacy to empower our fellow Hawaiian homes beneficiaries to build homes and self-sufficient communities. Specifically, the critical needs of Maui of Maui County that we are addressing are food sovereignty and affordable housing. In the area of food sovereignty, Pa'upena this past year created the e-commerce platform. It's called projectmahi'ai.net, and it is providing distribution and marketing and sales of native grown foods, products, crops, meats, dairy, and eggs. We distributed CSA community support agriculture boxes of free foods to approximately 100 of our native homes. And with the monies from the First Nations Development Institute, we pay the native farmers for their grown produce. And we also installed 11 aquaponic systems at Upcountry Homestead family homes. And in the area of affordable housing, we have acquired from Matson a donation of a 40-foot container, and we want to make it County of Maui permitted so that it can be an affordable housing option. And 6.5 years ago when we, and I want to thank you for your support. Mahalo.
Anyone else here up to 100? Okay, we'll go to 101 to 106. Oh, now we have a new 107. Hawaii Farmers Union.
Aloha, Chair De La Cruz, Chair Yamashita, members of the Senate Ways and Means and House Finance Committees. My name is Bob Hall, and I'm here on behalf of the Waiahuli Hawaiian Homestead Association for your consideration for Waiahuli's grant and aid requests. Waiahuli is seeking GIA capital improvement funding to reduce escalating utility costs for their community center facilities by installing photovoltaic solutions. Waiahuli is a past recipient of grant and aid funds. Through your legislative investments, Waiahuli has been able to leverage private sector support and community sweat equity to construct its current community center facilities and park. Since 2014, these community facilities have been utilized by the Waiahuli homesteaders as well as the general public for community gatherings and private events. Rental revenues received from the use of these facilities have provided Waiahuli direct community benefits, such as educational scholarships and hosted community events. However, utility costs associated with consistent facility use have increased considerably, adversely impacting meaningful community benefits. Waiahuli's grant and aid request for PV solutions will reduce utility costs and allow Waiahuli to continue to provide direct community benefits for a long time. Waiahuli wishes to thank the legislature for all your past support and humbly ask for your consideration of this grant and aid request so that it may continue to provide and serve for the Waiahuli Hawaiian homestead community. Aloha.
Aloha, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Richard Taff. I'm the CEO of the West Hawaii Community Health Center, doing business today as the Hawaii Island Community Health Center. We recently merged the Bay Clinic which is in East Hawaii with West Hawaii Community Health Center to form a single organization that serves the 22 zip codes in the island of Hawaii, providing medical, dental, behavioral health services throughout the island. We cover the districts of Kona, North and South, Ka'u, Hilo, Puna, and South Kohala, with 15 different locations. We currently serve about 175,000 people, or the population, excuse me, is about 175,000 people, and we serve 40,000 or 22%, almost 22% of the population. Our request today is to establish a new facility in Ka'u. We currently have a small facility which serves about 4,000, 5,000 patients. The needs in Ka'u, the growth, and the number of low-income people there who need services is huge. And as that area is a growing area, we are very anxious to build a new facility. Where in that facility would serve over 7,000 new patients, and we currently have the land. We are looking for monies to be planned to plan and design the this new facility. Our request was actually for $5 million, and we know that's unrealistic. I've talked to several members and know that those funds aren't available, but we would request $500,000 for planning and design. Appreciate your the opportunity to present to you today, and mahalo.
Good morning.
Aloha, committee chairs and vice chairs. Joanne Johnson Weiner on behalf of West Maui Hospital Foundation, number 104. As a former West Maui County Council member, retired Maui County Department of Transportation Director, and resident of West Maui for over 40 years, building our West Maui Hospital could not be more critical to the welfare and stability of our community's future. It is something that the people of West Maui asked for even when it was first elected to the council in 2000. I am still trying to honor their wishes. Maui County Council supports this project, as well as the Maui Chamber of Commerce, Maui Hotel and Lodging, and Lahaina Luna High School Healthcare Career Path Program, as well as countless individuals. During the COVID shutdown, it became even more apparent that this project is desperately needed. We are at best a 45-minute to an hour ambulance ride away from Maui Memorial Hospital, and at worst, totally cut off from any critical care when our only access road closes due to fire, accident, or weather conditions. For West Maui visitors and residents, this is a life and death situation. This cannot continue. And with new developments planned for West Maui, including DHHL projects, we must move forward now with the construction phase of the hospital. With almost $30 million of private funding already invested, we're asking for help to make this vision a reality. And as the previous testifier said, with limited funds, we realized that our original request for $7 million is unrealistic. And so we are asking for a reduction to 1.5 million so that we can also secure funds from other sources. And thank you for your time.
Morning.
Good morning, Chair De La Cruz, Yamashita, and Vice Chairs Agaran and Kitagawa, and the committee. My name is Kaipo Kekona, born and raised on the island of Maui. I'm the state president for Hawaii Farmers Union. We are coming to you today to ask for your support in our GIA application for our operational funding to allow us to reach across our state network and make effort towards accomplishing the value chain in agriculture, providing farmer events and trainings on Native Hawaiian traditional farming practices and agricultural uses. increasing on-farm productivity. Our project aims to strengthen HFUU's statewide network of chapters, providing support for family farmers in local food production and consumption with positive impacts to our agricultural economy and food security. We'll accomplish this through enhancing food production, promoting soil health, strengthening farmers markets and food hub systems, raising awareness of Native Hawaiian agricultural practices. We'll accomplish that by organizing events, engage into communities, and promote traditional crops and methodologies, as well as assert training and small grants to improve practices. Our previous GIA award supported food hub development on Oahu has grown into a thriving statewide network and standalone effort. We have not pursued state funds in the past 5 years and are now doing so with the goal to have similar impacts and growth by expanding outreach and engagement with even more community and HFUU members. We hope to also reach out into our different networks that we haven't reached yet as far as our ranching community and fishing as well. Thank you for your time and efforts. Mahalo.
So is there anyone on the neighbor island list in person that has not testified? Come forward. Anyone here?
Orchid Land neighbors.
No, in person. In person. Okay. Okay, we have 8 minutes, but we'll just start the Oahu. Okay, so in person, if you.
One through.
What's the letter? Okay, so this is if you have, your ticket is 1 through 10.
I have 01.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning. My name is May Isonaga, and I'm an officer in the 442nd Legacy Center. Our president, Mel Kaneshige, could not be here today. First, thank you for the grant and aid funds were awarded in the recent past. The funds are currently being used in phase 1 of our 3-phase plan to build a small museum. We are renovating our clubhouse to house the museum to educate people in Hawaii and our visitors about the 442nd Regimental Combat Team. When the Nisei men from Hawaii went off to war, Hawaii was a very different place. People of Asian ancestry could not buy property in the wealthy communities, nor could they join clubs like the Outrigger. They weren't the right color. Most lived and or worked on the plantations. They had little or no representation in the territorial government. Our Hawaii wartime history is entirely different from the mainland's, and we need to tell our story, one that all our people should know. The 442nd's battlefield accomplishments are legendary. They gave their all. They lost a lot of men. Theirs is an incredible and inspiring story of American history. Hawaii's Medal of Honor recipients hailed from all our counties. Veterans like Senator Daniel Inouye and Spark Matsunaga and others became leaders in government. The Nisei soldiers helped change Hawaii, improving the lives of folks in my generation and beyond. This is what they fought for. Their sacrifices for freedom contributed to the desegregation of the American military and more equity in our country. Today, we ask for your help to protect this legacy by granting our request for GIA funds to fulfill our father's wish by building a small museum worthy of their cost. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Aloha kako and mahalo for this opportunity. My name is Annie Komatsu. I'm from the Aloha Diaper Bank. We provide a critical safety net for families across the state of Hawaii through our diaper assistance program. To emphasize the impact of our grant and aid requests, I want to share a story from a family we helped in our first year of operation. I got a call from a social worker at Child and Family Services, helping a single mom, and a mom was desperately in need of diapers for her kiki. She had childcare and a new job lined up, up, but our Kiki could not start without the supply of diapers. I quickly drove to CFS offices to meet the social worker and mom to provide the supplies she needed. Seeing the relief on mom's face when I handed her the diapers solidified my passion for doing this work. The Kiki started daycare the next day and mom started her new job. Since that day, Aloha Diaper Bank has quickly expanded. We serve families statewide with diaper pantries on Oahu, Maui, Kauai, and Molokai. We distribute our diapers through a network of partners like IHS, PAC, Kukua, Kalihi Valley, Molokai Community Health Center, Hugs Hawaii, Ho'olau Hawaii on the island of Kauai, Leeward Community College, and more. Sadly, we have recently had to scale back on the amount of assistance we can provide to our partners because the demand of diaper assistance far exceeds our current financial resources. But funding through this proposal will help us to increase our capacity by 130%. Connecting families with diapers is often the starting point to connect families with a deeper level of support from our partner social service organizations. Diapers are an incentive for families to participate in partners' resources and services to help them address their holistic needs and support their long-term economic self-sufficiency. Through this grant and aid request, we will also distribute all POW Now potty training kits to take our families from diaper need to diaper free. So together we can help our Kiki throughout the state keep clean, dry, and healthy. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Phil Acosta. I'm the Executive Director for Aloha Harvest. Since 1999, we have evolved as a leading nonprofit in the state with a focus on eliminating food waste and building a more resilient and sustainable food system. In the past 2 decades, we have collaborated with over 1,000 community partners, and we continue to provide our services free of charge to all of our donors and our partner agencies. During the height of the pandemic, we stepped up to meet the increased need for food assistance, hosting over 200 community food distributions and providing services for over 50,000 households on Oahu. Now, with the state recovering from COVID-19, we're still seeing an increase in food insecurity and are now processing more than double the volume of food from pre-pandemic years. Our team is poised to step up once again, and we have launched a bold 3-year strategic plan with the long-term goal of eventually establishing Food Resilience Hub and expanding our partnerships to the neighbor islands. The last time that we received grant and aid funds from the state was in 2018. For this year's GIA, we're continuing with our capacity building efforts and proposing to establish regional staging networks around the island. We're requesting $400,000 in operating funds to create new positions, procure modular refrigeration units, pallet racks, and specialized equipment to support the operations at these sites. This will allow us to increase the aggregation of excess food, improve food safety, and ensure a more equitable distribution of to the underserved communities. A portion of the funds will also support our complementary programs to improve nutrition and ensure our food resources are fully utilized. This comprehensive plan is in alignment with the Hawaii 2050 Sustainability Plan, and we are grateful for your consideration of our proposal, and we are looking forward to a favorable decision from the Joint Committee. Mahalo.
Thank you. Anyone else here? Numbers 01 to 010. Okay, we're going to recess until 1 p.m. 1:30. 1:30. Thank you. Okay, reconvening the Joint Committee on Ways and Means and Finance. So we're on number 11 through 20. Oahu, if you have 11 through 20. Good afternoon.
We're 019. Aloha Senate and House members. Aloha Senate and House members. I'm Kim Ann Nguyen, the CEO of Blood Bank of Hawaii, and I appreciate the opportunity to discuss our GIA request. Every 2 seconds, someone in Hawaii needs blood for life-saving treatment or emergent care. Blood Bank is the state's sole blood provider, serving all 18 hospitals and all of Hawaii's patient needs, including each of the neighbor islands. Second, Blood Bank houses the country's largest repository of rare blood, types found primarily among Pacific Islanders, Native Hawaiians, Japanese, and other Asian ethnicities. Stewardship of this precious resource is crucial given the critical blood shortages facing Hawaii and the entire country. Unfortunately, we're now the only U.S. blood center still using outdated blood processing and storage equipment. Retrofitting our current facility isn't feasible, so we're constructing a new facility in Kapolei, incorporating technology to process and store blood and biologics for up to 10 years. Today, we're asking you to support biotech testing, production labs, cold chain storage, and other tech built into our new Kapolei facility. To update you, we've submitted our permits and are now planning to start construction with completion in early 2025. This will allow production of innovative blood-based therapeutics, enabling medical programs here in Hawaii. We're also including a training facility that will allow us to recruit, develop, and retain a highly specialized healthcare workforce. We're collaborating on STEM programs with high schools and expanding on-the-job training, forging an early career path in Hawaii's much-needed allied health professions. Thank you again for your strong past support of Blood Bank of Hawaii. We couldn't do this without you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else 11 through 20? Don't be shy because we're going to move on.
Hey guys, aloha. My name is Steve Su. I am the chairperson at BizGenix, a Hawaii-based 501c3. We run a film and TV soundstage for the state of Hawaii. It's called IDH Studios down in Kaka'ako at the Entrepreneur Sandbox. One of our projects is a documentary called Shaka, A Story of Aloha. It explores the origins and meanings of the Shaka gesture. It features really a pretty all-star team of artists, including Henry Kapono doing 4 original songs, Brian Spicer, the man behind Hawaii 5.0 reboot and the Magnum PI reboot. He's my co-executive producer on the film. And Alex Boccheri, who is a Hawaiian film director, a graduate of ACM up at UH Manoa. Super good guy and super talented team coming with him from UH Manoa. We've staffed this crew with pretty much all ACM grads from Manoa campus. The current status of this film is we've raised $500,000 to date. That has paid for principal production. We have completed principal photography. We're in edit and we expect a rough cut done in June. At which time we start sneak peeks. And one of my goals is to show this film to anybody in the state as a sneak peek that wants to see it absolutely free. So I'm looking for organizations to co-present to their constituencies. So contact me, you guys, if you want to play. It's all good fun. The GIA project is about film festival marketing. So this is looking to be a very strong film. We're looking for $200,000 to go to the continent and to Japan to share the aloha. The goals of this are to preserve a very important Hawaii oral history story, to claim the Shaka as Hawaii's place of origin, originating from the place Hawaii, and then to educate both locals and people abroad as to what is the Shaka. In an age of pandemic and acidic politics, I think that this is a way we can continue Aunty Pilahi Paki's hope for sharing peace, hope, inspiration, unity, all the good things that the Shaka and Aloha offer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Elizabeth Mahoy. I'm the Deputy Director for Best Buddies in Hawaii. Mahalo for inviting me to speak to you today. Best Buddies is a nonprofit organization that creates opportunities for friendship, leadership, and jobs for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Established in Hawaii in 2008, we now operate inclusion programs for youth and adults with disabilities in 36 schools and 2 community-based programs on Maui and Oahu. The 390 participants in our programs positively impact the lives of almost 4,000 people in Hawaii. We have heard more and more from Oahu and Maui community members that there is a need for employment readiness, services that prepare young adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities to secure and maintain employment in the community. With an unemployment rate of 71.5%, adults with intellectual disabilities are employed at a significantly lower rate than those without. Best Buddies can address a lack of services to prepare youth with disabilities for careers once they age out of the educational services. We have developed a career readiness curriculum on professional communication, goal setting, resumes, cover letters, job interviews, and targeted social skills development for young adults with disabilities. Increasing opportunities for students with disabilities to develop skills related to their career trajectory would help them gain independence, financial stability, pay taxes, and experience the social benefits of having a job in the community. Mahalo nui loa for considering our requests. Together, we will continue to make Hawaii a more inclusive place for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? 11 to 20?
Aloha. My name is Matt Vazano. I live in Haleiwa, work as a full-time IT recruiter, and I'm the founder and executive director of Awake Tomorrow. Across the country, especially here in Hawaii, we are facing a major crisis, and that's the increasing rate of accidental fentanyl overdose deaths. The key word here is accidental. People are dying because they're unaware they're taking fentanyl. In June 2020, I lost my best friend Peter to this crisis. And then again in March 2021, I lost my cousin and dear friend Brian to the crisis as well. That's when I decided to start Awake Tomorrow, a 501c3 charity directly fighting against the fentanyl crisis plaguing our country and our state. We are a harm reduction organization that focuses on distribution of fentanyl test strips and other resources to keep people safe. We are fast growing and very much in the startup phase. In just over 1 year, we've attended over 70 events, grown our team to 120 volunteers, and most importantly, distributed 65,000 test strips across the country. I'm standing here today because the fentanyl crisis is growing here on the Hawaiian Islands. I want to make sure that Awake Tomorrow is fully prepared with the resources that we need to keep our residents safe from this epidemic. More and more people are dying, and there's more fentanyl on the streets now than ever before. Fentanyl test strips save lives, and we want to make them readily available throughout this entire state. There are very few people willing to even approach this controversial topic, but we are fighting on the front lines. So far, we have survived on micro donations, word of mouth, and kind generosity. But having access to these types of financial resources will affect thousands of people starting right here in Hawaii. Standing up here today, convincing you all of the magnitude of this crisis and how we can address this is the most important thing I've ever done in my entire life. With your help, we can save lives right here in Hawaii. Thank you.
Thank you. 11 through 20. Okay, if not, 21 to 30.
Aloha mai kako,
Aloha.
Chair Dela Cruz, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Agaran, and Vice Chair Kitagawa, and distinguished committee members. My name is Suzanne Vares-Lum, and I'm the president of the East-West Center, or also the Center for Technical and Cultural Interchange between the East and West. And I come before you today to respectfully share on the need for this GIA to help fulfill the much-needed capital improvements for the East-West Center. The center's commitments to cross-cultural education, convening, and research are dependent on the open and exclusive or inclusive dynamic physical environment. However, the main buildings of the 21-acre campus were built in early 1960s and remain largely unchanged today. And we're now really at a critical point where we need to address serious health and safety issues on our campus East-West Center buildings and that have received limited capital improvements since they were first built when Eisenhower signed the authorization of the establishment of the East-West Center in 1960. And we have developed a capital improvement plan to address the myriad of facilities needs at the East-West Center and the center that brings really to our state an international reputation and is an integral part of not just our nation, but the Indo-Pacific region. And these funds, I believe, would go a long way in continuing our mission of cross-cultural collaboration, education, and convening in the center, but also Hawaii, and for our future to address the critical issues facing the Indo-Pacific region. And while our total requests could cover some of our capital improvement plans, we're really grateful for any amount that would cover our top priorities, which include a condition assessment that would allow us to go to private-public partners to look for additional funds to upgrade the facilities for generations to come. So very grateful for this opportunity to share and for your support of the East-West Center. Aloha.
Marie Rizzo, representing two GIA applications submitted by Child and Family Service and CFS Real Property. Child and Family Service is a Hawaii-born, community-based nonprofit serving Hawaii families for the past 124 years. We exist to strengthen families across the state through counseling and support services. Our first application is from CFS Real Property, a nonprofit entity that owns and manages the properties operated by Child and Family Service. We're asking for $120,000 to renovate the bathrooms and laundry facilities at our only leeward domestic violence shelter and transitional housing for survivors of family abuse and trauma. CFS serves over 500 survivors per year, and 10% of those families have disabilities or significant injuries from their abusers, making it difficult to maneuver our current bathrooms. These funds will provide bathroom renovations and stand-up showers and also enclose the outdoor laundry spaces to protect washers and dryers from the elements. Our second application is from Child and Family Service for its sex abuse treatment services on Oahu. CFS is the only provider specializing in intrafamilial sexual abuse. We are asking for $200,000 to serve 75 families with children ages 4 to 17, waiting several months on a list to receive healing services. We've seen a 40% increase in referrals post-pandemic and 50% increases in intrafamilial sexual abuse over the past 5 years. This year, we served 250 families, and today we humbly ask for your support for 75 families with children ages 4 to 17 who are on our waiting list for healing services. Thanks for your consideration.
Aloha, Kuhio Lewis with the Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement. Our GIA request really focuses on helping some of our fellow nonprofit organizations find self-sufficiency. We've grown our capacity as a nonprofit, and we see the potential to help other nonprofits find more self-sufficient models. This GIA would help assess nonprofit organizations that would like to plug into the visitor industry. identifying revenue streams that could benefit them. An example of that could be organizations like Kako'oiwi out on the Kaneohe side of the island, where we could help better assess what their needs are so they could run tours or they could do revenue generating opportunities to support the work that they do. So the request in short is to better assess their needs and identify additional funds from private and federal funds to support this program to build their capacity. So yeah, that's our request, is to help those nonprofits. Mahalo.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello, everybody. Hello, my name is Nikki Hasegawa. I am the Associate Director of Alapaio Social Services. I'm here today to testify on behalf of our need for an emergency food warehouse and homeless medical respite center as outlined in our proposal. Since the onset of the pandemic, we have distributed over 7 million pounds of food and continue to serve over 3,100 community members weekly through our Keiki and our Kupuna pantries. Over the last 6 months, we have seen a drastic increase in the number of houseless and food insecure community members and do not have the current capacity to care for the number of community members in need of our services. These services are a lifeline to our community. When COVID hit, resources were readily available, but now resources are limited, but the need in our community is higher than ever. Inflation and food costs continue to soar, and the federal SNAP benefits decrease across the island, but our community continues to suffer. As someone who is an active member of the community, it hurts my heart to have to turn away community members who are in desperate need. It leaves us as our department with sleepless nights, and you can't unsee what you've already unseen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? What is it? 31 to 40? Okay, 41 to 50. Good afternoon.
Aloha, chairs, vice chairs, members of the committees. My name is Ryan Catalani, and I am the Executive Director at Family Promise of Hawaii, which is a nonprofit working to prevent and end homelessness for families with children. We're requesting funding for our Ohana Navigation Center project, which will help over 100 families annually transition from homelessness to stable housing through temporary shelter and wraparound services. I'd actually like to read part of a letter from a family that we served, which I think really captures our impact. Being homeless for the first time in my life was an experience I will never want to forget. The reason is because Family Promise was there for my family and me the whole step of the way. Being on the streets for a week seemed like years. Then I heard about Family Promise and called. The program provided my family with a place to stay where we could get something to eat, clothes, diapers, soap, etc. Family Promise helped with finding a job, transportation, my budget, and knowing that my family was safe was the best part. Family Promise has changed my life by helping me realize that there are still people in places like that still care about one another, and we don't have to go through ups and downs alone. I'm grateful for the people and organization of Family Promise. After all, if not for Family Promise, I would not be sitting and looking out the window of mine and my family's home. Not many people realize this. The age at which someone in the US is most likely to become homeless is under age 1, followed by ages 1 through 5. In Hawaii, an estimated 1 in 30 young children experience homelessness every year. Family Promise is addressing this truly urgent challenge of family homelessness. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Aloha, my name is Janine Sullivan, and I am the Executive Director of the Pantry by Feeding Hawaii Together, the only e-commerce food distribution in Hawaii, allowing our clients to go online, register, and select the food they want and need every week. Thank you for allowing us to provide information on this critical project, particularly in light of the reduction in SNAP benefits, thrusting many of our most vulnerable into situations where they can no longer afford food. Those of our clients that live alone and on fixed incomes will see their benefits plunge from $280 a month to $23 a month, no longer able to put food on the table. Already this year, we are distributing 47% more food as compared to this time last year. Our unique e-commerce food distribution system ensures that clients are able to select the food they want, eliminating waste, ensuring funds are spent purchasing the exact items that families want, and enabling our clients to select the food that meets their dietary and nutritional needs. Staffed with just 3 employees, we serve around 1,000 families every week, 52 weeks a year. Our robust data shows that our clients are mostly keiki, kupuna, physically or mentally handicapped, and ALICE. Within the last 12 months, 92% of our clients said that they were worried food would run out before they received more money to buy more. This is a structural need that is only highlighted by the reduction in SNAP benefits, where our distribution capabilities ensure that we provide fresh, diverse, nutritious food every week to those who need it. Our partnerships with local agriculture, local distributions, and local nonprofits ensure that we are able to support Hawaii's most vulnerable. A grant and aid will enable us to serve approximately 75,000 food insecure children and adults, distributing over 1 million pounds of food to individuals and families in crisis. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, representatives and senators. My name is Agnes Malati. I'm the president of Ethnic Education Hawaii. And I'm here today to share with you what our program is about. There are so many here that I've heard, I'm familiar with, some are new ones. And our goal is to make sure that communications is accessible for all, including about learning about these resources. So it was founded by Leona Jonah, a Hungarian refugee 30 years ago, to assist immigrants and migrants transition to their new home here in Hawaii and inform them about vital information, resources, and equally relevant is important is connecting them with others in the community to be productive members of our community. So to my knowledge, it is the only nonprofit in Hawaii working with radio stations and community organizations to deliver important communications to our multilingual community. So there are 15 languages that are carried over these ethnic radio stations and TV, KBFD TV, which is a Korean TV station, which many non-Koreans included are tuned to many times for the Korean drama, as well as language access is critical. During the pandemic, we realized how critical it has been to reach out to those who have limited English proficiency and which really limited access to these resources. So our proposal will expand our reach statewide. We have radio simulcast on Facebook. Working with the Pacific Islander communities, we've realized social media is so critical and radio has a limited reach for them. So we are wanting to expand it to in-person activities as well as social media. One of our partners, partner radio stations, Ethnic KNDI, was recognized in 2022 by the Legal Clinic as a champion of immigrant justice. So that just speaks to how important our efforts are working with these different mediums. And I thank you and hope you will consider our proposal.
Aloha and good afternoon. My name is Clement Bautista. I'm here for the Friends of Waipahu Cultural Gardens Park, doing business as Hawaii's Plantation Village. Hawaii Plantation Village is a living history museum and ethnobotanical garden on a 50-acre site in Waipahu. Established in 1992, it is Oahu's only outdoor museum exhibiting true-to-scale plantation camp buildings in a historic plantation town. Docents take visitors back to the early 1900s to experience the village, a complex of more than 25 restored buildings and replicas of plantation homes and structures. In addition to this village, HPV maintains a exhibition hall, archives, and learning center. Our grant here proposal is to ask for funds to help restore and repair our village complex. In addition to this restoration, we are, for the existing structures, we are also addressing significant problems of safety and security. Since reopening last year, we are increasing our attendance almost to pre-COVID levels, which includes about 10,000 students, public and private schools. And And so with the additional funding, we'd like to repair walkways, in addition to erosion wear and security also, because we have some problems around the plantation. We have some issues with people coming into the village and vandalizing our structures. So we have to address those things. So that's it. Thank you.
Aloha, I'm Julie Morikawa, president of Climb High. I opened that way because I was raised to always ask for permission, but I am also so proud to be me and to be a part of this culture. I, like so many of our keiki leaving Hawaii's shores, thought I needed to leave in order to find opportunity. I thought when I was asked to be less Hawaiian, that I didn't have a choice. And when I looked back and realized that everything I needed to succeed was here at home in Hawaii, I realized that we needed to provide more opportunity to expose our keiki to all the opportunities that are here for them to thrive. This is the basis for the development of Climb High Bridge. This is a network of people, an online portal that is connecting over 600 businesses, over 200 schools, 5,000 educators, all in the same place at the same time. It has already led to over 100,000 students being touched by engagements just since being launched in January of 2021. And it is statewide, reaching all the way from Kapa'a down to Ka'u. This is our first ask for support from the state of Hawaii Grant and Aid. And with your support, we'll be able to continue our reach. This is just the beginning, but to also develop a student direct channel that will revolutionize our ability to provide a direct linkage to careers here in Hawaii for our keiki. Your support will also help us not only help keiki achieve economic self-sufficiency, but to allow them to thrive and to reach their dreams here in Hawaii. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Aloha and mahalo for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Friends of Hawaii Technology Academy. Friends of HTA is a nonprofit organization created to support the mission, vision, and strategic initiatives of Hawaii Technology Academy. My name is Carrie White, and I'm the facilities coordinator for HTA. HTA is a tuition-free public charter school. We believe that students learn best when engaging in educational experiences and making connections between themselves and the world they live in. Established in 2008, HTA now serves over 1,300 students in grades K through 12 on 5 campuses across 4 islands and is Hawaii's largest statewide public charter school. HTA offers a flexible learning model combining face-to-face and virtual instruction along with project-based learning opportunities. To accommodate this style of learning and serve our growing student population, HTA is in desperate need of appropriate, flexible classroom furniture, science lab, and equipment across all 5 campuses. Improving and investing in our facilities ensures HTA will be able to implement our student-centered curriculum effectively while guaranteeing equitable access across the HTA campuses now and in the future. There is no funding for public charter school facilities or furniture investment. While charter schools do receive per pupil funding, that allocation remains vital to HTA's basic operations. As we have advanced our innovative curriculum, teaching, and most importantly, our student population, our furniture and equipment needs have evolved. Schools without flexibility create limitations in accommodating new approaches to education. When classroom space and furniture is adapted to the needs of the students and the teachers, the positive effects can be profound. Mahalo nui loa for your support and consideration.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Aloha. Good afternoon. Thank you for your time today. My name is John Aieto. I'm here to ask for your support for Friends of Kaleo Hawaii Media, the MAP Hawaii project. The State of Hawaii Film Office projects that the film and television industry in Hawaii will generate more than $400 million in revenue by the end of 2022, with an annual increase of 13 to 19% per year. As the demand for media content continues to surge worldwide, the media industry is proving to be an ideal candidate for economic diversification for our state. The GI funding that we're asking for today would be used to establish a revenue-making opportunity via the international entertainment industry through the creation of a website platform that connects prospective film projects with landowners throughout the state of Hawaii. The initial rollout will target the Department of Hawaiian Homes, and all revenues generated by these short-term leases would benefit the land trust directly. This would be the first platform of its kind. It would enable filmmakers and studios to look for properties online and understand the cultural significance, when the sun rises, what the tapestry is, forestry, wetlands, whether a large truck, trailers, tractors can make it in, if there's water or electricity on the sites. These other attributes make the property an interesting and appealing place for the film industry. Most of the filming is done in one or two sites, but this project would be open up to the world of possibilities for local, mainland, and international filmmakers to find new locations throughout our state. Hawaii has long talked about the importance of diversification of our economy. This project would enable landowners in Hawaii to market their properties to the worldwide entertainment industry to generate income and good paying jobs for our residents. Thank you and aloha for your consideration. Happy Aloha Friday.
Thank you. Anyone else? 41 to 50. Okay, 51 to 60. Good afternoon.
Aloha mai kākou. My name is Venus Kauiokaveku Rossetti Medeiros. Halekipa has been serving Hawaii's most vulnerable opportunity youth, ages 8 to 24, who have experienced traumatic adverse childhood experiences for over 53 years. As a fairly newly appointed CEO, I believe our youth deserve more than just a safe and nurturing housing environment to lay their head. Halekipa believes their circumstances do not define who they are, nor does it have to define their future. Halekipa has not only an opportunity, but a responsibility to motivate our youth by utilizing their own passion in life. In this GIA request, we would like to provide them opportunities to acquire the work skills and certifications to obtain a livable wage in order to remain and live a prosperous life in their homeland of Hawaii. Majority of our youth we serve are of Native Hawaiian and other Pacific Island descent. Kahuali'i is embracing the mindset that we are the kahu entrusted to help develop our youth to be responsible adults by treating them as our future ali'i of Hawaii. Youth who are not connected to cultural teaching and opportunities often struggle through life with confusion, identity issues, cultural pain and shame, feeling lost and most often yearning for that cultural connection. In many cases, young people who grow up without cultural teachings and opportunities for healing grow up to be adults without cultural teachings and opportunities to live by cultural values. Halekipa's Kahuali'i program will focus on freight farming, blending modern technology of hydroponic, aquaponic, and solar farming with traditional cultural practices of Malama Aina to inform and educate youth and young adults about the importance of sustainability and food sovereignty. We mahalo you for this opportunity and we appreciate your support. Aloha.
Thank you. 51 through 60.
Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Anastasia Mangere Shirai, and I represent the Hawaii Alliance of Pacific Islanders, also known as HAPI. We are a nonprofit organization dedicated to supporting and empowering the Pacific Islander community in Hawaii. We aim to build cultural bridges through partnership and collaborations and by providing programs that center equity, solidarity building, and reconnection to Indigenous practices. One of our phases is our Happy Health Project. With this initiative, our main focus is to provide tools and information for PIs to better advocate for themselves and their loved ones. One way of doing this is through our advanced care directive workshops that we currently offer for our kupuna and their caregivers. Having something like the ACD form can help alleviate current and future stress for families, but lack of knowledge and communication barriers make it difficult for our kupuna to have this in place. Happy creates a safe space to begin hard conversations where they can feel comfortable to ask questions and explain it in a way we all understand. It gives peace of mind to the families and helps their future care team know what steps to take during a time they cannot make decisions themselves. Another way is getting our younger generation certified in CPR, first aid, and AED training, something that can help save people's lives. Pacific Islanders face many inequalities when it comes to social equity, but lack funding and structural capacity when it comes to our organizations and our communities. With your support, we can build our capacity, collaborate with other nonprofits, increase the reach of our programs, and start building the infrastructure we so desperately need in order to serve our Pacific Islander communities. We believe that by working together, we can cultivate a future in which our people are grounded in their identities and have the support, knowledge, and tools they need to thrive. Once again, my name is Anastasia Mangele Shirai. Fafitai Telelava for this opportunity to testify, and we're happy to provide more information via email. Mahalo.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Aloha. I'm Jonathan Berliner, Executive Director of Gregory House Programs. Gregory House Programs was established in 1988, working towards preventing homelessness and providing food security for individuals living with HIV and AIDS. Our transitional housing program site, which is in Lower Makiki on Young Street, is a facility where we house up to 15 individuals who are homeless, oftentimes using and have mental health challenges. We were really blessed late last year to receive a congressional earmark from Senator Brian Schatz for $1.2 million to renovate this facility. In 2018, we were blessed to be able to purchase the property, saving us $11,500 a month in rent, at lease payments, and that saved the program. And we knew at the time that we were going to have to undertake major renovation. The $1.2 million is going to be a great kickoff, and we're looking to the legislature to provide hopefully $600,000 to help us get close to meeting our goal. We have approached Weinberg Foundation, and they're looking to see what the Hawaii State Legislature will do. And we'll probably come in with the last amount of funds. And additionally, we submitted an operating grant and aid for rent assistance to supplement our rent assistance program. We provide over 220 rent subsidy checks each month to landlords on behalf of our program participants statewide throughout the neighbor islands, as well as Oahu. And we hope that we can get some support for one or the other grant and aid, hopefully CIP if it's just one. Thank you so much. Aloha.
Thank you. Okay, 61 to 70. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Aloha, senators and representatives. I'm Francis Chan, the Chief Executive Officer of Hawaii Health Information Exchange. What is the value of a life? The life of a keiki, a kupuna? In an emergency room situation, doctors only have a few minutes to make life and death decisions on how to save a life. Now, immediate access to the Hawaii Health Information Exchange portal, where we have information on disease conditions and medication histories, often means the difference of life or death for the person. For example, a kupuna who is lying unconscious and the family are anxiously waiting, hoping for the best. We have health information on 1.2 million individuals in the state of Hawaii. And every week, about 4,000 users access about 23,000 patients' records from the Hawaii Health Information Exchange portal so that they can provide the best care for their patient. We are requesting funds to provide a required update to our software platform. That our software platform is actually nearing its end of life, is over 10 years old. And that new platform will provide the state-of-art technology that will allow us to compile data more effectively, including social determinant of health data as well as health equity data. With that upgrade, then the providers and their staff can then compile the information easily and come up with an effective treatment plan for the patients. So I hope that this committee will support our effort and appreciate that your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha, chairs, vice chairs, and members of the committee. My name is Heather Lusk. I'm with the Hawaii Health and Harm Reduction Center. And this is our 40th year of delivering services at the intersection of homelessness, substance use, mental health, chronic diseases like HIV, and the criminal legal system. I'm here to respectfully ask for your consideration for a grant and aid to support our street medicine and medical mobile unit. Several years ago, we did a needs assessment as over half of our folks are homeless about why they were overutilizing the emergency department. The number one reason cited was wound care. We started a street medicine team doing wound care in Chinatown at that time, and last year rolled out a medical mobile unit to take our services. We've been to Waianae Boat Harbor, to the Honu, Sand Island. However, the reason I'm here to respectfully ask for funds, as you may know, we cannot bill insurance for any street-based services in Hawaii. In fact, this is true for the rest of the continent. If it was somebody's home or our clinic, we can bill. We are not allowed to bill because we don't have a place code that's accepted to bill for services again on the street. Why we and many others doing street medicine are in talks with MedQuest. We are hoping that you can support our efforts for the next year. We know sustainability is incredibly important for you all and wanting to know that we have other funds to support this project. The only funds we're needing is to support the actual time of the clinicians, the outreach workers, the vehicle, the materials, everything else we can supply. And in fact, a UH study found that for the wound care we provided in the streets for 5 cents was the same wound care that hospitals were providing for $1. So if you would honor us with providing 1 year of funding, it will give us time to work with MedQuest Director Judy Moore-Peterson and others to hopefully get the insurance plans to reimburse these very important services that link folks to housing, decrease emergency utilization, and really help our whole community be stronger. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and particularly what a long day for Aloha Friday, hearing all of these amazing, I don't know how you're going to make a decision, but I'm grateful that you're supporting the nonprofit sector. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha chairs, vice chairs, and committee members. My name is Julianne H. Baker-Mattern. I'm the Adult Literacy Program Manager at Hawaii Literacy, and I'm here to ask you for your support. This funding will help continue to provide access to free literacy tutoring to adults who want to either learn how to read and write or improve those skills, as well as a population of inmates in the prison. 1 in 6 adults in Hawaii struggle with reading and writing. That is over 150,000 people across the state. Illiteracy plays a massive role in an individual's quality of life. It contributes to poverty. It can cause issues with gaining employment. It affects how parents can support their children with school, and knowing that the greatest indicator of a child's future success is the literacy level of his or her parents. Low literacy rates also contribute to recidivism in the prison systems. In Hawaii, 49% of inmates released will be rearrested and back in prison within a year of their release. But increased access to literacy building programs and resources can reverse this. We can change this. When adults learn how to read and write, this is a source of empowerment. Individuals gain skills to help combat poverty, make informed health decisions, and seek out sustainable employment. Individuals who are transitioning out of the prison system who participate in literacy programs have a fair chance to integrate back into society with skills that will give them the hand up to do things that will push them out of the revolving door back to prison. 43% of inmates in Hawaii who receive education in prison are less likely to recidivate. Further funding will sustain our adult literacy programs, helping to break cycles of poverty and undereducation and helping our communities thrive. Thank you for your consideration of our request. Happy Aloha Friday.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Aloha, chairs, vice chairs, members of the committees. My name is Kina Mahi. I'm the Director of Advocacy and Partnership at the Hawaii Food Bank. With me as our CEO, Amy Miller-Marvin. Mahalo for hearing our consideration for our GIA. A couple weekends ago, I was in Pukalani Foodland with my kids. A couple spaces in line before me at the checkout line was a mom with her kids. And as she got through the line, she struggled. You could see her counting her money, and you could see her starting to put the diapers for her baby back in the cart. The woman in front of me stepped in and graciously and compassionately slipped a little bit of money in her pocket. Nobody should have to choose between food and diapers for their babies. And yet at the food bank, we hear these kinds of stories all the time. We all know how expensive it is to live here. We all know the struggles that families are going through right now. At the Hawaii Food Bank, we work through 200 plus partners, Gregory House Health and Harm Reduction Center, to provide a safety net. We all work really hard to do that for this mom and for the 120,000 other individuals we serve every month. We work really hard to leverage our purchasing power. So $3 million that goes to the food bank provides 6 million meals. This request is asking to help us leverage our distribution power. These mobile pantries will be another avenue, flexible, responsive, refrigerated avenue that get another outlet for fresh and healthy food into our communities. We know this is what people are asking for. It's what our community partners are telling us families need, and we really appreciate your consideration. Mahalo.
Thank you. Anyone else 71 through 80?
Aloha, my name is Randy Wong. I'm president and CEO of Hawaii Youth Symphony. We've got a vision to make music a right and not a privilege, which means that we want to break down the geographic and economic barriers that prevent kids to have access to music education. You know, we do have a lot of really great music programs in the schools, in the high school and the middle school level, but not so much in the elementary school level, and not so much on the neighbor islands. And so for Hawaii Youth Symphony, you know, we believe that fun and creative experiences for kids playing music, you know, is a great way to bring them together, to inspire them to become great civic leaders, to develop, you know, a sense of passion that they can bring into their lives, you know, as they develop. We help to bring kids together from all the islands to give them that opportunity to play an instrument, where there's ukulele, violin, even bucket drumming, playing in an orchestra, being in a band, a jazz band. It's all a lot of fun, and we need that for our kids to keep them resilient, to keep them optimistic. We bring together kids from hundreds of schools, most of them DOE schools. We really believe that, you know, kids need to have this opportunity. And, you know, we'd really appreciate your consideration so that we can bring our programs to the neighbor islands, so that we can have neighbor island kids come to Oahu, and we can just create a great community for our youth. So thank you very much. And we really appreciate this time to testify. Mahalo.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Prieto. I'm the president of the board of the Hawaii Opera Theater. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. Opera in Hawaii dates back to 1850s, with Queen Emma performing in the chorus of Verdi's Il Trovatore, and her husband, King Kamehameha IV, served as the stage manager. Today, HOT, established in 1960 as part of the Honolulu Symphony and incorporated in 1980, is the only professional opera company in the state. It serves to enhance the quality of life, in Hawaii by presenting vibrant opera performances and award-winning education programs of the highest standards that has reached hundreds of thousands of keiki across the state over the years. Like our colleagues at the symphony and the ballet, our 2023-24 season is being significantly impacted by the upcoming renovations of our longtime performing venue, the Neil Blaisdell Concert Hall. Like the COVID pandemic, this disruption is requiring us to think creatively about how we produce opera. It has prompted us to explore new repertoire and that will resonate with local culture. The finale of HOT's 23-24 season at the Waikiki Shell showcases the amazing talent found in upcoming Asian singers, and we hope that this unique venue will attract new audiences from both Honolulu residents and visitors. But producing opera at the Shell comes with challenges, as it lacks the infrastructure of the Blaisdell Concert Hall, so our expenses will be significantly higher. I hope you will consider supporting this important project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Aloha chairs, vice chairs, members of the Finance and Ways and Means Committees, Stephanie Kendrick with the Hawaiian Humane Society. I wanted to echo what Heather Lusk said. It's just an honor to be in a room with so many people who do such incredible good work for our community, and I don't envy the job that you guys have in front of you. Hawaiian Humane has served the Oahu community for nearly 140 years. We have constantly evolved to bring animal welfare best practices to the state, and we've expanded our services and facilities along the way as well. Right now, we are in a few weeks, the City Planning Department willing, of opening a new campus out in Ewa Beach. It will be the first time that we've ever had 2 permanent locations from which to serve the community, and we're really excited about it. The operating grant that we've submitted this year would support 2 life-saving programs. There's a dearth of credentialed animal behavioralists in the state of Hawaii, and our cost of living here is a barrier to recruiting folks from the mainland. So a portion of these funds would be used for staff development so that we can get our own team the training and skills that they need to step into those roles and help us create better outcomes for animals. That part of the program would benefit both our existing campus and the campus we're about to open. The bulk of the funds support 2 veterinary positions for the new campus, and the Ewa Veterinary Services team will, of course, be offering health care to the animals who come to us in need, as well as providing spay-neuter services for the surrounding community and pet owners in the area. So we ask for your support for our application, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. No one else up to 90?
Aloha mai kakao, Senators De La Cruz and
Aloha.
Keith Agaran, Representatives Yamashita and Kitagawa, and members of the Senate and House Committee. My name is Monica Lee, and I am the Development Associate for Hawaii Contemporary. Hawaii Contemporary, formerly the Honolulu Biennial Foundation, launched our first contemporary art biennial, collectively brought together more than 300,000 visitors and $178 million impact on the local economy. I remember when I first came upon Hawaii Contemporary during the pandemic. I was so moved by the thoughtful conversations during the Art Summit and the intersections around art, sustainability, activism, and the In 2021, our online art summit brought in viewers from 67 countries, with 40% of viewers from Oahu, Hawaii Island, Kauai, and Maui County. Your support will help us explore what a hybrid virtual and in-person summit next year might look like with our community partners and expand opportunities to engage K-12 students by developing curriculum related to our programs, which will be offered for free to schools. This specialist, along with Fun Way, connect the community with artists and creative opportunities and champion a vibrant local arts ecosystem in this state. With your support of the Honolulu Biennial Foundation grant, we hope to continue creating an accessible, collaborative, and inclusive space through contemporary art in Hawaii. Mahalo nui loa for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon.
Aloha mai kākou.
My name is Angela Britton. I am the Chief of Operations and Philanthropy for Hawaiian Islands Land Trust, doing business as Hawaii Land Trust. We are grateful for the opportunity to request both GIA and CIP funding from the state to support our 7 community preserves in Hilo, Hawaii Island, Kilauea, Kauai, Waihe'e and Kupo, Maui, and Hau'ula, Oahu. We own and steward these preserves for the benefit of the community, serving more than 3,000 kindergarten through post-secondary students and 26,000 residents and visitors in 2022 alone, with Aina-based educational programs as well as subsistence and recreational opportunities connecting people to Aina. Our coastal resilience and native habitat restoration efforts provide added protection and relief to our neighbors from the damaging effects of climate change. Support from the state will enhance our native habitat and cultural restoration activities and expand our Aina-based programs. Mahalo for your time, attention, and consideration. Aloha.
Thank you.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Thank you very much, Chair and committee members. Was there a question?
No, you can go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you. My name is Dottie Kelly Paddock. I'm Executive Director of Hui o Ha'ula. That is a nonprofit located in Ha'ula, and we are currently managing the Ha'ula Community Center there. We've created a partnership hub. Many of our partners are in this room. When we first started, there were no services provided in Ha'ula, and the Civic Center there was shuttered for 20 years. We have worked very hard over the last 9 years to develop this partnership hub with over 40 partners that are now serving the Ko'olauloa district. And as I said, many of them are here today, and we are so excited to have this opportunity to work with them. They are making a big difference in Ko'olauloa, and we need to keep that going. What I will say is that we are a very vulnerable area, especially in relationship to disasters. We don't have one shelter for disasters in all of Ko'olauloa. We are also very concerned about our current community center. It sits in the flood and tsunami zone, and therefore it will not be able to serve people in a disaster or following a disaster. We need to build a new facility. We have very little infrastructure in our area, and we are hoping to build the Ko'olauloa Community Resilience Hub that would serve 2 major purposes. One would be a daily community center open and providing services to people in our community, economic development, medical services, mental health services, and on and on. We would like to get this money so that we can complete the EA.
Okay. So if I haven't called your numbers, 91 to 100.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your time today, for the opportunity to speak with you, and for your prior support for the work of IHS, the Institute for Human Services. I'm Jill Wright, and I'm here to tell our community and central to our ability to help people. IHS submitted 2 GIA proposals this year related to safe and accessible shelter. For our capital proposal, we're requesting funding and Kapuna dorm get very hot. Other shelter windows never fully close, leading to the potential for injury, especially for our keiki. Our flooring is uneven and missing tiles, which has allowed mold and mildew to collect beneath the surface. For our operational request, IHS is requesting 1 year of funding to temporarily cover unfunded operating expenses for the state's 2 largest emergency shelters, IHS's men's shelter and women's and family shelter. When you walk into our men's shelter, our clients look more like those in care homes. Of the 517 men who stayed with us last year, 20% were over 62 years old. 22% had chronic health conditions. 42% suffered from mental illness. 38% had drug or alcohol abuse concerns. Their needs are great and their support system is non-existent. Despite that, our shelters operate very lean and efficiently. It costs only $47 per day to shelter, provide 3 hot meals, warm showers, clothing, healthcare, and navigation to housing for homeless individuals. Donor dollars have helped us bridge the funding gap for many years, but as costs of everything have increased, we are stretched beyond being thin. To provide sustainable funding and reduce the state's burden, we're working and bringing in federal funding from Medicaid with the CIS program that provides pre and post-tenancy services for homeless individuals. Until then, we need your help. We're at risk for not being able to provide round-the-clock shelter. Thanks for your time and consideration today.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Aloha kako. My name is Zachary Lum. I'm the Executive Director of Kahulileo Le'a, a Native Hawaiian managed and serving nonprofit that aims to serve the creative industry and the cultural practitioner community. Our GIA application aims to provide a new solution toward diversifying Hawaii's economy, specifically workforce development in the technology and creative industries. One of Hawaii's most unique and important exports is creative media. The music, film, and other digital content that tourism uses to market Hawaii to the rest of the world. And yet, the actual creators of this content arguably benefit the least from the industry's revenue. And why is that? Because the creative industry still lacks the basic infrastructure for a system that puts creators first. Outside of tourism, the massive market for Hawaii's soft exports is diluted and dependent on large distribution platforms like Netflix, Apple Music, Spotify, Hulu, and the like. Our GIA proposal will support Hawaii's first streaming platform, the new and improved Mele.com, to be a digital hub for all of Hawaii's digital content, music, videos, live streaming events. And as a nonprofit, we will also offer a transformational business model, distributing revenue to creators high above the industry standard. Chairs, vice chairs, and esteemed committee members help us to diversify Hawaii's economy by investing in workforce development in the creative and tech industries, the industries that produce the talent and the soft exports for which Hawaii is known worldwide. Mele.com is the proverbial house our industry has always needed. We hope you will help build it with us. Mahalo nui.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee. Thank you so much for this time to be able to share about our GIA need today. My name is Leila Fujinaka, and I am the executive director for an organization called Impact Change Hawaii. And I'm here on behalf of Building Blocks Hawaii, which is one of our programs. We focus on kindergarten readiness for 3- and 4-year-olds. And if a child is not reading at their grade level by 3rd grade, when they make that fourth grade jump, they can't do it, when they can't make that jump, they increase their chances of dropping out of high school by 4 times. And the national statistics show that systemic issues like homelessness, incarceration, teenage pregnancy, that 70% of these people are reading at this 3 to 4th grade level. Building Blocks Hawaii focuses on academic literacy and preparing our children with the ability to read textbooks and succeed in their academic career. We work with Title I school principals who bring their families to us or send their families to us. And we serve families in lower income who, for one reason or another, cannot get into a free program. Most of our kids come in with low literacy. And last year, which was our 2nd year in operation, 84% of our children were reading at their age level and above. And this year, we have not done our post-assessments, but some of our children are already reading and writing at a kindergarten level. The packets we gave you are going to give you samples of stories that our children are learning to read, and it gives you an illustration of the process we take them through so that they understand story and how to then begin to write their own stories. We have the ability to expand to our 2nd site, which will be in Wahiawa, hopefully by the fall. The Title I school principals in that area are on board with us coming in. Kaz Davis is in support of our program, and we need to extend our staff in order to make it possible to expand in the fall and in other locations that we have planned. Together, we can continue to reach more children, and I know you guys have done great work with the past legislature that was passed, so thank you very much for your help and consideration.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello, my kako. My name is
Eric Enos. I'm speaking on behalf of Kala Farm. I'm the executive director and co-founder. We've been in business since the 1970s. I'm just honored to be among so many nonprofits who are doing amazing work. We're located at the back of Waianae Valley. We serve school children, 3,000 school children a year, and men and women in substance abuse. We teach families how to grow food, and we're creating an edible forest and restoring the watershed. Waianae rains, and then there's 9 months of no rain. And what happens is that we also inherited a Waianae Valley Ranch for gross mismanagement. In 2018, a fire started and burned 9,000 acres. Once the fire, and there's arson fires because there's 2 miles of a stretch of that is there's nobody around, and so arsons set it every year. In 2018, an arson fire burned 9,000 acres, and it burned the agriculture park. And in 2019, we got a grant in aid, and we were able to put a perimeter fence and put in a fire break. I'm coming back again to finish the job. We're raising sheep, and we are using it for fire. They eat the grass, we eat the sheep. And and then we're having families build these facilities and paddocks. And we ask your support again so that we can deal with fire, because with all this rain, it's going to be a very hot summer. And we were there at the 2018 fire, fighting the fire with the families. We had 2 school buses trapped, and somebody had donated 5-gallon buckets. So we went down to the road and kept the fire from jumping up to us. So mahalo so much for all your efforts and the work that you do. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Aloha kako. Thank you, committee chairs, vice chairs, members of the committee, and thank you all nonprofits for all the work that we're all doing to make Hawaii a better place. My name is Keone Kealoha. I'm the executive director of Canoe Hawaii. Organization's been around about 15 years, and I've been working for the last 15 years in nonprofits, helping to do my part in my kuleana for Hawaii. The last 5 years, we have a program called Volunteer Week Hawaii, which is the largest state level celebration of National Volunteer Week in the United States. So one thing that I could say is that we try to get thousands of volunteers to connect to nonprofits. So if anybody here needs volunteers, the month of April this year is recognized as Volunteer Month in Hawaii. We're expecting to have hopefully 800 events across 7 islands, and we'd like to partner with your nonprofit. Just check out Canoe Hawaii. We're doing a lot of advertising out there to get people to connect to all the efforts that you're doing. This year, I'm here requesting support for a new program called Pledge to Our Keiki. This program is modeled after the successful Palau Pledge. And this project is a pledge that was written by our students from different islands and different schools across Hawaii. We're taking this pledge through a 5-year MOU that we have with the Department of Education that took us several years to get. We're now able to engage all K through 12 students on all islands. That's about 85% of all of our school kids, 170,000 kids and their families. We're looking for support to build capacity so that we can actually meet this opportunity to engage our kids in service work, utilizing our hundreds of nonprofit partners to make handshakes in our community so that our kids can engage in civics and learn how to solve problems that they see, and with our support to help them do that. This would help with our capacity for people to do that outreach. So we really hope that we'll be able to receive your blessing on this. You'd be the first state agency or first state entity to support this with funding if you were able to support us this year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your time. My name is Alexander Jampel. I'm the chair of the Japan America Society of Hawaii, also known as JASH. I'm here today to ask for your support for our GIA application towards starting a reciprocal high school exchange program for Hawaii's high school students with a high school in Hokkaido, Japan. Hokkaido is one of the sister prefectures to the state of Hawaii. The objective for this exchange program is to bring students together from 2 different cultures to engage with each other, to encourage learning, to recognize and respect the similarities and the differences in their cultures. Through the immersion into each other's cultures, it's our belief that this helps build global-minded citizens who embrace diversity. Bringing students together to experience each other's community builds bridges of friendship and will be a step towards creating a new generation of Japanese and Hawaii students that will perpetuate the importance of Hawaii-Japan relationship and become internationally minded adults. Through JASH's history of over 47 years, providing these face-to-face exchange opportunities, we would like to start this new program in commemoration of a recent relationship between the state of Hawaii and the prefecture of Hokkaido. The Hokkaido governor is scheduled to be here for the Sister City and Sister State Summit, which we are helping to organize at the end of July. He will be here with other sister city and sister state prefectures, along with our governor as well as our mayors. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
I'm Tricia Kehalani Watson-Scroat. I am the president of the Kalihi Palama Culture and Arts Society, and I am here in requesting support for our GIA for operating funds. You should all have a booklet of beautiful children in front of you that you could look at while I talk, because they're much cuter than I am. In 2002, our organization celebrated its 50th anniversary. As far as I can tell, and I'm quite proud of this, we've never had to come to the legislature for a GIA in our 50-year history. As you've heard about today, the COVID cliff was devastating for us. We were a highly financially diversified organization. We were well in the black when we very nicely received this House Reso from you folks in 2000, but a month later, COVID hit. And for the next 3 years, we were unable to hold programming, hold our competition, hold events. We lost $750,000 over that period, most of that from income from our different programs and events. And so now we are here asking for help just to get us back on our feet. We need it. This is not a nice to have for us. This is a need to have. If we do not get this funding, if we do not get funding to restore our programming, we will have to look very hard about shutting down our doors. We currently serve 500 keiki a year between ages 5 and 13. Over our history, that's over 20,000 keiki with arts and culture. We serve probably between 10 and 15,000 secondary beneficiaries of the families every year. And then through our programmings, putting them online through technology, over 1 million per year. Our program works. We have kids who have come to Keiki Hula and are now kumus there with their halau themselves. So I really implore you, this is a one-time ask. I do not intend to ever have to be in a position where we have to come back to you folks again, but we would very much appreciate full funding of our request. Thank you very, very much, all of you, and for your time today.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Randall Akau, President of the Kanahili Community Association, located in Kapolei. Kanahili is a 501c3 Native Hawaiian community-based nonprofit. The association is requesting funding for the design, development, and preparation of permitting documentation for our park and facilities, which will serve the greater Ewa Kapolei district of Oahu. The association is developing our park to address the need for communal space, facilities to support the community's social, economic, recreational, and cultural needs. We plan to conduct community outreach and provide services and programs to support the sustainability of our Native Hawaiian culture, tradition, and values in our service area of Kanahili, other homesteads in Kapolei, and the greater Kapolei region. The association has site control over a 4.5 acre parcel that was approved by the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. It was a 30-year license agreement, 30-year license agreement. Asking that if the funding is approved, and Kanahili will be a step closer to being shovel ready. Kanahili is one of 4 Native Hawaiian homesteads that is located within a 1 mile radius of the 3 other homestead communities in Kapolei, and the only homestead with a community park that is designated a priority project. According to the latest release of the Kapolei Regional Plan 2022 conducted by the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, we have the highest number of beneficiaries residing in single-family homes with 403. Currently, the total population of Kapolei is 21,000 people. The native Hawaiian population residing in homestead communities in Kapolei is well over 5,000.
Thank you.
We humbly arrest. Oh, thank you, sir.
Okay, anyone else? I guess 100 to 110. 111 to 120.
Good afternoon, Chair, Senators, and Representatives. My name is Taeyong Kim, and I'm here on behalf of the Korean American Foundation, Hawaii. We thank you for this opportunity to present our vision for a project we call Origins. This project is a successor to KAFH's successful E Pluribus Unum initiative, which promoted historic and cultural ties of Hawaii's multi-ethnic and multicultural composition, and showcased the common and historic experiences that enrich our multicultural home. Collectively, these projects reached thousands of attendees over the course of a year with very positive outcomes. Concluding the project, it became apparent that there is a wealth of knowledge of our cultural past and present, but accessibility remains an issue. The KAFH feels that an understanding of our historic and cultural diversity and shared experiences should be brought forth to the forefront in a contemporary and accessible manner. Origins consist of 3 components. The first consists of the development of a base metaverse open source program, which will allow any interested party to access a single source where access to academic, cultural, and enterprise information can be accessed. This base platform will be populated with known public domain content that we hope will become a working model which can be shared amongst all interested ethnic communities. The second component consists of a diaspora-focused film festival, which will showcase films showing our common origin stories, as well as the issues that surround those finding themselves in the new homeland. This content will also be accessible through the Metaverse platform. The final component will be the strengthening of our government-to-government and peer-to-peer relationships in the development of content to populate the metaverse model. Collectively, our request is to create a modern template for the preservation of the past, increase access to the cultural present. Mahalo for your consideration.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Riley. I'm founder and president of Livable Hawaii Kaihui. We protect and preserve cultural and natural resources in East Honolulu through acquisition and or easement. Today, I'm wearing my Ka'ivi Coalition hat. We are the now generation that the baton was passed to by the Save Sandy Beach visionaries from the 70s. I've been working since 2005 to ensure that the Ka'ivi Coast, Maukatamakai, stays in a wild and natural state. To that end, we did purchase just under 200 acres across from the Makapu'u Lighthouse. We are seeking funding to help us with the management and conservation and cultural plans so that we can then open up those lands to the general public for learning, for appropriate recreation, and of course for stewardship opportunities as well as reforestation. I thank you so very much. This is our very first time coming. Thank you for the opportunity. And as a community nonprofit protecting landscapes in East Honolulu, please know that these lands are your lands too. So come on out and enjoy them. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Clarice Casamina, and I am the co-founder of Launchpad Labs. Launchpad Labs is a scholarship competition gamifying workforce development for high school students in Title I high schools here in Hawaii. Our 8-week program is targeted to develop soft skills, technical skills, self-confidence, and financial literacy. Our students are guided by software that's donated by my co-founder and walks them through critical thinking and problem-solving techniques for real-world projects. We provide mentorship throughout the process with the ultimate goal of presenting to a panel of judges made up of prominent business leaders to give their feedback. And if I'm being honest, I can empathize with their jitters on those days of presentations. Our first cohort of students was with Waipahu High School. They were tasked with improving the banquet setup time at the Filipino Community Center. At the end of our 8-week program, the students had increased efficiency by 75%, all done by 15-year-old high school students. To date, we have been funded by private individuals and local businesses who believe in our mission. But in order to keep up with the student demand and to expand to additional high schools, we are here applying for this grant for the first time. As someone whose day job is working with first-time homebuyers, I see firsthand just how hard it is to afford to live in Hawaii. Our program was built to equip our youth with the tools to overcome these challenges, to earn living wages, to contribute to their communities, and to build a brighter future for themselves. We thank you very much for your consideration, especially being alongside all of these very worthy causes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairs Dela Cruz and Yamashita and the Senate Committee on Ways and Means and the House Committee on Finance. My name is Brian Nagamine, and I'm presenting testimony on behalf of Gary Kajiwara, President and CEO of Koikini Support Services, Inc., which is a subsidiary of Koikini Health System. Thank you for this opportunity to present. Koikini's request for grant funding from the Hawaii State Legislature is for the completion of an urgent care facility and funding for the first 9 months of operations. The urgent care facility is already built out, but we're just only needing funding to help furnish with the equipment and supplies and recruitment of staff. So Koikini's objective is to expand the availability and accessibility of pre-acute care services for the community through the development of this urgent care facility. Urgent care centers provide more cost-effective services than emergency rooms for persons who do not require emergency services, as you all know. This would translate to savings in healthcare costs to our patients and to the community. We at Koikini believe that this project is of high value as there is no full-service urgent care center around our facility, our campus, which is where the urgent care facility would be located. That would include like Nuuanu, Lilia, Palama, Punui, Leva Heights, Dowsett Highlands, Pacific Heights, Paoa, Punchbowl, Makiki, Tantalus, Papakolea, and so forth. I believe the nearest urgent care centers are near the airport and then in the Kakako area. So Koikini is requesting $863,205 for this completion of the urgent care center and the first 9 months of operations. After the first 9 months of operations, Koikini will be responsible for maintaining the continued operations of the urgent care facility. And as you know, Koikini has been established since 1900. We are a 501c3 not-for-profit healthcare organization that provides acute medical and surgical services, emergency services, ambulatory care. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha, Chair Dela Cruz, Vice Chair Keith Agaron, Chair Yamashita, and Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the Senate Committee on Ways and Means and the House Committee on Finance. My name is Keolo Maikalani Dean, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the King Lunalilo Trust, a nonprofit more commonly known as Lunalilo Home, which has been in operation for 140 years. In our 2023 GIA application, we are requesting operating funds. Since 2007, Lunalilo Home has offered residential care, adult daycare, and kupuna tailored meals for delivery. Native Hawaiians enter their senior years with more chronic conditions than most other ethnic groups. And since the COVID-19 pandemic, the incidence of dementia has also increased significantly. For example, nearly all of our residents at Lunalilo Home are now living with some form of dementia. As a result, kupuna care needs have only increased, both for kupuna who live with their families and kupuna who live in our residential care home. While quality dementia care requires special staff training, quality Native Hawaiian dementia care requires adapting dementia care to align with Native Hawaiian practices and values. And yet, as our dementia-focused clinical training and programming needs have grown, the COVID-19 pandemic has caused the entire healthcare industry and Lunalilo Home to experience significant staff turnover and burnout and severe understaffing. This funding will enable us to adapt dementia care training to Native Hawaiian cultural practices and values, train current and new staff in culturally responsive dementia and long-term care, reinforce a culture of quality care with aloha, and develop staff recruitment and retention strategies. With your support, Lunalilo Home will be able to emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic with strong capacity to serve kupuna both in their homes and in our residential care home with aloha and excellence. Mahalo nui loa for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll take the next group. So numbers 121 to 130. Go ahead.
Okay. Aloha mai kako. I'm Andrew Rosen, Executive Director of the Native Hawaiian Chamber of Commerce, and I am deeply humbled to present to all of you today. As many entrepreneurs, micro and small businesses felt the pain of COVID, as we heard today, so have many nonprofits. Native Hawaiian Chamber is no exception. Yet, during these difficult times, we kept our doors open to malama these hard-hit businesses struggling to survive and the record number of new businesses that sprung up in 2021. To provide the resources, support, training, development, and networking business people need to survive and thrive, the Native Hawaiian Chamber of Commerce is in need of funding. One example of how we plan to use the GIA support is a program called Ho'omana, or Empower. It will help up to 150 micro and small business be aligned for success. Our goal through Ho'omana is to increase the success rate of these micro and small businesses by 20%. As you know, 50% of small businesses fail after 5 years. This program will measure actions and results to ensure participants increase their odds for long-term growth. Accomplishing our goal will drive commerce, which in turn will generate jobs and revenue for the state. We deeply appreciate your consideration on behalf of our members and the community. Mahalo nui, mahalo nui for the opportunity to present to all of you today. Have a great weekend. Mahalo.
Thank you very much.
Aloha and good afternoon. My name is Burns Yamashita. I'm the Vice President of the Nisei Veterans Legacy. The mission of the Nisei Veterans Legacy is to keep alive the story of the Nisei soldiers of World War II. Not just their contributions on the battlefields, but their contributions here in Hawaii after the war. Having proven their loyalty to the United States beyond all doubt, when they returned to Hawaii after the war, they refused to remain second-class citizens and set about changing the political, economical, and social environment to help create a more equitable and democratic society here in Hawaii. Our focus is on the youth of Hawaii because we want them to understand that the privileges and opportunities that they have today to do whatever they want to do in terms of their careers and personal aspirations did not always exist here. That people have to work very hard to give them the freedoms that they maybe take for granted today. We want to make them aware that many people worked hard and sacrificed to give them their freedoms and opportunities. We do this through several media. We have permanent and portable exhibits. In 2016, with GIA funding, we created the Hawaii Nisei Soldier exhibit at the Daniel K. Inouye International Airport. Working with the Japanese consulate, we also created a Japanese version to be placed at the Japan Airlines and All Nippon Airlines gates to help educate our Japanese visitors. We also have portable exhibits that we take around to our libraries, our shopping centers, and various venues such as the Honolulu Festival. We also sponsor the annual memorial service up at Punch Bowl each year. Thank you for the opportunity to request your support. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the next group, numbers 131 to 140.
My name is Kaylee Becerra, representing the Oahu Choral Society, and I am the vice chair of their executive board. The Oahu Choral Society has brought music of the highest artistic excellence to the people of Hawaii for nearly 30 years, and are committed to providing our island community with robust programming of all music, with a repertoire that spans the decades. According to the most recent Chorus America study, an estimated 52 million people sing in a choir in the United States alone. Participation in community choruses fulfill a basic human need, which is to belong to something bigger than ourselves. Appropriate funding will allow us to continue to perform world-renowned masterworks, including collaborative partnerships with the Hawaii Symphony Orchestra, the University of Hawaii Choral Ensembles, and also showcase local composers whose musical works celebrate the values and teachings of our unique Hawaiian culture. These concert collaborations will build relationships to help secure additional sources of funding, thus creating a sustainable loop of impactful experiences for choir and community members alike. Grant funding also allows us to continue to provide discounted tickets and offer a pay what you can type of concert attendance. Such benefits will break down financial barriers, allowing all communities to attend and enjoy the fantastic wonder of live choral and symphonic music. Professional community choirs are one of the few mediums that enable people of different ages, languages, political beliefs, religious traditions, and social classes to come together to work toward a common goal of presenting music for the enjoyment and enrichment of the community of Hawaii. As our voices become one, we create a harmony that touches all souls, bridges all gaps, and improves the quality of life for our people. On behalf of the Oahu Choral Society, we appreciate your time, continued support, and mahalo piha. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Aloha mai kako. I'm Kelina Eldridge Hanley, president of Our Pacifica, and excited to give you more insight into our grant initiative. Fact. The Pacific region is 1/3 of the Earth's surface. Polynesia is separated by seas, islands, and atolls. Our Pacifica has taken on the tremendous undertaking in bridging our geographic isolation through attainable video programs anywhere in the world. The internet has dramatically revolutionized the way we communicate and learn. Our Pacifica is dedicated to helping Native Hawaiians and other Polynesian cultures here in Hawaii to document and safeguard their music, dance, art, language, and other traditional cultural expressions by digitizing them and sharing them for all to learn, teach, and grow together. We have already created and uploaded 88 videos to our platform. This grant will help our community outreach plan, which includes hosting and filming in-person workshops to inspire cultural awareness and instill a sense of pride in our island home. We also plan to develop partnerships with local high school media programs to mentor and facilitate additional packages. These efforts will expand our existing digital library, add more contributors, and extend our reach. Lastly, as most of us understand, when our kupuna, or elders, pass away, often the cultural expertise dies with them and may be lost forever. We understand the extent of our cultural situation regarding how most of this knowledge is difficult to obtain, and we have the passion to capture the valuable knowledge and preserve it for future generations. We want to treasure and document their oral histories for all to learn from. This is necessary for us to do now so that all is not lost. Please join us in our multiple efforts to protect these precious gifts. Mahalo nui.
Thank you very much.
Aloha. My name is Dylan Brown, and I'm here to speak in support of Ocean Alliance Project's request for funding. I've had the pleasure of working with Ocean Alliance Project for the past 2 years, and I've seen firsthand the impact that they've made in the lives of the people that they serve. Our mission is to protect and preserve the marine biodiversity surrounding our southern shores. So far, we've been successful in not only educating our community on the threats that our coral reefs face, but also in training community members to be the eyes surveying our reefs. Currently, there is an emergency action plan put forward by the Division of Aquatic Resources when signs of coral bleaching, coral disease, coral predators, and invasive macroalgae are observed. However, without trained individuals surveying our reefs, without trained eyes looking out for these things, we end up acting too late. But with more trained individuals and more trained eyes surveying for these silent killers, we can protect reefs that otherwise would have been overlooked. And that's why the work that we do is critical to ensure that our reefs thrive for generations, and they continue to act as a source of environmental and economic sustainability. With funding assistance through the Grants and Aid Commission, we will be able to train more community members, survey larger areas, and expand our educational outreach. This will benefit not only the community surrounding these areas, but also the broader community that's interested in marine conservation. And that's why I believe that we at Ocean Alliance Project are one of the best candidates for this grant, as we have a proven track record of success and a deep understanding of the needs of our community. And that's why I urge you to support Ocean Alliance Project's proposal for funding, as I'm confident that it will have a significant impact on the community, a significant impact on the coral reefs, and it will be a wise investment for the future. Thank you very much, and mahalo for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. We'll take our next group of testifiers, numbers 141 through 150.
Good afternoon. My name is Trisha Kajimura. I'm with PACT, Parents and Children Together. PACT is a social services organization statewide that serves over 15,000 individuals annually with our 20 programs. Today, I'm seeking your support for our operating grant request for our 3 domestic violence shelters. Our 3 shelters are homes on Oahu in confidential locations accessed through a hotline. The Ohia Emergency Shelter can house up to 24 survivors and children for 90-day periods. The Lehua and Haleola homes can provide shelter and services for up to 1 year. These homes are always full. They make up a majority of domestic violence shelter space on Oahu. They serve the whole island and also neighbor island residents when it's not safe for them to stay on their home island. These funds will go towards ensuring 24 staffing at all 3 sites, as well as personal and household supplies for survivors. As you know, when somebody flees a domestic violence situation, at most they might have 1 bag with them and sometimes only the clothes on their back. So we also use the funds to supplement in-kind donations to purchase personal and household items for them to meet their needs and also provide comfort. Our staff provide trauma-informed services that address the high acuity of mental health needs we're seeing. Case management is critical for helping survivors on the journey from violence and trauma to self-reliance and safety. The resources provided in the program significantly improve safe outcomes for the brave survivors seeking help. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much.
Aloha and good afternoon. My name is Alyssa Lines and I'm with the Pearl Harbor Aviation Museum. We wanted to thank you for your previous support for the programs that we run. Since opening in 2006 as the steward of the Pearl Harbor Aviation battlefield, the World War II battlefield, we've received about $1.6 million in state support, but we have also given back over $4.5 million in taxes. And so we feel we've been a good partner. The support from GIA is incredibly powerful because we're able to use that to leverage support from other areas, especially across the nation. we were able to generate about $5 million to complete the Ford Island Control Tower, the historic control tower, and $3 million to complete the Aviation Learning Center. It opened in 2022, and since then has already served 3,000 Hawaii students during just the first year of operation. From January to March of this year, we welcomed 600 neighbor island students to our Aviation Learning Center, providing free or reduced travel and program admission. This year, we are seeking $300,000 to help initiate a new program called Aviation Pathways, an education effort designed to engage Hawaii students in programs, experiences, and actual training that will lead to careers in the aviation and aerospace field, provide a pathway to an aviation employment as a pilot, mechanic, or engineer, and develop interest and awareness in aviation directions amongst young students. We are collaborating with Hawaii Workforce Development Council, local schools, Civil Air Patrol, and the Junior ROTC, and engaging corporations from both Hawaii and the mainland. We've been able to receive $200,000 in scholarship support for Hawaii students aged 16 to 21 that will begin awarding in August once this Aviation Pathways program begins. Thank you so much for your support and consideration.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, representatives. My name is Gwyneth Clotton, and I'm here today representing Pacific Survivor Center. We are a Honolulu-based nonprofit whose mission is to advance health and human rights in the Hawaii Pacific region. For over a decade, Pacific Survivor Center has partnered with allied agencies, community organizations, healthcare partners to ensure that survivors of human rights abuses such as labor trafficking, sex trafficking, immigrant domestic violence, asylum seekers, and victims of torture have access to comprehensive trauma-informed medical, mental health, and other services. Thankfully, through the support of a GIA in the past, we were able to establish the Human Rights Provider Network, which coordinates care with providers across the state who are willing to provide pro bono and reduced cost health care to the survivors we serve. Our primary care into trafficking and domestic violence victims supports such things as medical, dental, mental health, allied service care. And for visa victims who are applying for the Violence Against Women Act visa, they are ineligible for any other medical care other than emergency services for the duration of their visa processing period. Thankfully, through the coordinated care of PSC and our partners, we are able to provide them with those vital services they need to heal and survive. You've also helped us build statewide capacity to inform, to provide training as resources to professionals in the community about identifying and providing trauma-informed services to victims. We've expanded our sex trafficking outreach and prevention program as a free resource to schools and youth-serving organizations through support from the GIA as well. Thank you for all that you've done, and we hope that we can continue to provide these services to our community.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll take the next group, numbers 151 to 160.
Hello, everyone. My name is Robert Daly from Residential Youth Services and Empowerment. I'm here to talk to you about our proposed clean and sober transitional living home for youth aged 18 to 24 years who are experiencing homelessness, many of whom have system involvement in foster care, incarceration, or exploitation. This is a new concept for this age range and for our state, as currently there are no sober living homes exclusively for young adults. The goal of this program is to provide transitional housing and counseling to youth around substance use, financial literacy, education, employment, and living skills. In the first year, we plan to serve at least 8 youth in the transitional housing and another 75 youth who access RISE service programs, such as our emergency shelter and drop-in site located in Kailua. Our services build resiliency, are trauma-informed, employ positive youth development, and unconditional positive regard. Youth living in our transitional housing will pay a program fee of $400 per month. Half of this fee will go into the program, while the other half will be saved and returned to the youth at the end of their stay. It's also important to note that the residents will be required to maintain 100% abstinence from drugs and alcohol. However, we recognize that relapse is a part of recovery process, and therefore residents will not be automatically exited from the program if they relapse. We will continue to support those who want to recover. Since July 2020, RISE has operated a successful transitional housing program for youth who are victims of crime. We believe that transitional housing is the best method to assist these opportunity youth, as it provides a shared living environment where youth can learn from each other while benefiting from more intensive professional social services. At RISE, we provide safe and developmentally appropriate place for youth to move out of homelessness and thrive in Hawaii. This is a program that the youth asked us for, so we're asking for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Afternoon, honorable joint committee chairs, vice chairs, members, and staff. I am Maria Nina Guerrero, the clinical director of Sounding Joy Music Therapy, humbly requesting support for expanded services to children, adults, and elders with disabilities statewide. As the only nonprofit music therapy organization in Hawaii since 2002, Sounding Joy has served over 4,000 clients in collaboration with over 200 community agencies. Yet our current waiting list of 635 individuals and families who seek but cannot afford therapy shows a need for services to the most vulnerable populations who could benefit most. We thus request funding for 16 weeks of group music therapy for 75 clients for a total attendance of 1,200. The project will enhance access to therapy for clients with a wide range of disabilities. Music therapy provides a modality for nonverbal communication and interaction to address individualized motor, cognitive, emotional, and social goals. This is of vital importance for participants with limited verbal communication, for whom conventional verbal therapies are inaccessible. As Hawaii strives to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, resources are needed to support resilience in people with disabilities, especially in underserved communities, which have been most vulnerable to the stress and disruption of the pandemic. We will thus offer music therapy to cultivate creative self-expression and build community through singing, movement, and instrument play in a safe environment, embracing diverse cultural traditions, fostering equal partnership among participants, and respecting the inherent value and dignity of each individual's contributions. Mahalo for your time, consideration, and tremendous efforts.
Thank you.
Aloha. Thanks for all the time and attention. My name's Quinn Vittum, Executive Director of Reuse Hawaii. And we're on a mission to reduce waste and provide green jobs and cultivate the circular economy. As some of you know, our core program is providing an alternative to conventional demolition, where we disassemble buildings in the opposite order that they're built, so we can save all the material for reuse and recycling. What this helps is get away from the linear economy into a circular economy, where we can be better stewards of the environment and the resources that we already have. As an island community, we really have to do all that we can, as you know, to keep material out of the landfill and provide affordable resources to folks. So with your help, we're planning to divert 660 tons of material from the landfill, train and employ 50 workforce development participants. This is one of our new programs that I'm really excited about, where we're employing and training folks that have barriers to employment. And then we're also reducing greenhouse gases through the recovery of material, because there's a lot of embodied energy in material. So when we recover the resource, we're also recovering all the energy that was originally invested into it. So we'll be reducing that by 510 tons of greenhouse gas. And lastly, we'll be serving 22,000 community members through our redistribution centers. This is where people can go and source the material in Kaka'ako and also on Hawaii Island. So thanks so much for all the help and support, and really appreciate your time. Mahalo.
Thank you very much.
Senators and representatives, thank you very much for your time this afternoon. I'm Dan Epstein, President and CEO of Special Olympics Hawaii. Approximately 2 years ago, we moved into our new home in Ewa Beach, our hub to serve over 3,500 athletes with intellectual disabilities across the state in support of our year-round sports training and competition program in over 10 sports. We do inclusive programming in over 70 schools, and we've got a robust health screening and fitness programming addressing inequities of access for healthcare for people with intellectual disabilities, all at no cost to any participant. Our new home serves as a venue for training, for small competitions, fitness programs, youth activities, medical screenings, blood drives, and social interactions for our athletes and their families. And we thank the state for your past and continued support of our program. We've submitted a 2023 GIA request for capital support, and this support will provide critical infrastructure to our new home to enhance the safety and utility of our campus by providing landscaping, irrigation, and fencing so we can fully utilize the entire property. Funds will also provide spaces, shade, and seating for athletes, families, spectators, and volunteers. And the landscaping will provide needed barriers to prevent erosion and runoff on the perimeter of the property and create new usable spaces for athlete awards ceremonies and staging areas. Fencing provides obvious security measures to protect the property so that we can safely serve our community. We greatly appreciate all that you do to support the great work of the nonprofit community. So many great things that we've listened to today. And without your support, we want you to know that many of these projects would be unattainable. So we thank you very much for your consideration of our request.
Thank you very much.
Aloha mai kako, o Mike Sarmiento, ko inoa, o makaha maio. I'm excited to be here as representing Purple Maya. My position there is Vice President of Educational Design, and I'm excited to talk about Halau Hikili, one of the projects that we're proposing. I want to start by saying and thinking about, if we want to have that flourishing and innovative future that we all dream for our keiki and for our kids, then we have to invest in education. And that's what this is about. So I'm going to read through some of my notes because there's a lot I want to say, but I only have 2 minutes. So I want to talk about Halau Hikili, or Thunder Academy. I love that name. And it's a first of its kind early college program, which allows high school students to take college courses taught by WCC professors for free. Students receive both high school credit and college credit. I want to highlight a couple of things that make this program innovative and a little bit different. So the first thing is that we all know when kids are exposed to college early, the benefits are a multiplier, right? One, there's studies that say school GPA goes up. There's studies that say students are more likely to continue on to college when they get early exposure. And there's studies that also say that money, right? If we get some college credits early, it's our overall college cost is going to go down. So those pieces are really important. Unfortunately, part of the issue is that many of our Native Hawaiian students don't take advantage of these courses and are able to get to those resources. So we're building this program with Native Hawaiians in mind. A couple of things that make it a little bit different is it's not just early college at your high school. They'll actually be at Windward Community College taking courses during the day. So 2 to 3 days a week they'll spend on a college campus. So you can think about early college classes, but also exposure to college life. life and what that feels like and what that means for someone who's ever been on a college campus to actually take classes on a college campus. Wow, that was fast. Thank you very much. Aloha Kili. I would love to talk story to anybody. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll take the next group, numbers 161 to 170.
Hi, aloha chairs, vice chairs, and committee members. I'm Paula Akana, Executive Director of the Friends of Iolani Palace. Our mission to protect and restore Iolani Palace and share that very important message of Hawaii with the world. Many people come to the islands and don't know anything about us except that we became a state, and they don't even know what happened in becoming a state. So for many, coming to Iolani Palace is really the only chance to share that history with them. We're asking for your support in our GIA request to help with restoration work on the State of Hawaii Museum of Monarchy History. Despite the massive restoration work that was done in the 70s, we consistently find the need to fix, repair, and restore. She's 141 years old this year. And so a lot needs help. We just brought back Kama'aina Sundays. I was super successful. That'll be once a month. We're really exciting about that. But I was talking to a group who was walking through on Kama'aina Sunday, and one of my favorite places to stand is at the door upstairs that looks out onto King Street. And I tell them how the Queen, Kapi'olani, stood there and watched her husband's body be brought in, King Kalakau, and how sad she was. Well, Kama'aina Sunday, a little girl didn't hear the first part. She just heard the part that the Queen was sad. And she said, "Auntie, is the Queen sad because the glass is cracked?" So part of this GIA will go to help fix those very special, unique glass in the windows, and will also go to repairing the windowsills for over 120 of the windows and doors. And it's very labor intensive. They've been really battered by the sun. The door you can actually see through with some of the pukas. So this money will help us in restoring the palace and restoring those windows and doors. And we thank you for your continued support over the years. Thank you very much. Aloha.
Thank you very much.
Aloha. My name is Jermaine Myers, and I'm the Center Operations Manager of the Susanna Wesley Community Center located in the heart of Kalihi. Next year, Susanna Wesley will celebrate 125 years serving our community. Our mission is to serve as an instrument of God's love to nurture, offer hope, and enhance the well-being of the people we serve. Throughout our journey, we evolved to meet the current needs of the community. Our initial endeavor was caring for abandoned and orphaned children through an orphanage, the Susanna Wesley Home, providing a safe place of support and learning. Today, with a small workforce of 23 employees and a primary focus on the needs of the Kalihi community, we provide family and youth services, educational advancement support, opportunities to earn high school equivalency, home-based parenting, case management services to victims of human trafficking, and emergency food and diaper assistance. Prior to COVID-19, Kalihi had among the highest rates of families struggling with poverty. Throughout the pandemic, with creativity, we provided in-person support to our families. From fiscal year 2020 to fiscal year 2022, we provided rental housing assistance to 1,000 plus households, assisted over 300 households apply for the City Section 8 wait list, distributed over 180,000 pounds of food, benefiting over 41,000 individuals, and provided 340 babies and toddlers with diaper assistance. Susanna Wesley Community Center seek your support in developing a master plan of our facilities for our future. Mahalo, kekahi I kekahi.
Thank you very much.
Aloha, Chair. vice chairs, and members of the committee. I'm Melissa Ahomongo, interim CEO of St. Francis Healthcare System and Foundation. Hawaii's population that is over 60 is growing rapidly, whereby about 27% of Hawaii's population will be over age 60 by the year 2030, which will be an increase of 33% from 2012. It's in 2012 where the Sisters of St. Francis and St. Francis Healthcare System recognized that Hawaii's kupuna population was rapidly increasing and made a commitment to fill the needs of seniors and their family caregivers. Many of you may be caregivers to your elder parents, grandparents, or even aunties and uncles. St. Francis Healthcare System receives calls every day from caregivers like many of you who struggle to understand how to care for their aging parents, have been referred for end-of-life comfort care or hospice care, want to give bedbound grandma or grandpa a bath but don't feel comfortable doing so safely. During the pandemic, we saw firsthand how many in our community did not have the same access to care as others. Many kupuna did not have reliable transportation to go to their doctor's appointments. As a result, ended up not going. They could not make telehealth visits because they did not have computers or did not know how to use them. We saw very clearly how health equity and digital equity in our community are often one and the same. Our grant and aid request will allow St. Francis Healthcare System to improve access to care. The GIA funds will be used for IT infrastructure upgrades for our St. Francis call center, the first place many turn to for help. These upgrades will allow us to help families navigate the complex and fragmented healthcare system for our kupuna. In addition, your support of this request will help us, all of us who love not only our own kupuna, but the kupuna of Hawaii. The support that is needed to create healthy communities and provide equitable access to care where no one is left behind. Mahalo for your support.
Thank you very much.
Aloha, Mickey Ala Lidstone of the Uluwa'e Learning Center. You know, last week, Tuesday, our after-school students were invited to blow the poo and do the opening oli for the mayor's State of the City address in Honolulu. And as we were walking to the building, one of the fifth graders, Hokule'a, looked at me. She said, "Kumu, will Darius Kila be here?" And I looked down at her and I said, "Well, probably not, because this is a city event and Darius Kila is a state representative." And then I explained the difference to her, and she thought, "Oh, that's interesting." And she said, "There's a lot of tall people here. I think Darius will show up." But, Hokule'a is one of the over 300 students we serve each year through our out-of-school programs that serve elementary and middle school students in Ewa, Kapolei, and Nanakuli. Our learning center is located in Kalailoa, an opportunity zone, which is also in the Campbell-Kapolei complex, the largest DOE complex in the entire state, with over 17,000 students attending DOE schools and not enough safe after-school spaces for children to go while their parents are at work or still on the road in traffic. We feel a large demand in our community for out-of-school programs. There are hundreds of parents who can't get into an on-campus after-school program because of staffing shortages, and there's no room for their child, or they're at a school where there's no after-school program. So where do these children go? When schools are closed, we are open. We operate and we are open 275 days of the year. We run 13 different out-of-school program sessions to serve the various interests and learning styles in our communities. We pick up students from their schools in our 15-passenger vans. Right now, we pick up from 7 different schools in Ewa, Kapolei, and Nanakuli. We bring them to our learning center where they receive homework help, hana no'eau lessons, land stewardship experiences. Support from this GIA request will provide critical care for our children and youth of working parents on the west side of Oahu. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will take the next group, numbers 171 to 180.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. My name is Mark Papilla, and I am a peer mentor for United Self-Help. Assistant to the Executive Director, Bud Bowles. He is currently educating Radford students. He was unable to make it today. I will read his statement. Thank you for your, sorry, bad lighting. Thank you for your consideration of our grant and aid application to provide mental health peer mentoring. I have been appreciative of the advocacy so many of you in the legislature have shown towards addressing the complex issues of mental health, substance abuse, and homelessness in our community, and for the work of so many of the organizations with applications here today. With all of the resources provided towards addressing mental health, one very necessary and very effective component seems to be continuously resourced, under-acknowledged, and that is peer mentoring. I am here to ask that the legislature remedy that gap for the benefit of the mental health continuum of care and the vulnerable people that it aims to help. United Self-Help remains the only autonomous peer-to-peer support and mentoring entity in the state of Hawaii. Founded by consumers for consumers in 1984, the United Self-Help purpose and goal has been to create a fully consumer-managed organization that fosters empowerment, engagement, and peer-supported recovery. The goal of this grant and aid application is to expand the reach of our peer mentoring activities at a time when mental health, substance abuse, and homelessness are on all of our minds, as well as the daily news. What I believe sets United Self-Help's application apart is that it seeks to provide a comprehensive peer mentoring system, which the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Administration has identified as a necessary and unique component of any behavioral health continuum of care. SAMHSA goes on to state that peer support
Thank you very much.
offers...
If you can wrap up this sentence.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, chairs and committee members. My name is Cindy Yee. I'm the CFO at Waianae Coast Comprehensive Health Center, which serves the healthcare needs of the Waianae Coast and the surrounding West Oahu communities since 1972. In 2022, the health center served 35,000 patients, of which 72% were Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islanders, and Asian, and 71% were at or below 100% of the federal poverty level. Our first request is to help support our health center's ability to maintain a full emergency department for the Waianae Coast community, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Since 2008, the Department of Health funding helped to subsidize the cost to be open from midnight to 8 a.m. Although the state subsidy support is truly valued, there has not been an increase in support for 15 years to compensate for the growing population, operating costs, and healthcare complexities of our patients. This additional funding is truly needed. Our second request is for renovations and vital medical equipment to prepare our clinic site for our new family medicine residency program, which will be starting up in 2024 that will help to address the shortage of primary care providers in Hawaii. According to a recent University of Hawaii report, the state of Hawaii has a shortage of almost 800 physicians. We plan to establish a teaching health center for this program, and therefore this funding is essential to create a community-based educational pipeline that will reduce the physician shortage by training and retaining them in Hawaii. Thank you for your time and support.
Thank you very much.
You and all. Yeah. How are you? Long day? Sorry I had to wait this long to come and talk with you, but here I am. I'm Bev Harvin. I am the CEO of the Wahiawa Center for Community Health. I am here actually speaking on behalf of the communities of Mililani, Wahiawa, and Waialua, who have come to our health center to ask us to please help them with the problems that we are seeing with our keiki in the schools. The incidence of behavioral health, lack of health care is really showing itself in Central Oahu. We are the only federally qualified health center in that area, and we are a lookalike. Therefore, we are not funded by the federal government. We're a legacy project of Senator Danny Noy, who actually started the health center. But now we need your help to help our keiki with what is going on in Central Oahu. Our mental health problems, our health problems are immense. There's over 15,000 students. We have a few Hawai'i keiki nurses, but it's insufficient to help. We plan to get into the schools, and we have MOUs being executed to deliver preventative and clinical care, dental services, wraparound services for social determinants of health, family engagement, social and emotional support, and community engagement. This is being asked by the health center to please help the community. And on their behalf, Wahiawa Health is here to ask you to help our community by helping Wahiawa Health support getting into the schools and helping our keiki. Mahalo, and you're almost over. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll take the last grouping numbers. Go ahead.
Aloha, Senator Dela Cruz, Senator Keith Agan, Representative Yamashita, Representative Kitagawa, Senators, Representatives, Hawaii veterans, and guests. My name is Lynn Mariano, and I'm representing the Veterans of Foreign War, Post 8616, the Diamond Head Post. I'm here today to request your support for a $72,000 grant to fund an exploratory survey and study to build a global war on terrorism memorial and statuary retreat next to the Vietnam and Korean War memorials located on the other side of this beautiful state capitol grounds. It's GIA 177. VFW Post 8616 is a 501c19 nonprofit organization chartered in June 3, 1984, and is in good standing with the State of Hawaii Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs. Our post has over 120 members who serve in combat areas in foreign theaters operations during conflict. Some of our members are single and multiple combat tour veterans, active duty, retired, and military service members. Our post is also affiliated with the Student Veterans of America Association at the University of Hawaii, Manoa. Our post is one of 21 VFW posts in all major Hawaiian islands and America Samoa, with over 4,000 members under the VFW Department of Hawaii. If this GIA is approved, our post will reach out to the VFW state headquarters, other VFW posts, other veteran organizations, and veteran service providers for input and or volunteer assistance statewide. Our goal and objectives for this Global War on Terrorism Memorial and Statuary Retreat is to honor the fallen comrades in arms and to provide a place for a solemn retreat for our veterans to reflect, meditate, and heal. The Global War of Terrorism, as you know, started September 11, 2001 on American soil, and then went to the Middle East, to Afghanistan, Iraq, and in 2003. We have over 117,000 veterans in the state of Hawaii, which is 105,000 men and women that serve. Your assistance will help us with the Gold family members and the service members so that future generations can see what the sacrifice that we've had for the state of Hawaii and the country worldwide. Thank you. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the next grouping, we have numbers 181 to 186. So I'm guessing it's whoever is here. Number 181 to 186.
Aloha and good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jennifer Townsend, and I'm a Senior Executive Director for the YMCA of Honolulu. I will be testifying for two GIAs today. The first is a GIA request in support of the Leeward YMCA Early Learning Program Building Expansion. We also received a federal community directed spending grant in 2022 to help with the operational expansion. Together, it will provide a significant resource to the Waipahu community, which is designated as a low-income community opportunity zone and a city and county designated childcare desert. We have high concentrations of immigrant populations, Alice families, and Native Hawaiian families that are not, and there are just simply not enough options to meet that demand. Our GIA request for 1.6 million will provide funding to renovate one of the iconic Oahu sugar mill buildings on our site. These resources would provide 2 additional classrooms for Keiki and more than double the number of kids we serve. The second GIA request the YMCA has submitted is in support of our mental wellness program for youth. In a recent study, mental health experts from across the country expressed a very high level of concern that we are in a second pandemic of mental health problems with not enough resources and approaches to help people. Additionally, according to an article by Civil Beat on youth mental health, depression and anxiety have doubled during the pandemic. In 2021, emergency room visits for suicide attempts shot up 51% for adolescent girls and 4% for adolescent boys compared to 2019. The need is now, and if it continues unaddressed, it will cause permanent damage to youth mental health. The Y looks to provide prevention and intervention services to youth in the gap, which are these between healthy and clinically diagnosed and under a doctor's care. We're grateful for your consideration of our 2 GIAs and hope both can be funded. Mahalo.
Thank you very much.
Afternoon. We're actually 187 with the YWCA Oahu.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Hamano. I'm the Director of Economic Advancement at the YWCA Oahu. Our GIA request this year is for operating funds in the amount of $250,000 to support Dress for Success Honolulu. In 2023, Dress for Success Honolulu marks 20 years in this community. We've been a program under the YWCA of Oahu, which celebrated its 120th year in 2020. Since that time, we've served more than 6,000 women that have been referred to us by our partner community-based organizations. A majority of the clients we serve are TANF eligible, experiencing homelessness, survivors of domestic violence, and receiving government benefits. Our GIA requests will allow us to continue providing services that are trauma-informed. They offer a continuum of care and support through a woman's employment journey and is a very individualized service. When we think of our particular niche in this community in terms of how we can best support women through this journey, I think the 3 things that I just mentioned, in terms of being able to offer individualized support is probably the most important thing that we do. And the fact that we're here for their entire employment journey. We help them find a job, we support them through that, and then we help them reach financial independence, which is the goal of the program. We try to build confidence in them to help them land jobs, and then we support them through that. We've been providing services in the community that include personal styling, financial literacy, a professional women's group that is meant to help them maintain their jobs. We're also providing one-to-one job counseling that includes resume help and interview prep. So we thank you for your consideration. We hope to continue this work.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone here who did not get a chance to testify on your GIA? Oh, yes, come on up.
For this opportunity to testify. My name is Sandra Pohl, and I'm the Executive Director of the Downtown Arts Center. We are an arts and culture community center in the heart of Honolulu. DAC is the umbrella agency for 8 collaborating volunteer arts nonprofits. We use a shared space concept to provide art exhibitions, art classes, workshops for all ages and skill levels, and all at a affordable rate. The DAC is a destination location positioning art, culture, and creativity as essential elements of a sustainable economic development and creative tourism strategy. We believe the arts brings people together and improves the quality of life for all. The DAC is in the Chinatown Gateway Plaza, a city and county building. We have the opportunity to expand into 5 spaces, totaling 18,000 square feet. We will be able to serve more people and offer more programs. We will also establish 6 new creative maker spaces that are not many of them are not available to the general public at this time. We are asking the legislature for $400,000. We are raising matching funds and resources from other sources and through our own fundraising efforts. The DAC proposal is good public policy because the arts mean business. Money spent locally on the arts stays in the local economy longer. Arts and culture generate the tax revenues far beyond the government investment that you will be providing. On average, for every dollar invested into the local arts nonprofit, $6 in taxes are generated. Thank you for your support.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wanting to testify on their GA? No? Okay. So thank you to everyone who did in-person testimony. We are going to take a short recess before we start with our Zoom testifiers. So recess. Today's joint WAM and Finance informational briefing for GIA's back to order. So thank you to everyone who has been waiting patiently on Zoom for your turn to provide your testimony. What we will do is we will go through the list alphabetically. I will call out your organization's name, and if at that point you could please unmute yourself, and if you have your video working, if you could put your video on, and you will have 2 minutes to testify, and then we will move on to the next. Okay, so first up, we have 808 cleanups. Are you present? Not present. Okay.
Not present, Chair.
Okay, Adult Friends for Youth. Okay, not present. Next up,
Present, Chair.
Adult Friends for Youth, go ahead. You might be muted. Are you?
Oh, can you hear me now? It wasn't allowing us to unmute.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Aloha, all senators and representatives. I know it's been a long day. My name is Lisa Tamashiro, and I'm the Director of Operations and Special Programs at Adult Friends for Youth. Our mission is to redirect lives, to stop violence, and create safer schools and communities. We all know and have heard nonstop that the COVID pandemic has exacerbated many societal issues. And, we've seen it firsthand, right? We've seen an increase in blatant violence, and have been contacted by many schools regarding these behaviors. AFI works diligently, persistently, creatively to outreach to populations that will not walk into doors to receive services. Our mobility and outreach and group work allows us to actively engage the youth into services to help redirect their behavior. We're providing services currently from Kaimuki to Waianae, and we've been asked to expand our programs to other schools as well as communities on the windward side. We are requesting, we have 2 applications in. We're requesting funding for operational to continue and expand our services for these other schools, as well as we are requesting a CIP funding to purchase a property. Through the pandemic, we identified it was very difficult to conduct multiple group sessions on our property when the schools and many services were shut down. At one point, we were conducting online classes outside in the parking lot. So a property would really help us enhance our services to the high-risk, vulnerable youth who just need the extra attention, care, and love. We thank you for the opportunity and the continued support of Adult Friends for Youth.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have After School All-Stars Hawaii.
Aloha, my name is Paula Fitzell from After School All-Stars Hawaii. We provide free after-school programs every school day and during summertime to over 2,600 students each year, on average 990 students every day. We provide these services in 12 Title I middle and intermediate schools on Oahu and Hawaii Island, and 77% of the students we served are classified as socioeconomically disadvantaged. We provide instruction in youth leadership, service learning, high school transition, career exploration and college preparedness, vape prevention, and hands-only CPR and first aid, among a host of other enrichment and sports classes. As evidenced by data collected in collaboration with the Department of Education, students who participate in after-school All-Stars programs are less likely to be chronically absent, have decreased behaviors at school, and improve their grades. For our students, sports is a huge motivator to attend program and succeed at school. After School All-Stars request funding for our Sports as a Hook project, which will engage 2,400 at-risk middle school youth in a variety of beneficial academic, social activities using sports to encourage their involvement. It also provides access to competitive sports to students who might not otherwise engage in sports due to money and opportunity constraints. To conceptualize the level of need of our students, our programs all operate sports shoe libraries, as we need to loan sneakers and cleats to students to enable them to take part in sport. as many of them do not own and cannot afford appropriate shoes to safely participate. Participation in games is dependent upon students attending school and program, having no failing grades and no behaviours, therefore motivating middle school students to achieve at school. As our students are still feeling the effects of learning loss due to the COVID pandemic, we ask you to consider to help provide academic performance and provide a variety of other social, health and educational benefits by recommending our project for support. Many thanks for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Alexander and Baldwin Sugar Museum.
Aloha.
Hi,
and
go
thank
ahead.
you. Thank you for the opportunity to present. I am Holly Buland, Assistant Director of the nonprofit Alexander and Baldwin Sugar Museum. This Sugar Museum is the only organization on Maui dedicated to the preservation of the sugar era. Our responsibility to educate the public about this time in Hawaii's history has never been more important since the closing of the Pu'unene Mill in 2016, which was the largest and longest lasting operating mill in the state. Since the museum opened in 1987, we have received over 1 million visitors and provided educational services for over 58,000 students. The Sugar Museum and its annex building were constructed in 1902, and they are the only remaining structures in Camp Punene, part of the once thriving sugar town of the same name, which was home to hundreds of families that worked in the fields and in the mill. It was part of a vibrant community of nearly 10,000 people, most of them immigrants from all over the world who, looking for a better life, answered the island's call for labor to fuel the sugar industry. These two buildings are the last and all that remain in their place of origin. They stand as testament to the influence of the sugar industry and plantation life. They are a reminder of the endurance of the people and how their descendants went on to shape the cultural and social fabric of the island and state as we know it today. Funding from the CIP grant will assist us in protecting our harvesting equipment, maintaining our buildings, and preserving our archival collection. They are priceless and irreplaceable. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Alexander and Duke DeRego Foundation.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Aloha, my name is Shirley DeRego. I am the president and founder of the Alex and Duke DeRego Foundation. There is no greater reason to commit your life to change than when tragedy happens directly to you. You use that experience to exact change for the betterment of mankind. The Alex and Duke DeRego Foundation is a nonprofit 501c3 charitable organization that was established December 29, 2011, after the tragic deaths of my 12-year-old son, Alexander, who drowned while on a camping trip. 5 years later, in 2010, his 14-year-old brother, Duke, died of a brain injury when he was thrown for a golf cart where immediate medical attention was unavailable. The Alex and Duke DeRego Foundation provides ocean water safety education to middle school students on Hawaii Island, more specifically in the South Kohala, North Kohala, and rural school communities of Hamakua. Our program is designed to guide middle school youth to fully understand and appreciate the importance of water safety and ocean awareness. We focus on preventive measures that teach first aid safety knowledge, physical skill instruction, and a combination of classroom curriculum and ocean beach setting. Such learning occurs through guidance and experience in a nurturing environment with skilled leaders in ocean water safety education. The Alex and Duke DeRego Foundation's mission is to create a culture where ocean water safety education is a way of life. The approval of our GI grant request will enable our organization to enlarge our footprint on Hawaii Island to include the school districts of West Hawaii, East Hawaii, impacting a greater number of youth on Hawaii Island annually. I humbly ask for your consideration and approval of the Alex and Duke DeRego Foundation's GI grant request. Mahalo and aloha.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Aloha House, Inc.
Aloha, thank you for allowing us this opportunity. Aloha House, sometimes we get confused with a hotel or Airbnb because of our name, but we're in a much more serious business than that, and that is substance use treatment and mental health treatment services. We provide these services for Maui County residents, including a residential program, outpatient treatment, crisis support, a variety of services that end up helping about 5,000 people every year. And today I'm here to testify to ask for your support for our application for CIP funding. At our residential substance abuse treatment program, we're seeking to build a new dormitory to expand our program. Currently in our residential treatment, we serve about 325 people a year. The new dorm will allow us to increase our capacity by 25%. And so far, we've raised funds for the planning and design, and that's almost complete. We're in the permitting phase. We're seeking funds for construction. We expect the cost to be about 1.3 to 1.5 million. And so we have submitted a grant and aid application for $500,000. We hope that you can consider our request, and we appreciate your support. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Aloha Ilio Rescue. Not here.
Present, Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you. Next, we have Aloha Performing Arts Company.
Not present, Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have ALS Ohana of Hawaii.
Not present, Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Alternative Structures International.
Not present as well, Chair.
Amazing Grace Ministries Hawaii. Oh, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Joanna Gomez, Executive Director, and I'm speaking on behalf of Amazing Grace Ministries Hawaii. Amazing Grace Ministries Hawaii is a 501c3 established in December of 2011. We offer after-school learning-based programs for underprivileged youth in our community. And the struggling communities surrounding us deal with crime, poverty, lack of access to higher education, and mental health issues. From various studies for youth living in extreme poverty, community-based programs focused on youth development are one strategy to improve health and well-being outcomes. So we currently provide career development programs that help strengthen entrepreneurial leadership, character development, media literacy, and opportunities for community service. Our creative media program increases creativity using audio, visual, camera, and lighting equipment. And participants have benefit in learning media production and cultivating original ideas. About 80% of our participants are primary first-generation Filipinos who exhibit a lack of social interaction and ability to express their concerns, ideas, and needs. Our leadership development program have allowed our participants to engage in community service activities and team building exercises. And as a result, they're able to apply what they have learned to implement projects to serve the needs in the neighboring communities. Overall, students will develop skills relevant to success in adulthood and workplace, such as decision-making, working with others, and learning effective communication. These aspects will be used as a stepping stone in their future careers. With your support, the funds requested will allow us to expand the program resources, partner with other communities, provide transportation, and increase our capacity of underprivileged and at-risk youth in the community. Thank you for allowing me to testify and share our passion in transforming and enabling the youth of Oahu to make an impact in the community. Mahalo, and thank you for considering your investment on our future leaders.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have ARC of Maui County.
Aloha, my name is Aspen Walwork. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of ARC of Maui County and ARC of Maui County Molokai Residents, which is up next on the agenda. We've submitted 2 GIA grants this year, one under each company. Our first request is for ARC of Maui County in the amount of $346,000 or $874 for a complete roof replacement on our current shingle roofs to metal roofs on 3 of our licensed group homes on Maui. This also includes the removal, storage, and reinstallation of PV and solar panels on the homes. All 3 homes are licensed by the state of Hawaii as intermediate care facilities, also known as ICF, and they meet all state and federal regulations. These homes provide the highest level of care available to adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We are the largest residential provider in Maui County with 5 group homes. Our homes provide 24-hour supervised care with an emphasis on health and safety, and is designed to promote a high quality of living with a primary focus of community integration and self-determination. Each resident receives support with daily living skills, personal care, food preparation, medication administration, nursing services, behavioral support, and transportation services. We have provided services to the developmentally disabled community in Maui County for almost 70 years, since 1954. We opened our first group home in 1982 and have more than 40 years of housing experience. About 40% of our residents have been with us since the 90s, over 25 years, and our newest resident just made 1 year with us. We have 2 homes in Kahului and a third in Kihei. All 3 homes have original shingle roofs since they were built, and making them about 30 to 40 years old. We are looking to change from the metal asphalt shingle roof to metal roof, which doubles its lifespan, is highly durable, more eco-friendly, and carries a longer warranty for us.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Association of Unit Owners of Puamoho Camp.
Not present, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Ballet Hawaii.
Not present, Chair.
Thank you. Next, Big Brothers Big Sisters Hawaii, Inc. Go ahead.
Aloha, my name is Tyler Kurashiki. I'm the Chief Operations Officer for Big Brothers Big Sisters Hawaii. And it's been a long day, so thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. We're respectfully requesting $225,000 to help fund our core program that supports youth through mentorship on Oahu, Maui, and Kauai. Since 1964, our services have been dedicated to supporting youth that don't have access to mentoring relationships. We professionally pair and support each relationship, helping youth to build confidence, improve mental health, support transitions from adolescence to adulthood, and inspire their future goals. 1 in 3 children grew up without having a mentor in their life. The 2 biggest barriers are not knowing how to find a mentor and family income. Since the pandemic, the needs for access to caring adults has grown and is disproportionately affecting our most vulnerable youth and families. Our program helps to reach these youth and families. I want to end by sharing an example that highlights the impact of our program. Every year, we honor 2 youth and their mentors. The youth is celebrated for their growth and the mentors for their commitment. This year, we honored 1 relationship on Oahu and another one on Maui. The youth on Oahu has been with his mentor for 8 years, since 2015. He's now in high school and has a 3.9 GPA. The mom credits his mentor for changing his life trajectory. Despite the hardships her son endured as a child, he's making healthy lifestyle choices. He enjoys sports, he enjoys the outdoors, and most importantly, he's responsible and considerate. His mentor is now a part of their family. They've attended the mentor's wedding, they've celebrated her daughter's graduation together, they've even shared Christmas dinner. This life-changing connection is the type of impact our programs have for hundreds of kids across Oahu, Maui, and Kauai. So thank you for your consideration of supporting our program. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Big Island Mediation, Inc.
Aloha, my name is Eric Paul, and I'm the Executive Director of Big Island Mediation. Our mission is simple. We help people resolve conflict, and we do this through community mediation, peer mediation in our local schools, and restorative justice programs. While many of you may know our work through the landlord-tenant mediations we've spearheaded, I'm testifying today for your support in building out our restorative justice work for victim offender conferencing. West Hawaii Mediation Center is seeking funding to expand our restorative justice emphasis in the community, both in our engagement with local schools and the Office of the Prosecuting Attorney for restorative conferencing as an alternative to criminal charges in court proceedings. In May of 2022, House Resolution 143 was adopted by the 31st legislative session. The resolution urges funding to be directed toward restorative justice programs. West Hawaii Mediation Center is partnering with the Office of the Prosecuting Attorney to do just that. Studies show that restorative justice programs reduce crime, reduce repeat offenses, divert individuals from the criminal justice system, reduce the costs of criminal justice, increase crime victims' healing and well-being, reduce the backlog of court cases, and provide victims and offenders with greater satisfaction than traditional criminal justice often allows. The last 2 years, this work has seen amazing success on the Big Island. Over 200 cases have been completed, 60% of which are juvenile cases. 99% of those who participated fulfilled their restitution agreements and have not reoffended, compared to a recidivism rate of 63% for the state. The Restorative Justice Program Manager on the Big Island says that growing this partnership with the prosecutor's office would double the amount of cases our county could hold. The judiciary has yet to make funds available within their budget for such processes, and it will be 1 to 2 years for Restorative Justice Program to be implemented, while state GIA funds would enable this work to grow now. Mahalo for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Big Island Resource Conservation and Development Council.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, I am Franny Brewer. I'm the manager of the Big Island Invasive Species Committee, but I'm here representing Big Island Resource Conservation and Development Council, which serves as a fiscal sponsor for a number of nonprofits on our island. So I'm going to be providing testimony for 2 partners and 3 GIA applications. So I apologize in advance for talking very quickly. First, our application for BISC is for the continuation of work that we began in 2015 after the devastation visited upon our island during Tropical Storm Iselle. The storm left damage equal to a level 1 hurricane due to the presence of 1 invasive species, Albizia trees. In the years since, BISC has worked with agencies such as Hawaiian Electric and HDOT to mitigate the hazards along identified priority corridors, controlling 200-foot tall trees that drop massive branches onto cars, roads, catchment tanks, power lines, and homes. In 2021, we completed phase 1 of 5 of our mitigation efforts along the last major route that was identified in the plan, Kahakai Boulevard. We are asking today for funding to complete phase 2 of that Kahakai Boulevard project and advance the effort to ensure safe egress and emergency access for this vulnerable community. The second partner I'm offering testimony for is Hawaii Ulu Cooperative, which has 2 CIP applications with Big Island RC&D to upgrade infrastructure at 2 facilities. The Honalo Marshalling Yard in Kona is the co-op's flagship aggregation and manufacturing plant, serving 150 small farmers across 4 islands. Honalo is owned by the state and has not been materially improved since it was constructed in 1993. Proposed improvements would quadruple chill storage space for fresh and frozen crops to 2 million pounds per year of indigenous staples such as ulu and kalo. The second facility is the Alai Post-Harvest Facility in Hilo, a shared-use food hub benefiting hundreds of diversified farms on our island. Alai users include Go Farm Hawaii students and value-added farm business, and proposed improvements there would increase chill storage by a factor of 8, helping the facility comply with food safety regulations. Both projects would increase taxable revenues from the agricultural sector, create vital market opportunities for small farmers, ensure community access to culturally appropriate nutritious food, increase food security, and help meet state-to-institution goals. Mahalo.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, we have Bike Share Hawaii.
Not present, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Bobby Benson Center.
Not present, Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Bottles for College.
Not present, Chair.
Thank you. Next, Boy Scouts of America Aloha Council.
Aloha. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Chairs, vice chairs, committee members, my name is Lyle Tabata. Unlike all the other previous speakers, I'm the guy, boots on the ground, delivering the program to our youth on the island of Kauai. As you may have noticed, this GIA grant is for infrastructure improvements to our Camp Allen Fire up in the Waimea Canyon district of Kauai. Through Boy Scouts of America and Aloha Council Hawaii, we call ourselves Scouts America now, because we now include girls, females in our program. We have served over 3,400 youth with over 2,000 volunteers, of which I am one. We have delivered over 100,000 hours of service to our local communities throughout the state. And scouting in Hawaii, Boy Scouting in Hawaii has been in Hawaii since 1910. So to get to the bottom line is, when we deliver a program to the kids in our communities, of which I've helped over 48 youth become Eagle Scouts on this island, facilities are a key part of our delivery of the program, especially now that we have young women joining our ranks. We need to keep separation and we need to have facilities that are capable of being able to support the youth. So I ask for this grant to be considered seriously for us, especially for the youth of Kauai. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Boys and Girls Club of Maui.
Not present, Chair.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Next-
they are present.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Aloha, good afternoon, everyone. My name's Thomas Dea, Director of Operations with the Boys and Girls Clubs of Maui. Thank you all for your time and support today. I know it's a long day. It's an honor to be here on behalf of the thousands of youth we serve to tell you about a program that changes lives and how together we can make a difference in so many more. The Boys and Girls Clubs of Maui is a nonprofit youth serving organization with 6 clubhouses across the island that enables all youth, especially those who need us the most, to reach their full potential as productive, caring, and responsible citizens. We do this by providing an umbrella of high-quality programming in character and leadership, healthy lifestyles, the arts, sports, fitness and recreation, education, and workforce development. We cover all areas for our youth. Our clubs serve youth 9 to 17 years old when they're most at risk, Monday through Friday, after school and on school out days, providing them with a safe, fun, positive environment, supportive relationships, opportunities, expectations, and recognition, all for free of charge since the pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, we only charged $5 a year. Our mission doesn't stop there. There are many more areas and youth that need us on Maui, and that's why we're asking for your support today. To expand our efforts and meet kids where they are by creating clubs on the go in 2 retrofitted buses with staffing, supplies, and other expenses included in our request. From there, we'll work with our diverse funding sources to sustain our clubs on the go for futures to come. These mobile units will allow Boys and Girls Clubs of Maui to strategically target the youth that are most in need of our services in low-income and/or rural communities. Clubs on the Go will provide our program services, positive adult connections, and peer-to-peer relationships to underserved Maui youth. Between 2 mobile clubhouses, we intend to enroll 170 new registered members in our Clubs on the Go with an average of 60 youth each day. Last year, our 6 clubhouses served 1,100 registered members with another 1,000 through outreach. I can tell you by supporting our efforts, you are investing in the youth, families, community, and future of Maui. There'll be no greater return than the impact it will have on the lives and the future of Maui.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Boys and Girls Club of the Big Island.
Not present, Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Brendan Schultz.
Not present, Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Called to Impact, Inc.
Aloha. My name is Kayla, and I am the administrative coordinator for the nonprofit Called to Impact. And our program travels to schools around Hawaii, performing feats of strength that are typically featured in strongman competitions, such as bending steel bars and breaking bricks, in order to spread a message of challenging, encouraging, and inspiring the next generation of leaders. Our program focuses on anti-bullying, promoting respect for differences, with the message that every life is important and worth living. Call to Impact aims to create a safe space for students to express themselves and to connect with their peers by empowering them to be kinder to one another and themselves. But our performances are not just about entertaining students, but about creating a lasting impact for them. We encourage students to think about their own potential and what they can achieve in their life, that they are important and can make a difference in this world. Our hope is to promote respect, acceptance, and self-worth, and we strive to make a difference in the lives of the young people of Hawaii and inspire them to be the best version of themselves and to strive to create a better world around them. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Called Ministry, Inc.
Hello, everyone. My name is Landon Mauricio. I'm the Executive Director of Called Ministry, and I come before you today to talk about an urgent need for safe spaces for underprivileged youth and the vital role that Called Ministry's initiative, The Space, plays. So research shows that providing safe spaces for youth is crucial in engaging and retaining them in programming. Unfortunately, many underprivileged youth lack access to safe spaces, which can be detrimental to their development. The Space is a community-based program created by Called Ministry to address this critical issue. It provides a small community space that offers an array of free programs available to low-income students and families. Called Ministry currently runs the space at Onamalu Transitional Shelter in Kapolei, along with 3 other community locations across Oahu. Through this GIA, we're able to offer workshops. The space will offer a range of programs specific in performing arts, including magic lessons, hula lessons, sign dance lessons, drum lessons, guitar lessons, piano lessons, and much more. These workshops are 100% free and will provide students with an outlet to express themselves, learn new skills, and build self-confidence. But the space is much more than just a student center. It's a community that fosters growth and empowerment. Called Ministry understands that many youth face obstacles that can prevent them from achieving their full potential. So by providing safe and nurturing environments, we are able to level the playing field and give every student a chance to succeed. The impact of the space cannot be overstated. It provides safe haven for students to seek resources they wouldn't have access to otherwise, and it fosters a sense of community and belonging that is essential to the development of young people. Therefore, I humbly urge you to support our initiative to consider the importance of safe spaces for underprivileged youth. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Castle Medical Center.
Aloha, Honorable Joint Committee Chairs, Vice Chairs, Committee Members, and staff. I am Annie Valentine. I'm the Director of Philanthropy at Castle Medical Center, and thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of the CIP request to support mammography diagnostics for $800,000 in the journey for oncology expansion. Castle is a 160-bed hospital that includes comprehensive emergency, GI, behavioral, cardiology, birthing center services, and more. We have 1,000 employees and are the largest employer on the windward side. And the health system has recently expanded with primary care and urgent care in Kaneohe, Kailua, Kapolei, Perth City, Waikiki, Kalihi, and Laie. Thank you for your support in that journey for primary care. 60 years ago, Castle came together from community stakeholders, philanthropists, landowners, and government because there was a community cry for a hospital. That cry continues as we build oncology services. Our safety net primary service area is about 130,000 people, but we also serve people throughout Oahu, as I mentioned, and the state. 12% of the state's cancer patients reside in the windward side. We are invested in this service line. In 2019, we had 1 visiting oncologist, and now we have 1 full-time oncologist, and are going to be investing $3 million to build a robust oncology service. This will be open, clinic. This will be open next year, and we'll have a wraparound services with navigators, techs, etc. We would love to partner with the state on the next phase of this, which is mammography. We currently have a 2D and a 3D device. This request is for 2 3Ds. We currently provide services to 7,000 patients. This would almost double what we provide. Thank you for your consideration of support as we build this service line for the windward side and beyond.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Catholic Charities Hawaii.
Aloha, I'm Betty Lou Larson representing Catholic Charities Hawaii. Our grant and aid request is for the Lanakila Multipurpose Senior Center. The center has a membership of over 1,800 seniors age 60 and over, and a large percentage of those are age 80 years and older. By providing a range of education, recreation, physical exercise, and social services, the center helps older adults to increase and maintain their ability to live independent in the community and avoid costly and mostly unwanted institutional care. During the pandemic, the center started virtual programming, and since they have fully opened or reopened in May of 2021, they've provided a hybrid program of both in-person and virtual activities. This provides opportunities for seniors around the island to join. In fact, the center had 700 new participants during the pandemic, quite an increase. Virtual activities will not go away, and it gives seniors the ability to really enjoy life from wherever they're living on the island. However, providing these hybrid activities has really stretched the center's both staffing and technological abilities. With a small staff of only 5 people, the center is very stretched to maintain the quality and the safety of these programs. Please help the center maintain the programming that really assists so many seniors to stay well, stay active in the community. So on behalf of Catholic Charities Hawaii and the seniors of Lanakila, we ask for your support of this GIA request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Center for Pacific and Asian Communities. Not present. Okay, next we have Chinatown 808 Events.
Not present, Chair.
Not present. Okay, next we have Common Grace.
Aloha, this is Aries Jackson. I am the Executive Director of Common Grace. Since 1999, Common Grace has served over 3,600 children. And our mission is to help keiki in high needs in public schools here in Hawaii. We have trained volunteers, mentors, coming from teens to adults. And in over 2 decades, Common Grace has been recognized for its ability to truly impact the lives of Hawaii keiki. So in 2007, we actually received a Partnership in Education Award from the Hawaii DOE. Recently, if you've read the Civil Beat article from November 2022, stating that after-school programs are the main ways that we can help these keikis, especially after the pandemic with some of the mental health issue. So the reality is that we need more demands on mentors. Currently, we hope to partner with GIA to help over 120 mentees and train 120 mentors from high school to help elementary kids and also middle school. What they do is they spend 1 hour a week, once a week, in the school campus. And our keikis are actually selected by the school counselors. So I'm here humbly asking you, chairs, vice chairs, and joint committee to fund for our operating expenses and help more keikis to be matched with their caring mentors. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Dai Honzan Chosen.
Not present, Chair.
Not present. Thank you. Next, we have Diamond Head Theater.
Not present, Chair.
Not present. Thank you. Next, we have Domestic Violence Action Center.
Not present as well, Chair.
Present. Thank you. East Hawaii Cultural Council.
Not present as well, Chair.
Not present. Thank you. Next, we have Epilepsy Foundation of Hawaii.
Present. Aloha chairs, vice chairs, and all members of the committees. I'm Naomi Nanya with the Epilepsy Foundation of Hawaii. Our mission is to lead the fight to overcome the challenges of living with epilepsy and to accelerate therapies to stop seizures, find cures, and save lives. A seizure happens when there is a brief disruption of strong surge or a strong surge of electrical activity affecting part or all of the brain. 1 in 10 people will experience a seizure in their lifetime, while 1 in 26 will develop epilepsy, also known as a seizure disorder. Epilepsy is a medical condition that produces seizures affecting a variety of mental and physical functions. Epilepsy is the 4th most common neurological disorder after migraine, stroke, and Alzheimer's disease, and is more prevalent than autism spectrum disorder, cerebral palsy, multiple sclerosis, and Parkinson's disease. The Epilepsy Foundation of Hawaii is the only organization dedicated exclusively to serve and support the 1 in 26 living with active epilepsy here in Hawaii. We offer a variety of programs, including seizure recognition and first aid certification training, talk story information and education sessions, support groups, teen advocacy and public policy training, as well as various seizure awareness and seizure safety initiatives, and support services for individuals and their community impacted by seizures. Our funding request will help us to continue those services, especially seizure recognition and first aid training to schools, businesses, and organizations on all islands, particularly in rural and underserved communities. It will increase our epilepsy education, information, and awareness resources and repository, and will also support our Community Epilepsy Education Conference held in November during National Epilepsy Awareness Month. The challenges of living with epilepsy are vast. The unpredictability of seizures, the intensity of medical interventions, and the ongoing stigma presented within our communities across cultures, gender, and socioeconomic status present unique challenges. Achieving our goals and objectives through this funding opportunity will add to the ways of making Hawaii a seizure-safe community. Mahalo nui for this opportunity, and happy Aloha Friday to everyone. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Friends of Amy Greenwell.
Chairpersons, legislature members, and staff. I'm Alan Rolfe, president of Friends of Amy Greenwell Ethnobotanical Gardens. The gardens are located in Captain Cook, Hawaii, and is coming back alive with our volunteer base and staff. Our garden contains only native and Polynesian canoe plants. After purchasing and reopening the garden in 2019, and then enduring the COVID pandemic, which we were partially shut down in, the garden is now striving to regain its place as a community gathering place for cultural education and food resources. The garden is also a must-see stop for visitors on the island. Over the last year, we have had over 10,000 people visiting the garden and its properties here. To accomplish these goals, we are seeking support from the state GIA to develop programs to sustain the garden with events such as our nursery sales and plant giveaways of Hawaiian plants. We'd like your support in our GIA. Our objectives are to continually maintain our unique ethnobotanical garden, a remnant of the Kona field system, containing solely pre-Hawaiian, pre-Captain Cook plants. And this will help accommodate our local community, island-wide, and visitor populations. Cultural, hands-on education for keiki adults is our focus, with folks learning how plants are cared for, how they're used in crafts, and as food resources. The main objectives of our GIA are for continual maintenance of the garden by replacing our
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Mahalo.
Next up, we have Goodwill Industries of Hawaii. Are you here, Goodwill Industries?
Yes, I was trying to start the video. Okay. Aloha. I am Brent Arakaki, CFO for Goodwill Industries of Hawaii. Goodwill Hawaii is requesting GIA funds for a fleet of electrical vehicles and charging stations. We're looking to deploy 5 zero-emission electric cargo trucks to collect and recycle donations, 2 ADE vans to provide transportation for our adults with disabilities programs, and level 2 chargers to support these vehicles. The cargo trucks will be used on Oahu, Maui, and the Big Island, and the ADA vans will primarily be used on the Big Island. Cargo trucks are the largest polluters of all vehicles. With this GIA, we can save 1.1 million pounds of carbon emissions each year and help Hawaii meet its green sustainability goal of 0 emissions by 2045. The requested amount is net of federal and state rebates. Biden's Inflation Reduction Program is the first federal EV rebates that have been available for commercial organizations, and we would like to take advantage of this opportunity. We have also requested an earmark from Senator Schatz for level 3 chargers to support an EV fleet. This earmark is also supported by Senator Hirono. In order to receive this earmark for these chargers, we first need to purchase the electric vehicles. Lastly, we will also be an example for other companies in Hawaii and the over 140 Goodwill organizations in the US to take this step to reduce carbon emissions. I'd like to thank you for your continued support of our mission of job placement services for people with disabilities and other barriers to employment, and your consideration of this request. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. I apologize. We skipped over one organization in the alphabetical order, Eva Beach Lions Club Foundation. Go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Well, good afternoon. I am Sam Fisk, president of the Beach Lions Club. I am testifying on behalf of the club's application for a repeat of the $20,000 grant in aid, which was received in the last reporting period. The Eva Beach Lions Club is a member of the Lions Clubs International, the largest volunteer community service organization in the world. For over 57 years, the Eva Beach Lions Club has provided free community enrichments to the Eva Beach community, such as vision screening for children in the local schools, an annual 2-mile-long Christmas parade, a special Christmas party for disabled students from the area schools who are unable to participate in regular Department of Education programming, an Easter bash, again, for the keiki of the community to enrich their holiday experience, and other community services too numerous to mention. The Eva Beach Lions have obtained a grant in aid prior to the COVID-19, as I said. The club has used these funds responsibly and was fully compliant with record keeping and reportage. The Eva Beach Lions Club is a wholly volunteer organization. There is no office, no salaries, no infrastructure whatsoever. 100% of the grant funds flow directly to community projects. Mahalo for your consideration.
Next up, we have Friends of the Palace Theater.
Hello.
Hello. Go ahead.
Hi. Thanks so much for taking the time to hear everyone's testimony today and for bearing through the long hours. The Friends of the Palace Theater is a community-based nonprofit organization established in 2002. Our mission is to revitalize, restore, and sustain the historic Palace Theater as a venue that will educate, entertain, and inspire our diverse community. Our theater is currently 98 years old, and we're 2 years away from our big centennial year celebration. The Palace Theater is the largest downtown venue in Hilo and contributes significantly to the vitality of Hilo's business district. It has served many generations as a cultural gathering place and as a popular fundraising space for various community nonprofit organizations. Just last year, we had 25,000 patrons come through for our various events throughout the year. The goal of our GIA application for this round is to expand the existing solar capabilities of our theaters for cleaner and greener operations, particularly related to our newly completed air conditioning installation, which was generously supported by GIA funds and completed in 2021. Since turning the air conditioning on, our utility and electricity bills have skyrocketed from $750 a month to $3,500 to $4,000 a month. So the expansion of our solar system, including a battery backup system, would drastically reduce our bills by 75%, getting it down to the range of $500 to $750 a month, which will make our operations throughout the year so much more viable and continuing the mission to provide a comfortable space for all of Hilo to come together and gather for the various cultural events we offer. So thank you so much for your consideration and support, and aloha.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Habitat for Humanity Hawaii Island.
Aloha, chairs and vice chairs and committee members. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Patrick Kearney. I'm the executive director for Habitat for Humanity Hawaii Island. I'm here to testify on our GIA request of $500,000. which we plan to use to build 14 new homes next year. As we all know, too many families across the state are paying too high a price for their housing. Everywhere you look, the stability that home should bring remains out of reach for too many families. At Habitat, we know that families should never pay more than 30% of their income on housing. Even before the pandemic in Hawaii, nearly 80,000 households were paying more than half of their income on a place to live. Now that the impact of COVID continues to unfold, the number of families struggling to make ends meet is only growing. That means more families are denied the personal and economic stability that safe, decent, affordable housing can provide. Instead, more families are forced to make impossible choices every day. A safe home or nutritious food on the table. Pay your rent or pay for medication. Pay your mortgage or fix your car. Which would you choose? Families shouldn't have to choose between a home and food for their keiki. And the cost of the home should not sacrifice your family's future. This is something none of us can afford. The unique thing about a Habitat home is that families gain a tangible asset that provides affordability and stability. They have the certainty of knowing that their mortgage won't change much in the next 30 years. It is truly transformational and generational change, breaking the cycle of poverty. I humbly ask for your investment in our GIA application. Mahalo for your time and support, and mahalo to all the aides who helped review all these great applications. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Hana Health. Oh, they did? Okay. Okay, then we're going to go on to Hawaii Keiki Museum. Is Hawaii Keiki Museum here?
Hi, Hana Health is here.
Oh, Hana Health. Okay. Oh, sorry. We'll go to Hana.
Okay, I made it. I got stuck on the mainland traveling, so hopefully I'll be a little bit articulate given I haven't had any sleep in a bit. I'm here in support of our CIP request for 6 housing units in Hana. I think the housing shortage is not a surprise to anybody, but in Hana, it's really beginning to have devastating effects on our ability to provide healthcare services to the community. It has been difficult, if not impossible, to recruit and retain medical professionals and support staff to provide services to the community, given the complete lack of any housing in the district. And the few rentals that are available are averaging $3,500 to $4,500 a month, which is unattainable even for a well-paid physician. We have worked hard to get the process rolling and have secured some federal funding for the initial planning and design work for the project. We have an appropriation included in Mayor Bisson's budget that was presented to the council today. I was also informed today that our earmark request is going to move forward through Congresswoman Tokuta's office, and hoping it will have a smooth ride through the budget process in Congress. So we're hoping that we can count on the state to support the important housing project that we need to do in order to maintain healthcare services in Hana. Thank you all very much for your support over the years. We really appreciate it. And thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Hawaii Keiki Museum.
Aloha. Thank you very much for this opportunity. The Hawaii's Keiki Museum, my name is Dana McLaughlin. It's a children's museum. It's about fun and science and learning. But the Hawaii Keiki Museum is more than a one and done kind of museum of magic tricks and illusions and science trickery. We're a science center where kids are coming to learn about their island. They're coming to learn in workshops. They're coming to learn on field trips in school. The homeschool kids are coming to learn about the kinds of science that's happening on their island in their own community. It's creating a community of citizen scientists right here in our islands. Now, At the Hawaii Cake Museum, we believe every child has the right to get science education, technology, engineering, all of the STEM activities in an environment that's built to suit them. So this museum is a safe place for them to try things. And then if they fail, it's okay. It's a really powerful place. It's a really powerful space. So we've come to you with a request to support us because the need here in Kona is so great. Every day we have people coming in saying, thank you for doing this. Thank you for the work that you're providing. We need this. We need more of this. We need this in Hilo. We hear this literally every day. And this request is going to help us get to the next level because we're at a point now where the demand is so high that our little museum, our little company needs the support to be able to grow. We thank you for your time. We thank you for letting us have this chance to talk to you about this. Mahalo. Aloha.
Thank you so much. Next, we have the Hawaii Ag and Culinary Alliance.
Hello.
Hi.
Sorry, I can't turn my camera on, but I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Aloha, chairs. Sorry. Okay. Aloha, chairs Dela Cruz and Yamashita, members of the State Senate Ways and Means and House Finance Committees. My name is Aya Leslie, and I am the Vice President of the Hawaii Ag and Culinary Alliance. We are currently requesting $174,696 in operating for support for the second year of a pilot program called From Cottage Industry to Commercial Enterprise that will work with the new Leeward Community College's Wahiawa Value Added Product Development Center to incubate and accelerate a cohort of 30 new value-added entrepreneurs. The COVID-19 pandemic unleashed a wave of new entrepreneurs across the country, as well as in Hawaii. Our grant request supports the state's goals to improve agricultural production by creating new value-added producers. The program will do this by selecting 30 new value-added businesses that emerged or expanded during the pandemic, provide scholarships for the 30 businesses to be a part of the Leeward Community College's Development Boot Camp, currently called Aina to Makeke program, pair the entrepreneurs with successful business mentors, providing an opportunity for these businesses to feature their products in a world-class food event, and provide an opportunity for them to promote their products on a digital media platform with an audience of more than 65,000 people. Thank you for the opportunity to brief you on this innovative pilot project. We believe this kind of program will have a significant long-term economic benefit to our state, as well as help support agricultural production.
Thank you very much. Next, we have the Hawaii Aquatics Foundation.
Start my video. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, chairs, vice chairs, and committee members. My name is Dean Schmaltz, president of the Hawaii Aquatics Foundation, a Hawaii nonprofit formed in response to the high rate of preventable drownings in our state for both children and adults alike. We have submitted both an OP application and a CIP application. Our operating program request will allow us to expand the reach of our statewide elementary school aquatic safety education program. Our aim is to provide our combined classroom and pool-based lessons to over 2,500 students during the next school year. Each course consists of 2 classroom and 8 pool-based health and physical education lessons, 1 lesson per week for a school quarter. As educators of our youth and their caregivers, we not only address aquatic injury prevention for ocean environments, but we also incorporate knowledge and skill development for all aquatic hazardous environments such as pools, streams, and flash floods. Our headquarters are located on the Palama Settlement campus, where we have provided during school hours programming since 2018. Our capital improvement program request will allow us to perform a major renovation and modernization of the Hawaii Aquatics Foundation's home pool on the Palama campus for the year-round benefit of all Kalihi Palama residents. The primary beneficiaries of the project encompass all ages, early childhood, K through 12, adult, and kapuna. The Palama diving well has a history dating back to the 1920s Its last major renovation was in the 70s. In addition to required pool and deck resurfacing, the planned improvements include ADA code upgrades and installation of energy efficient pumps and solar panels for maintaining heated water temperatures necessary for both early childhood and Kapuna programs. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Next, we have the Hawaii Children's Action Network.
Hello, my name is Mele Andrade, and I'm a parent leader. I'm here today to ask for your support of Hawaii Children's Action Network's Parent Leadership Training Institute, or PLTI. PLTI is not your typical parenting class. PLTI is a free training for parents that teaches civic engagement and democracy skills. Parents who complete the program report gains in civic knowledge and civic confidence. They are also more likely to vote and participate in leadership opportunities in their community. We are asking for $74,500 to help with operating costs to help continue to grow this amazing initiative in the state of Hawaii. Parent leaders will go through a series of 20 sessions where they learn about personal development, how they were raised and how that affects the decisions they make today, leadership skills like public speaking, how to analyze a problem and coalition building, and how state and county government works, including laws, public policy, and budgets. Right now, we are offering in-person cohorts on the islands of Oahu and Maui and a statewide virtual option. And we have an alumni network of over 100 parent leaders. My favorite part about the PLTI initiative is that parent leaders will complete a community project about something they are passionate about. And I'm sure you've heard of Ma'i Movement, which was started by one of our own PLTI alumni, Nikki Ann Yee, and helped to pass a bill last year to provide period products to all public schools. I will also be speaking on behalf of the Hawaii Diaper Bank, who is physically sponsored by HCAN. Their mission is to provide diapers, wipes, and other essentials to low-income families in Hawaii. Since their founding, they have distributed more than 1.7 million essentials and provide services to more than 550 children per month. Diaper need, the inability to provide enough diapers to keep your child clean, dry, and healthy is experienced by 1 in 3 families. Diapers are expensive, and the average low-income family spends $1,000 per year per child on diapers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your support.
Next, we have Hawaii Island Veterans Memorial.
I'm on your screen. Let me see if I can move to another screen.
Oh, hello.
Are we there? Can I talk?
Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Bob Williams. I'm the current chairman emeritus of Hawaii Island Veterans Memorial Corporation, which was organized in 1997 to provide affordable housing for seniors, senior veterans, and other residents of modest means. Back on the screen. Hey, there we go. Oh, there I am. So, sorry, how are you doing? We're going to figure out which computer to talk to. So, bottom line, you folks invested $425,000 into a grant request that we made in 2016. That brought us to a shovel-ready project status on our upper 7.5 acre parcel lot, which is now under construction to do 92 units of senior independent living along with a community center, a project that's costing $58 million. We're now on our second project, which was to basically build an affordable healthcare system. In our case, we're looking to build a full service medical clinic on our lower lot, which is about 2 acres. These were parcels, state land parcels, by the way, true lease. And on that parcel, we're talking with Big Island Docks, Queens, and other folks. This will get us shovel ready to, if we're awarded this grant, we'll get us shovel ready to bring our water line across Cooley Street and each artery that fronts our organization onto our lot, so that we will be fully shovel ready and ready to move on. If you look to see this project turn within 3 to 4 years into a $15 million full service medical clinic, which will enable our residents to have surgery, outpatient surgery, and pre-op and post-op from island physicians as well as specialists from off island. Something that's greatly needed will preclude the need for us to travel to Oahu constantly and all those services. Your consideration would be greatly appreciated by all of us, seniors, veterans alike. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next, we have Hawaii Pacific University.
Good job. Okay.
Aloha, my name is Jennifer Walsh, and I'm the Senior Vice President and Provost at Hawaii Pacific University, also known as HPU. HPU is a nonprofit comprehensive university with 4,500 undergraduate and graduate students, and we have federal designation as a Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander serving institution. We're grateful for the opportunity to share about our GIA request for the construction of a new multimedia facility in the downtown core of Honolulu on the Aloha Tower campus Marketplace campus. The facility will support the media needs of the Oahu population, targeting in particular Honolulu residents and community groups in the downtown Honolulu core. The new multimedia facility will include a small production studio and video and sound editing labs, and HPU professionals will partner with Olelo community media professionals to staff the facility to expand community access to media production. We're asking for your support for this request because we believe that this facility will serve a vital community need. It will increase the number of community media facilities, expand the network of media production access points in the downtown Honolulu area where such access points are currently limited, and serve an underserved downtown Honolulu community. It will promote interaction and collaboration between students and community members on media projects, increasing student understanding of local issues and concerns, and fulfilling HPU's mission to be a community partner. It will also serve Honolulu residents through a partnership with Olelo, who will use the space to expand their services and media training and production training, fulfilling their mission to assist community organizations and individuals in the productions and distribution of their own media. Finally, it will support workforce development initiatives to assist our community members who are seeking opportunities for skills-based education and training. Mahalo nui loa for your consideration of this important project. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Hawaii Parkinson Association.
Good afternoon, chairs, vice chairs, and committee members. I'm Jerry Boster, president of the Hawaii Parkinson Association, and I was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease almost 10 years ago. I'm testifying in support of a $300,000 grant request to continue the movement disorder specialist training program we created last year in partnership with Queens Parkinson and Movement Disorder Center. It is well documented that Hawaii has a critical shortage in all medical fields, and especially those conditions that require treatment by a specialist. For 5 years, I tried and failed to persuade any movement disorder specialist neurologist I could find to come practice in Hawaii, and nobody would. So last year, I requested and we received a $285,000 grant to create our own movement disorder specialist training program here in Hawaii. The first doctor is in the fellowship pipeline, and when she completes the specialty training, she has a job waiting at Queens that will increase the Parkinson Movement Disorder Center treatment capacity by an estimated 400 to 500 patients a year. But one doctor isn't nearly enough. We have to continue training neurologists until there are enough specialists on Oahu and the neighbor islands to treat all the patients who need it. So on behalf of my brothers and sisters in Parkinson's, I thank you for this opportunity to testimony and encourage you to support this grant request. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Hawaii Theater Center.
Aloha chairs and members of the committee. I'm Gregory Dunn, President and CEO of the Hawaii Theater Center, and I appreciate the opportunity to submit testimony today. The historic Hawaii Theater is a major gathering place for arts in Hawaii. We welcome halau, artists, actors, singers, dancers, and musicians, as well as speakers from around the state, and give them a stage upon which to showcase their art and earn a living. We give them access to communities of people both locally and globally with our digital streaming platforms. In addition, we serve over 10,000 keiki annually through our children's theater education programs. And so far this year, we've welcomed over 130,000 patrons as guests to our shows. We rent the theater to dozens of promoters, schools, community groups each year, and also produce our own shows in an effort to support the operations and maintenance of the 100-year-old Hawaii Theater building. When the theater was restored and reopened in 1996, there was not enough money to undertake concrete spalling repair and exterior painting of the building. Now we're seeing damage to the structure resulting from expanding rebar inside of the concrete and need to seal and repaint the exterior of the building to ensure that we'll be here for another 100 years. The Hawaii Community Foundation recently reported that less than 3% of all charitable giving in the state of Hawaii supports the arts. This is one of the main reasons that we're here today asking for your consideration and support of our $1.5 million CIP request. With so much focus being deservedly on safety net services post-COVID, we've had a difficult time raising private funds for this necessary and not necessarily flashy project. We need the support of the state in helping us to take care of this building so that we can continue to provide a safe place for the arts and culture in our community. And if you want to see the arts in action, come by tonight for a performance of Kenny Endo and the Taiko Center of the Pacific, or tomorrow night, we're welcoming Hawaii Island's own Pink Floyd tribute band, Leche de Tigre, and all that is now on stage. Mahalo for your support.
Thank you very much. We're going to go back up alphabetically as we accidentally skipped a couple of organizations. So next up, we have Hawaii Care Choices.
Aloha, I'm Brenda Ho, the CEO of Hawaii Care Choices, formerly Hospice of Hilo. Thanks for putting us back in the list. Mahalo to the respective chairs and members of the Ways and Means and Finance Committee for this opportunity to present our grant and aid request. This year, we're celebrating the 40th year of serving thousands of patients and families going through serious illness in East Hawaii. We are committed to making a difference and improving the quality of life to those we serve. Today, we continue to be the sole palliative hospice and bereavement care provider for well over half of the Big Island's population. With this said, we are asking our state to help us fund the much needed improvement to our headquarters building. This building serves several important purposes. First, it is where we provide free professional community bereavement counseling and grief support to over 400 families per year. Second, we continue to train new nurses and now social workers at this facility. We launched our island's first nurse residency program in 2020 and have successfully graduated 2 cohorts so far. Third, our teen and adult volunteer programs and events are held here. And finally, this is where our operational infrastructure for home-based hospice and palliative care services are. Our building was designed and built over 25 years ago for a staff of 20 and a patient census of 30 or so. Today, we have about 100 staff and an average of 250 patients per day. The building needs to be improved for energy efficiency and safety because the work we do at this facility has a tremendous impact on the health and well-being of our community. It is the place to embrace and re-energize our workforce and community members needing our services. Therefore, we humbly ask for your support to improve the operational building, which we will continue to provide not only palliative and hospice care, but critically needed mental health support and workforce development services for East Hawaii. Thank you again for considering our request and allowing us to present. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Hawaii Island Humane Society.
Hello again. My name is Aya Leslie, and I'm here on behalf of the Hawaii Island Humane Society. We are requesting $386,250 that will allow us to expand access to veterinary care in the county of Hawaii. This will improve animal welfare by bettering the health of community-owned pets and increasing pet retention, increase access to services for the public who are marginalized or otherwise facing financial hardship, and prevent a public health crisis by mitigating the transmission of zoonotic diseases. The fund for this grant will go towards subsidizing low-cost spay and neuter, routine veterinary care, and advanced veterinary care, such as diagnostics and urgent care. It is unfortunate, but the U.S. as well as Hawaii faces a serious veterinary shortage, which has created a crisis for pet owners, both nationally and locally. One of the compounding factors is the turnover rate, estimated to be about 16% or double that of medical doctors who treat humans. Approximately 17 million dogs and 38 million cats will be without veterinary care by the year 2030. However, for Hawaii Island, the Hawaii Island Humane Society is uniquely poised to assist in filling the gap in veterinary care. The grant will provide Hawaii Island Humane Society's veterinary staff with the ability to expand access to both routine and advanced veterinary care for pet owners in Hawaii County. We ask for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Hawaii Youth Services Network.
Aloha chairs, members of the committee. I'm Judith Clark, Executive Director of Hawaii Youth Services Network. Youth civic engagement leads to reduced risky behavior, increased success in school, and leads to greater civic participation later in life. Civic engagement provides young people with opportunities to gain work experience, acquire new skills, and to learn responsibility and accountability, all while contributing to the good of their communities. Hawaii Youth Services Network has submitted a grant and aid application to conduct the 30th annual Hawaii Children and Youth Summit, in which youth provide recommendations to legislators about what Hawaii needs to be a better place to live, learn, and work. Children and youth are part of our communities and need to be part of the decisions that affect their lives. The summit supports youth leadership development. Youth serve as planning committee members, speakers, video producers, moderators, breakout group facilitators, and tech crew. The summit can be a life-changing experience for our youth. Here is what a couple of our past participants say. This was my first experience in attending a meeting with other youths where our voices matter. I want to make a difference, and attending the summit gave me the courage to step out and share everything I've learned with my fellow students. I know I will never stop speaking up for what is right. Another says, I have always been passionate about the environment, but I never thought I could make a difference now. Thank you for providing that chance to speak out and give me someone to listen. This has been one of the few times when I felt like people listened to me. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. We really appreciate your time and attention to these important requests.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association.
Aloha, this is Dana Miyake. I'm the president of HCRA, the Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association. Our mission is to engage in, promote, encourage participation in, and provide education and instruction in Hawaiian and Polynesian culture through canoeing and other related activities on a local, national, and international basis. I'm here to ask for GI funding in the amount of $100,000 to purchase 26 one-person canoes to assist with the equipment required in hosting the 2024 IVF World Sprints. This race is considered the Olympics of outrigger canoe racing. It has been 20 years since Hawaii last hosted this event. We anticipate 25 to 30 countries in attendance, bringing in approximately 8,000 international athletes and spectators. HCRA currently has 10,000 registered paddlers with their ages ranging in ages 8 to 83. This two-week event will help boost local businesses in Hawaii. At the conclusion of the races, we plan to donate 13 of the 26 canoes designed specifically for the adaptive paddlers to Ohana Wa'alaulima, a nonprofit in Hilo that was formed to give individuals with disabilities equal opportunity to learn and experience the sport and tradition of canoe paddling. The other 13 canoes will be donated to Hawaiian immersion schools throughout the state to continue to perpetuate and promote our Hawaiian culture for the future generations. Canoe paddling is our state team sport. It preserves our culture, it promotes a healthy lifestyle, it spans generations from the keiki to our kapuna, and it gives those with disabilities the possibility to be a world champion. Mahalo for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next, we have HHOC Housing and Land Trust.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Aina Miyamoto. I'm the Executive Director for HHOC Housing and Land Trust. Hawaii has a high-cost housing market with wages that generally do not keep pace with that market. So our proposal is meant to assist individuals and families to attain affordable and safe homes through homeownership. Our grant and aid proposal would support two programs designed to create and preserve affordable homes. We would be able to expand our home stability purchase program for low to moderate income buyers. To date, we have purchased homes off the open market and subsidized the resale price to create an affordable unit, and a deed restriction will keep the home affordable through subsequent resales. Our goal is to use the program model to also preserve homes under government deed restriction too. If you're familiar with new development projects, there's a requirement to include affordable units in the inventory. These homes usually have a deed restriction where the new owner is required to occupy the property for a designated period of time. And if they want to sell the property before that time period, a designated government agency has a first option to repurchase the unit at a calculated formula to make the home available to another lower moderate income family. If the government does not repurchase one of these units, HHOC Housing and Land Trust would like to be positioned to purchase the home and resell it at a below market price, keeping the home affordable through subsequent resales for the life of the home. The second program that would be piloted under our proposal would be the Affordable Home Loan Program. It would be a soft second mortgage program that would have no interest and no monthly repayment for low to moderate income families. The loan would be repaid whenever the home is going to be sold, and we intend to repurchase the home at a calculated formula to be able to renovate it and put it back online for another low to moderate income family. An example of how this affordable home loan program would impact our community and different buyers. A family of 5 who's considered 68% of the area median income without any debt could actually reduce their monthly payment by $500 by using this product today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Ho'olulahui.
Aloha, my name is Susie Osborne, co-founder and here to represent Ho'olulahui, a 26-year mature nonprofit. In 2018, Ho'olulahui and key collaborator Kuokola Charter School's 600-acre site was consumed by lava. 5 years later, we now seek to ensure our long-term perpetuation and ability to fully realize our mission and vision through the planning and implementation of resilience hub sites and programs. In 2020, Hawaii County created the Kilauea Recovery and Resilience Plan. One of the recovery priorities in the plan is to create a network of multifunctional community resilience hubs. Resilience hubs are trusted community serving and physical spaces that can house a range of programs and services that effectively work at the nexus of community resilience, emergency management, climate change mitigation, and social equity. To help sustainable economic recovery, resilience hubs can provide the local community with food, childcare, education, job training, technology, and critical infrastructure. In 2021, the Council of Development Finance Agency, CDFA, drafted a report for the County of Hawaii, which identified us as one of 2 priority resilience sites to invest in, which is ideally located with an established school and a long history of operating successful community programs. This GIA request for funding will support the planning and implementation of 3 key resilience hub sites across Hawaii Island, including Puna, Panaewa, and the remote Miloli'i and Ka'u, and link the 3 sites island-wide with resources, food distribution, training, and support. We will also plan and prepare for our long-term stabilization by completing the pre-acquisition steps required. Mahalo for your consideration of this important recovery initiative. Resilient communities build community capacity through keiki to kupuna education and resources to support a thriving Hawaii Island. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Ho'ahu Energy Cooperative Molokai.
Aloha from Molokai, Honorable Senators De La Cruz, Keith Agaran, Representatives Yamashita Kitagawa, and members of the Ways, Means, and Finance Committees. With a special aloha to our beloved Senator Decoit and Representative Poipoi, who I hope are at the airport catching a Mokulele flight home this special Aloha Friday for the weekend. I am Laura Buchanan here representing Oahu Energy Cooperative of Molokai, an energy cooperative formed by the Molokai community to work with the Hawaiian Electric Company's community-based renewable energy program to deliver the first shared energy project for the island of Molokai. We humbly request the help of our legislators for 2 renewable solar energy projects, a 2.2 megawatt solar farm in Pala'au, Molokai, and a 250 kilowatt solar project in Kuala Pu'u, Molokai. Our request for grant and aid funding will go towards the development and construction of these projects, offer a more meaningful subscriber discount, hire more local staff, and enable 1,500 Molokai households to save on their electric bills and lessen our dependence on fossil fuels. In addition to supporting energy equity to a community who has historically paid the highest utility costs in the nation, Oahu Energy Cooperative has also established a workforce development program in the field of renewable energy and has set precedents for true proactive grassroots community-driven effort that reflect community values to meet our state's renewable energy mandates. We are so excited to complete these projects with the help of our partners and our congressional and state legislators, and we look forward to working with all of you. Mahalo from Molokai.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Honolulu Theater for Youth.
Aloha, I'm Becky Dunning, Managing Director for Honolulu Theater for Youth. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify this afternoon. Honolulu Theater for Youth is one of the oldest professional theater for young audience companies in the country and is recognized for its long history of innovative drama education programming and the creation of original theatrical works that celebrate the diverse cultures of Hawaii. Our performance home is right across the street at Tenney Theater. You see the buses parked out front every day. HTY, even though our name is Honolulu Theater for Youth, we have been touring our production statewide since the 1960s. The COVID pandemic injected new urgency in the need for arts programming. Students of all ages have missed key socialization experiences, lost the ability to connect in deep and meaningful ways with a wide variety of peers, and dealt with a range of powerful emotions both directly and indirectly. Access to the arts is critical to providing all Hawaii students with a well-rounded education that will enable them to become more resilient to difficulty, succeed in school and in their daily lives. The research shows the performing arts are uniquely situated to fill that need. Please help us make sure that all Hawaii students have access to the arts by funding our request for bus transportation assistance for Title I schools to attend HTY performances. Thank you for your consideration.
Next, we have Hui Aloha Kiholo.
Aloha mai kākou. Mahalo for this opportunity to share about our beloved Aina of Kiholo. At Hui Aloha Kiholo, we are the co-stewards of the over 4,000-acre Kiholo State Park Reserve. Kiholo is a place that is so momona, or abundant, as a result of generations of malama Aina by those who resided here in the ahupua'a of Pu'uanahulu and Pu'uva'ava'a in North Kona. Pele herself recognized the momona of this place and yearned for the awa, a type of fish, in the local or fish pond named Wainanali'i. Hui Aloha Kiholo descends from this lineage of people of place caring for Aina as it was founded and is led by two wahine who are lineal descendants of Kiholo, who heeded the call to action when Kiholo needed them most, after it was opened to the public as a park reserve and experienced a level of overuse never before seen. Today, Kiholo is cared for. It serves as an open space in the overdeveloped landscape of North Kona and South Kohala, a place for residents and visitors alike to Pili Aina, to connect with and care for our natural and cultural landscape. Our grant and aid request supports our ability to serve as the only staff within the park reserve 365 days a year to provide daily presence to ensure public safety, enjoyment, and proper care to maintain the area as a safe space for community to gather. We invite you to the shores of Kiholo to join us in the malama of this sacred Aina, to have a part in ensuring that the continuum of Aloha Aina, of Malama Aina, remains unbroken. Mahalo nui for this opportunity to share and for all that you do to support our communities to reach a state of momona, of abundance and health. Mahalo and aloha.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Hui Malama Ke Kai Foundation.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Maile Vikri Assam. I am the Executive Director of Hui Malama Ke Kai, and I'm very grateful for your time today. Hui Malama Ke Kai was created in 1998 by volunteer community members who are concerned about our keiki. Today, through community-based nonprofits, community-based partnerships, long-standing relationships with our schools, and with the support of private, state, and federal funding, Hui Malama Ke Kai delivers youth, family, and community development and leadership programs through culture-based curriculum. We operate on an 11-acre site that can be further developed. Recently, Hui Malama Ke Kai, with the approval of DLNR, has executed a sublease agreement with Malama Honua Public Charter School. Malama Honua Public Charter School is one of the last charter schools to be chartered in a predominantly Native Hawaiian community. It is a school of choice that serves 170 keiki. The purpose and intent of our GIA proposal is to build a multi-purpose open-air pavilion with an attached commercial kitchen. This project will strengthen the capacity of both Hui Malama Ke Kai and Malama Honua to better serve Waimanalo. It will strengthen our capacity to continue to provide culture-based and place-based education, both in school and during the after-school and summer programs. The education and program curriculum provided by both organizations support the Native Hawaiian agricultural community, traditional practices, food production, and preparation. The kitchen and gathering space, coupled with the produce being grown on property, allows for increased awareness and practice of farm-to-table and food sustainability, food security, and economic growth for the Hawaiian community in Waimanalo. Our youth and families deserve the best that we can offer them, especially in a post-pandemic world. We're asking on behalf of our community to fund this project. Mahalo nui for your time and consideration. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Inspiration Hawaii Museum.
Oops, start my videos. Right. I'm Gloria Borland, one of the founders, along with Tim Johns, who was a former CEO of the Bishop Museum, and many others in the community who see value in educating and inspiring the people of Hawaii and our visitors. Our mission at the Inspiration Museum is to tell the untold stories of people from Hawaii who inspired the world. People from Hawaii are brilliant, yet we suffer from this Hollywood stereotype that we are not capable in our chosen professions. Our exhibits tell the personal stories of how growing up in Hawaii influenced leaders like President Obama, China's President Sun Yat-sen, and Patsy Mink. We have an exhibit on global entertainers like Bruno Mars, who was once homeless, or Dwayne Johnson, who experienced financial instability as a teenager here, and Bette Midler, who was born and raised in Halava. We have sports featuring Polynesians in the NFL and our Little League champions. World champions, they're world champions. We showcase inventions. Did you know the electric guitar was invented in 1930 at Kamehameha School for Boys? And the Verifone credit card swiping machine was invented here in 1980 and is now used around the world. Hawaii created global entrepreneurs like Steve Case. You can see more about our exhibits at our website, inspirationhawaiimuseum.com. We located a building downtown and will open in November. Our museum was awarded a $100,000 GIA grant last year. Thank you very much. Our focus this year is to seek the necessary capital funds to renovate the restroom to be ADA compliant, disability compliant, and to seek the necessary operating funds to build our exhibits, multimedia exhibits that are mobile and can move as we expand in the future, and to hire the personnel to run the museum's daily operations and to design the educational programs for school groups. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next, we have J. Walter Cameron Center. Are you still present for J. Walter Cameron Center?
Yes, I'm sorry. Trying to get my my microphone. Good afternoon, chairs De La Cruz, Yamashita, my chairs Kitagaran and Kitagawa. My name is Cesar Gagiola, and I am the Executive Director of the J. Walter Cameron Center in Wailuku, Maui. I am providing testimony to requesting support for our GA grant application. As you may know, our center is home to 20 nonprofit organizations providing office and programming space, as well as meeting facilities to over 120 agencies. We also count with a therapy pool, which we partner with Wailuku Physical Therapy to provide the needed services. Our complex sees a combined total of over 50,000 low-income people annually. Throughout these years, our agency has incubated many great service providers in our facilities, such as Easter Seals, Imua Family Services, Maui Arts Cultural Center, and many more. We are now celebrating our 50th anniversary of providing care for Maui County. Our grant request is to support the critical projects that will provide us safety, accessibility, efficiency, and sustainability of our facilities. These include parking lot repairs, concrete hallways, and many other things that we need to continue to have a safe facility. Our goal is to use the funds in accordance with energy efficiency, water conservation, safety, and ADA accessibility standards. Thank you for your time and consideration. If you have any questions or require further information, please do not hesitate to contact us. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Ka'ehu.
Aloha and mahalo to you, senators and representatives. I'm Kahulu Malua Pearson, the Executive Director for Ka'ehu. Ka'ehu is a nonprofit organization that manages 64 acres of coastal wetlands on the island of Maui in the district of Paukukalo, Wailuku. Ka'ehu's goal is to restore the land, shoreline, and natural resources of the area and provide cultural education and career exploration programs in natural resource management intertwined with Hawaiian culture and values of land. Annually, Ka'ehu aims to serve over 1,200 public and private school students, community members from preschoolers to kupuna, organizations, businesses, government agencies, and individual volunteers. For the past 2 years, we have exceeded this amount 2 times over, and this year we are well on our way to surpass our annual goal 3 times over. Ka'ehu serves these individuals by teaching basic resource management and land stewardship skills with an introduction to water quality testing, marine biology, marine science, and numerous Hawaiian cultural practices, such as the concept of kilo or observation, responsible fishing practices, and so much more, all conducted at Ka'ehu, an Aina project-based educational center, which will produce many future land and ocean stewards. With the skills learned at Ka'ehu, we have often heard students telling their teachers, "I live right above here. Do you think that what we put in our yard or wash down our driveway will affect the water down at Ka'ehu?" Many of them becoming more aware of the importance of mauka to makai and the concept of cause and effect. Ka'ehu has submitted an application for GIA funds to continue ongoing outreach to the community and expand our restoration efforts. Facilitating groups and having the correct equipment will make a huge contribution to our long-term goals of restoring this special place. Ka'ehu, our staff ohana, and the community as a whole, thank you for allowing us to testify on behalf of our application, and we appreciate each of your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Kapiolani Health Foundation.
Good evening. My name is Emily Naula, and I'm with Kapiolani Health Foundation. We applied for support for the Child Life Services Program at Kapiolani Medical Center for Women and Children. This program serves all children across the hospital with over 1,600 encounters each year. Child Life Services is a special program that provides social and emotional support and resources to patients and families during an extended hospital stay or visit. As you can imagine, when anyone is presented with health issues, it is a scary and anxious time. And for children, they need extra care to help them process, understand, and get through their medical journey. Our child life specialists work closely with patients and families throughout their time in the hospital to provide as much normalcy and information to alleviate anxieties. Whether they can have quality time in the playroom, attend classes in our hospital's brain station so they don't get too far behind in school, access our healing therapies such as massage and healing touch, or receive special visits from our therapy dog, Ruby. All of these services make a tremendous impact on a child's healing and recovery. Our patients frequently request child life specialists to help them through tough procedures and educate them on their illness and how to positively cope. Thank you for your kind consideration to support this critical and much needed program at the only specialty hospital for women and children in Hawaii.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Kapoho Kai Water Association.
Yes, aloha. I am Jan Marshall, representing Kapoho Kai Water Association in the Vacation Land Hawaii subdivision community. Our subdivision was destroyed in 2018 by the Kilauea lava flow. We lost over 200 homes, 7.5 miles of roads, and our water lines. We've waited nearly 5 years for a county connector road to be rebuilt. We have folks in their late 60s carrying their supplies in over the lava flow to be able to live in their homes. This year, our community will be able to begin work on rebuilding our road and water system. We financed our original infrastructure. We kept our subdivision open to the public. We hosted some 100,000 visitors a year at the Waiapai tide pools. We managed it for the health of the marine life and the benefit of the public. Now we are the ones asking for help. We need help financing and rebuilding our infrastructure. The federal government has offered an SBA loan, which we intend to take, but otherwise we're not getting much help so far. So we hope that you see disaster recovery assistance as a fundamental role of government. We've been good citizens who've served the public, paid our taxes, and suffered through extreme trauma. Now we need help to recover. We hope that you will support Kapoho Kai Water Association's grant proposal to assist with the road and water recovery for our community so that we in turn can rebuild our homes and farms and in the process help rebuild the economy of our economically challenged town, Pahoa. Mahalo nui to all of you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Kauai Food Bank. Kauai Food Bank, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Kelvin Muniz, Executive Director for the Kauai Independent Food Bank. Thank you for taking the time to meet with us regarding our request for the state grant in aid to replace our current cesspool with an individual septic system. This upgrade system will significantly reduce the environmental impact by KIFB on the island of Kauai. Per our agreement with the DLNR, upon the purchase of our building at 3285 Wa'apa Road in Lihui, KIFB has 3 years from the date of the agreement to perform the upgrade to new septic system. We are in the process of finalizing the design plan for the new underground septic tank system. Hawaii Independent Food Bank lacks the fund necessary to make a capital improvement of this magnitude without generous support of our grantors. We're humbly requesting from the state of Hawaii GIA grant in the amount of $168,000 in order to complete the cesspool replacement installation of the septic tank as reflected on our application. For our operations grant, we requested for our programs With the rising cost of food, housing, and necessity here on Kauai, our mission is to educate, provide nutritious food for the hungry, and respond to emergency has never been greater. Feeding America 2022 report reflects the county of Kauai has a food insecurity rate of 14.2%. That number translates to more than 10,000 Hawaiians who face hunger every day. The generous state of Hawaii GIA will allow KIFP to operate for our 4 core programs. Hiki Cafe provide healthy after-school snacks to children. Backpack program, food packages are sent home every Friday to supplement the food of the weekend for the children and their siblings. Our Kupuna program deliver meal to an average of 200 homebound seniors each month, leaving more money in their budget for health care, medication, housing, and other
You could wrap that, if you could wrap up your testimony. Thank you.
I do in 2 grants, yes. Emergency food distribution. Again, mahalo for your time and attention. Thank you for considering KIFP for the State of Hawaii GA grant to allow us to continue our programs here on Kauai. Mahalo nui loa, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next we have Kilea Foundation.
Aloha, thank you for listening to our testimony today. My name is Dustin Tester. I'm the owner of Maui Surfer Girls and a partner company with Kilea Foundation in creating this career development opportunity for the women of Maui County. Kilea Foundation is creating a career pipeline that places women in jobs in the outdoor recreation industry. According to Zippa, only 4% of all U.S. fitness professionals are AAPI. In order to create equity in the outdoors, we must change the face of leadership in this domain. Creating a diverse industry starts with placing a diverse team into the workplace. As a small business owner in the outdoor recreation industry, I seriously struggle to hire local women as surf guides. I'm not the only one. The County of Maui has a pool lifeguard shortage. Other companies and nonprofits in the industry also struggle to find good quality candidates to fill these roles. Systematic inequities have built barriers for young Hawaiian women to apply and be trained for jobs in the outdoor industries. In order to correct this historic inequities, we must give Native Hawaiians a basic foundation to work from and bring their own experiences to the table. Education and certification must be inclusive, culturally relevant, and community-centered. This pilot program seeks to establish a career pipeline that centers these values and connects community organizations with exceptionally trained leaders. This will be a 9-month training program certifying participants in 3 critical areas related to outdoor recreation, group fitness, surf coaching, and Red Cross lifeguarding. In addition to certification, women will get hands-on training with companies like mine. At the completion of the program, each will get a guaranteed job offer from one of our community partners. Since 2012, Kilea Foundation has designed and implemented programs to train over 135 volunteers and staff. Alongside Kilea Foundation, I've personally trained over 100 surf coaches. Together, we work to empower and educate women in the outdoor industry for over 40 years. We are asking the state legislature to help us fund this pilot program to train
Testimony, the
and employ women of Maui County to become leaders in the outdoor recreation industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Kinai Eha.
Yes, hello. Hello, Kako. I'm Kilonui Perez Koinopio, and I'm a student at Kinai alongside with.
Hello, my Kako. I'm Emilio Koinopio. And I am also a student. I'm also a student of Kinai, and we're here for. Thank you guys for supporting us, and we ask for you guys to continue to support us because I've been through every system and every program, and this is the only program that really helped me and help us actually. Yeah. And yeah, we really like this program and stuff.
And I think with the more support, it would help better more people, more kids or youth that is just like us. But
that's in the system right now.
That's in the system right now.
That really wants to come to this program. They heard about this program through the staffs that works here. And yeah, like my experience over there is like, I really like it over here. It's better than any other program that I've been to. Well, in my opinion, this is the best program that I've ever been to. So yeah, anything else to say?
Yeah, I think so. This program is way more better because I've been through a lot of programs like Hinamoka, and I've been through the system a lot, like DH and OCCC. And I think so this program is really working for me. It's changing my thoughts, my actions, and helping me to build a better character in the country of Hawaii, and helping me to be a better citizen. So I would like you guys to just be with us and help us more by helping the more kids and more people like us to be here and in this program.
And thank you so much for always supporting us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Kokua Kalihi Valley.
Aloha, my name is Justin Ho, and I am representing Kokua Kalihi Valley, or KKV. We are respectfully requesting $150,000 for a CIP project to build a much-needed urgent care and mental health facility for 11,200 low-income Asian, Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander residents of Kalihi. Grant funding will support a feasibility study that includes engineering, permitting, facilities planning, and environmental assessment so that KKV can move forward to raise funds for construction. KKV currently has no after-hours care services, and this project is critical to increasing care access and health equity for our patients. Additionally, KKV is requesting $168,800 for a program grant to support the Elder Care Emergency Food Pantry and Farm Support Program. This funding will help us prevent malnutrition and improve health outcomes for Kalihi seniors and cancer and diabetes patients. It ensures that doctors can refer patients who are in crisis for rapid delivery of food and other supplies, supporting them until other public services become available. KKV staff will deliver these supplies immediately to those in need. KKV's Roots Cultural Food Program will provide farm-grown organic produce and medicinals that are valued by our Asian and Pacific Islander patients. Our pantry is essential to keeping patients out of the emergency room and to reducing stress for patients and their families. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Lanakila Pacific.
Aloha, chairs, vice chairs, and members of the committee. My name is Melissa Gibo. I am the vice president of programs for Lanakila Pacific. We are a Hawaii-based 501c3 that has served our community for over 80 years. And our grant and aid proposal supports our Lanakila Meals on Wheels program, the largest and only island-wide meal service provider for homebound seniors and individuals with disabilities on Oahu. Lanakila Meals on Wheels delivers approximately 6,330 meals every week. So meals are delivered straight to the doorstep of homebound seniors and individuals with disabilities at risk for health issues related to poor diet due to factors such as lack of financial resources or inability to access food. We prepare all of our meals in our certified industrial kitchen. Meals are certified annually by a registered dietitian in compliance with the dietary guidelines for older Americans. And one of the things that we do is make sure that we include all of our meals being delivered in camels and thermal insulated bags to safely maintain the temperature of the hot and cold meals delivered. We are also very fortunate to have a team of volunteers to get the food to the kupuna in the community. We have approximately 150 volunteers who are scheduled every week to support 12 meal distribution locations. And these volunteer drivers deliver meals to over 900 seniors and individuals with disabilities across the state or across the island. And they are provided with orange t-shirts to help the meal recipients identify them as a safe vetted person. So the GIA funding allows for us to replace the thermal insulated bags and t-shirts that are used for a program to ensure the safety of our meal recipients of the food that they're receiving in the community. We thank you very much for your consideration and support of our program in providing home delivered meals to seniors and individuals with disabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Magical Creatures Sanctuary.
Thank you. Magical Creature Sanctuary is a farmed animal sanctuary on the Big Island that currently provides a safe haven for 90+ rescued animals. We're entirely volunteer run with 9 full-time unpaid staff who all live on site and 20+ local volunteers who assist with all aspects of our work. Our mission is to rescue, rehabilitate, and offer a lifelong sanctuary to rescued animals while serving the local community with programs that promote kindness, compassion, and stewardship. The goal of the project is to add 6,649 feet of woven wire fencing to create 7 new pastures, providing a safe and secure environment for our programmatic work with both the community and the county government. The improvements made possible by this $30,000 grant would provide public benefit in several ways. The sanctuary is frequently approached by local farm animal owners with questions and concerns about the health, diet, and care required for their animals. With this grant, we would be able to continue offering learning and knowledge sharing opportunities to Big Island residents and businesses that will allow them to provide optimal care for their animals. This could include sessions on proper pasture rotation schemes, hoof trimming, sheep shearing, medication administration, nutrition requirements, parasite control, and proper fencing techniques. Magical Creatures is a longtime partner of the Hawaii County Animal Control. We take in injured, abandoned, neglected, and special needs animals that the department encounters. We also provide quarantine and temporary boarding services for the agency. This is done at no cost to the county or the state. With the grant, we will be able to take on even more work with animal control by offering additional safe and secure pasture land for the services we provide. The fencing project will allow for better pasture rotation and thus better parasite control. Our education and outreach program serves island residents and visitors by providing a better understanding of the need for stewardship of both the animals and the land. This grant will allow us to create more opportunities for educational interactions with local residents that help create a more sustainable Hawaii for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Malama Kauai.
Hello, aloha. I'm Megan Fox. I'm with Malama Kauai, a nonprofit that has worked on increasing local food production and access for Kauai Island since 2006. We support implementation of our Kauai Food Access Plan, which was developed with support from the Department of Health and through the engagement of over 500 food access agencies, farmers and food producers, and residents across Kauai. The leading question was, how do we increase healthy local food access for our island, especially our most vulnerable populations, through systems, policy, and environmental changes? Through surveys, needs assessments, focus groups, and community meetings held all across the island, we now have our answers. Specifically, there are 11 community-designed objectives with themes such as community gardens and orchards, farm to food pantries, institutional procurement, land access programs, farmer grants and equipment sharing, and much more. But one of the requests from our community was that government would help to support and fund the plan's work. So that's why we're here, seeking approximately $200,000 to hire a grant writer to help fund the plan and for program supplies to begin its implementation. Food is one of our most basic and critical needs, and we hope that you'll work with us to build a strong food system that benefits all of us. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Manoa Heritage Center.
Aloha, Kako. My name is Jenny Engel, and I'm the director of Manoa Heritage Center. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share a little bit about Manoa Heritage Center and our grant and aid request. As many of you may know, our founder, Mary Cook, passed away in 2022. As part of the generosity of the Cook family, their historic home, known as Kuali'i, was gifted to Manoa Heritage Center as an educational and cultural resource for our community. The house joins our campus in Manoa Valley, which includes Ku Ka'o'o Heiau, Native Hawaiian Gardens, and an educational center. Each year, over 3,000 students from across Oahu take part in free outdoor educational programs at the center. In addition, last year, we provided cultural and community workshops for over 1,600 residents and visitors, and over 700 people learned more about the importance of our native ecosystems and how better to care for them. However, before we incorporate the historic home into our educational offerings, there are several major repairs that must be done to ensure the safety of all who will visit in the future. Our request is to help pay for some of the larger repairs to the historic home. We look forward to being able to make these repairs in the next 12 months to prepare the house for integration into our programs. Thank you for your consideration of our request. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Maui Economic Development Board.
Aloha Chairs Dela Cruz and Yamashita, Vice Chairs and members. My name is Leslie Wilkins, and I'm the President and CEO of Maui Economic Development Board, MEDB. We are asking your support for MEDB's proposal to continue the path towards equity of access in STEM education, to continue to train an additional 1,000 DOE teachers in computer science with a reach of an additional 50,000 K through 12 DOE students. MEDB's Women in Tech and STEMworks programs. We are the Hawaii State Regional Partner with Code.org's nationally recognized standards-aligned CS curriculum and training. Over the last 3.5 years of our partnership, MEDB led training for over 1,700 DOE teachers across the state, that's every island, reaching 100,000 K through 12 students. Our collaboration has moved Hawaii from the bottom half of states providing computer science to number 13 in the nation, with 77% of Hawaii's public high school students having access to foundational computer science classes taught by trained teachers. But there is much more work to do. We are asking for this funding to help us reach the 100% equity goal, to target our efforts to our rural schools and underrepresented students in STEM. This GIA request is matched more than 3-to-1 with federal, private, and county funding. This teacher training is the foundation for the expansion of IT academies. STEMworks will also provide teachers and students training in the ethical use of AI, virtual reality, GIS, 3D printing, clean energy science, critical thinking skills, problem solving, while providing mentoring, project-based and work-based learning, which MEDB has led statewide for over 20 years. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for your support.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Moanalua Gardens Foundation.
Aloha mai kako. Thank you so much for listening to our story, to listening to all the stories from these amazing nonprofits today. It's quite awe-inspiring. My name is Leilani Williams-Solomon, President of Moanalua Gardens Foundation. We are a 53-year-old 501c3 that serves as a vital link in protecting and preserving our environmental and cultural resources here in Hawaii, especially Kamananui Valley, also known as Moanalua Valley. Founded in 1970, MGF was instrumental in protecting this valley from construction of the H3 freeway, thus preserving in perpetuity over 3,700 acres of land for the recreation and enjoyment of the people of Hawaii. The purpose of our GIA request is to provide funding for MGF's Huakaʻio Kamananui Stewardship Project, so that using Kamananui Valley as our classroom, we can teach elementary school children math, science, and responsible stewardship through our experiential program, Aloha Aina Moanalua. The goal of this program is to educate and inspire future generations of environmental stewards, a critical element for our island's future. This grant will provide critical environmental education for our keiki, who are losing their connection to our Aina and our culture due to urban encroachment. It feels an urgent need to teach our keiki how to protect and preserve Hawaii's threatened forests, wetlands, coastal areas, water, and native species. Aina-based education and the preservation of Kamananui Valley, the last undeveloped valley in urban Honolulu, are MGF's top priorities. We are committed to helping care for these lands, and your support for that is urgently needed and respectfully requested. We mahalo you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Mokuai Kaua Church.
Right here.
Okay, go ahead.
Members of the committee, aloha from Mokuai Kaua Church, Kahu David D. Carvalho. In response to Henry Opukahaia's and Thomas Opu requests and prayers, a group of missionaries from Boston arrived on the island of Hawaii on April 4th of 1820. After their encounter with the Kamehameha II, Liholiho and the Queen Kaahumanu, the king donated his house and canoe house to be the first Christian church and school in Hawaii. In 1837, the current building was completed. We are the oldest post-contact structure in Hawaii. We are on the National Register of Historic Places. The earthquake in 2016 caused us to be designated as one of America's 11 most endangered places by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. Our ancient lava rock walls are held together by coral mortar with a giant ohia post inside. Our steeple stands as an icon in the middle of Kailua town. We welcome more than 4,000 people weekly before the pandemic and preservation. The 5 years project has been in phases, and now we are in the final phase. We humbly request $300,000 to complete the project. Mahalo.
Thank you, movers and shakas. Go ahead.
Thank you, House Finance and Senate WAM for this opportunity. My name is Nicole Lim, and I'm the Executive Director of Movers and Shakas. We created the Hawaii Talent Onboarding Program, HiTop, to support local employers in retaining and empowering new leaders recruited from outside Hawaii. We're asking for state GIA funds to continue to expand HiTop to other sectors and create custom programs for key industries like tourism and the military. We believe that building a strong economy and community requires addressing brain drain, which is why we designed HiTop as a place-based enculturation program. HiTop accelerates the impact of new arrivals who may struggle to adapt to work and life in Hawaii, which often causes friction, alienation, and high turnover. We have participants from various industries, including business, healthcare, military, and hospitality. We also have a scholarship for DOE public school teachers and administrators. Our program combines cultural education, community service, and networking to instill a relationship-first mindset that helps new leaders start off on the right foot and apply their skills and experience in the most effective and appropriate way. Through HiTop, participants gain the knowledge, tools, and connections they need to adapt more quickly to Hawaii's unique culture and accelerate time to value. Participants tell us that as a result of the program, they become better leaders to their teams, better caregivers to their patients, better service providers to customers, and better neighbors to their communities. With HiTop, local employers can unlock the full potential of their new leaders and empower talent to thrive and stay. We help new arrivals flow with Hawaii and accelerate their impact for a stronger economy and community. Mahalo for your consideration.
Thank you. Namahana Education Foundation.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Dr. Kupo Chandler, and I am the school leader of Namahana School on Kauai. First of all, I'd like to say mahalo nui for making time today for all of us to share, and specifically sharing the significant impact this grant would make on our local community, especially for our keiki. It is important to orient everyone around the educational landscape of our Halele'a and Ko'olau communities here on Kauai. For us, there's no public middle or high DOE school geographically located in our community. From 7th to 12th grade, our students spend 2 to 4 hours a day commuting by buses to get to and from the nearest public DOE middle and high school. This decades-long inequity has left many students unable to participate in after-school extracurricular activities, and working parents often struggle to stay actively involved in their child's academic journey. Over the past 30 years, our community has made several strong attempts to get a school on the North Shore without success. Finally, in June of 2022, the Hawaii State Charter School Commission granted Namahana School conditional approval to open in fall 2025, making it the first public middle and high school to serve our local students. Namahana School has a unique Aina-based learning education model, including personalized learning plans, internships, and student advisories that offer students wraparound support as they prepare for their futures. We're excited to get this school built, and we're asking for your help. Namahana Education Foundation is a nonprofit organization solely devoted to supporting Namahana School. We're requesting $214,000 in funds to develop the final curriculum, implement staff training, complete the school policies and procedures required by the Hawaii State Charter Commission, an environmental assessment of the school campus site, and contracted positions for identified experts to help complete these pre-opening scope of work. The grant and aid support would help ensure we accomplish our pre-opening tasks and that our local students have a first-class public middle and high school available in our community. Mahalo nui loa, and thank you for your time and consideration. Aloha.
Thank you. Maui Nui Marine Resource Council Incorporated.
Aloha kako. Mahalo to all of you for your time and energy today. I know it's been a long day. My name is Liz Yanel, and I'm part of the Maui Nui Marine Resource Council, working as the senior team lead at the Hui o Kawaiʻola program. Hui o Kawaiʻola is a coalition made up of citizen scientists and partner organizations that care deeply about Maui Nui's ocean water quality. Our well-trained volunteers regularly collect coastal water quality data at 29 sites along the leeward Maui coast. We provide that data to the public and to organizations that work to ensure clean coastal waters for our coral reefs, which are culturally, economically, and ecologically vital to all of our islands. Since we began sampling in 2016, we've noticed the trend of high turbidity levels in West Maui, primarily due to coastal erosion, sea level rise, and wastewater issues. All 19 of our West Maui sites exceed the Hawaii Department of Health state standard for turbidity. In South Maui, high nutrient levels are the main issue. We have found that all 13 of our South Maui sites exceed at least one state standard for nutrients. And these excess nutrients are caused by our wastewater and agricultural practices. South Maui has also been showing a new trend of consistently higher turbidity over the last few years after all of the big rain and flooding events that have devastated the Kihei area. Hui o Kawaiʻola means Association of the Living Waters, and we are dedicated to cleaner waters for Maui Nui, for our people, and for our ecosystems. Our sampling and testing work costs $5,400 per site per year, and we are planning to expand to 4 new sites later this year, including to the island of Lanai. We are only able to continue the important work that we do through financial support, and we want to thank you all for supporting us in the past and hopefully in the future. Mahalo nui loa.
Thank you. National Guard Conference Corps.
Good evening, the Committee on Ways and Means and House Finance. My name is Rusty Spray. I'm the Executive Director of the National Guard Conference Corporation. Our corporation is a 501c3 organization that conducts training and education for our department as well as to the community. The National Guard Conference Corporation requests $50,000 in capital improvements. Our center hosts veteran members as well as the community. The facility was constructed in 1975 and does not meet the current American Disabilities Act requirements. This grant will allow the National Guard to immediately address this concern to service our members. In addition, the grant will allow us to install water efficient faucets, toilets, and fixtures, as well as installing energy efficient fixtures in our restroom facilities. I appreciate the time given this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. National Tropical Botanical Garden.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Michael Opgenorth, the Director of Kahanu Garden and Preserve of the National Tropical Botanical Garden, also known as NTBG. Our nonprofit NTBG was founded to perpetuate tropical plants, ecosystems, and cultural heritage. Kahanu Garden of NTBG is located in Hana, Maui, of which we steward Pi'ilani Hale Heiau, a National Historic Landmark, and also the largest heiau in the Hawaiian Islands. Other important aspects to Kahanu Garden include the largest collection of breadfruit varieties on the planet, the largest coastal pandanus forest left in the islands, and many other important Polynesian introduced and endemic Hawaiian plant species. Kahanu Garden today serves as an important community resource and special visitor destination that balances a space shared by both practitioners and these visitors from all over the world. The target of our application is $100,000 for the restoration of Kahanu Garden's Fisherman's Cottage, a plantation-era structure originally built in 1939 by the Kahanu family and rehabilitated in the early 1970s by NTBG in the early days of the Botanical Garden. We're restoring the structure to reflect plantation-era character and use it as an interpretive space for post-Western contact life. This includes the Great Mahele, plantation agriculture, fishing, and the deed, of course, to the Kahanu family, from the Kahanu family to NTBG in 1874. The repair of this structure is a long-standing desire of the Kahanu family and many Hana Ohana who have cherished memories using the site. Some beneficiaries to the project will include visitors, of course, who will receive an enriched visit to one of our most culturally significant sites, practitioners through the revitalization of a cultural space they once frequented, and focused training of 2 Hana local carpenters by restoration expert contractors. These Hana carpenters learning from the project will also provide residual benefits to their local Ohana who need support to restore their ancestral homes. It's critical that we care for this structure in a timely manner before it's beyond repair. We look forward to seeing this critical resource restored with the support of the state. Mahalo for your time, consideration, and service to ko Hawaii pai Aina.
Thank you. Neighborhood Housing Community Development. Go ahead.
Aloha, aloha mai kako. Mahalo for this opportunity to submit testimony this evening. I'm grateful to be amongst all of these wonderful organizations. My name is Taylor Koluahine-Lani, Associate Executive Director of Neighborhood Housing Community Development Corporation. Our DBA is PAL Kauai, and we're a nonprofit affordable housing developer on Kauai Island. We construct, purchase, and manage affordable communities across the island for houseless and very low to moderate income families with generational ties to Hawaii, partnering with organizations to provide social services and programming to help our beneficiaries thrive in their homes. We're able to do this by developing various living pathways through our rental housing, our fee simple home ownership, and our leasehold home ownership through our Ho'omaluhia Community Land Trust. These diverse offerings allow us to provide equitable and accessible housing that meets our applicants where they are and at each income bracket. We have 2 grant and aid requests for the 2023 year. The first is a capital request for $200,000. This funding will address our for sale home ownership pathway. These funds will be used to subsidize the build out of 4 single family homes for households earning up to 120% area median income. So our workforce housing. And our second request is an operating grant for $240,000 that supports 2.5 staff positions for our rental housing pathway. These positions include our programs director, property assets director, finance controller, and this funding will supplement our operating costs for these positions until our anticipated income streams from our home sales, rents, and recurring donations will be able to sustain these positions. Mahalo for your consideration and time this evening.
Thank you. Oahu SPCA.
Aloha, Senate and House members. Mahalo for this opportunity to present today. My name is Corinne Hansen, and I am presenting on behalf of the Oahu Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, or Oahu SPCA. Oahu SPCA was founded in 2009 and is one of the first and largest no-kill animal shelters in the state. The organization's mission is that every healthy, treatable animal will find a forever home. Oahu SPCA provides low-cost veterinary care, including reduced fee spay and neuter services, shelter and rehabilitation programs for surrendered and abandoned animals, foster home care, and adoption services. From 2016 to 2022, Oahu SPCA saw an 80% increase in animal intakes and a significant increase in adoptions. However, Oahu SPCA's current facility does not have room for these animals and the multiple clinical services needed to ensure their health. The organization has more than outgrown its current facility in Wahiawa. Thus, Oahu SPCA is asking for CIP funds for the acquisition of a new facility that will provide expanded animal welfare and veterinary services statewide. Oahu SPCA has worked hard over the past year and has secured a loan from USDA for 80% of the funding needed for the new site. The other 10% has been secured by Oahu SPCA clinic revenue, and we are only asking for the remaining 10% or 20% down payment needed to secure this loan at the new facility. In addition, Oahu SPCA is requesting GIA operation support for needed clinical equipment. Clinical supplies include digital radiography, surgery tables, dental radiography, anesthesia, and ultrasound machines. We sincerely appreciate your time and your past support, and for considering both of our CIP and operations requests this year. Mahalo nui loa.
Thank you. Ocean View Skate Park Association. Ocean View Skate Park Association. Going once, going twice.
Chair, I believe they're having technical difficulties.
Okay. Let's move on to Ohana Pacific Health. I think you're on mute. Ohana Pacific Health.
I think he's having technical difficulties as well, Chair.
Okay. Why don't we'll try and circle back. Why don't we go to Orchid Land Neighbors?
Hello, Orchid Land Neighbors here.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon to you members, House and Finance Money Committees. Appreciate your time and your patience. My name is Virginia Ginny Aist, President of Orchid Land Neighbors, a nonprofit community organization in Orchid Land subdivision in the Puna district of Hawaii Island. As you may know, when the Puna subdivisions were permitted many years ago, very little thought was given to public infrastructure or even sites for public infrastructure. We have sprung from that need. Orchid Land Neighbors has been designated as a vibrant Hawaii resilience hub as a result of our community service. We serve Orchid Land subdivision and several surrounding subdivisions, a catchment area of about 10,000 people. Many of these people have come to the business center in Orchid Land for gas and food and groceries and so forth. And they wonder why there are no recreational facilities and there are no public buildings in which to hold meetings or class reunions or other activities. ON currently has a food basket serving 220 families, approximately 1,000 people each month. We operated out of a church parking lot, and before that, a restaurant parking lot. Have distributed food and emergency supplies since 2017 through a hurricane, a lava eruption, and COVID. We've been unable to present services because we have no place to hold them. We are currently asking for $296,000 to grade, gravel, and fence our site for a multi-purpose community complex. And we thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Let's try and go back to Ocean View Skate Park Association.
No response, Chair.
Okay, let's go back to Ohana Pacific Health.
Good afternoon. My name is Kurt Akamuni. I'm testifying in support of Ohana Pacific Foundation's application to build capacity to improve the workforce development efforts for healthcare careers here in the county of Kauai. The funding for this request would directly support the continued development of nursing career ladder and earn and learn program leading to a sustainable pipeline of workers, specifically targeting the need to educate and train essential staff in a post-acute care setting. Once fully established, individuals as young as recent high school graduates will have the opportunity to earn a living wage on Kauai through an advancement in the program. We're aiming to build awareness for the open positions, recruit and train individuals for these good jobs, providing a living wage and good benefit. We know that caring for our kupuna in our community is critical, and we need qualified and prepared staff to ensure that we continue to honor our kupuna. Thank you very much for this consideration.
Thank you, Pacific and Asian Affairs Council.
Honorable chairs, vice chairs, and committee members, mahalo for your time. My name is Nikki Shishido, Executive Director at the Pacific and Asian Affairs Council, also known as PAC. For more than 6 decades, PAC has provided Hawaii youth a window to the world. Through PAC clubs at high schools statewide, students learn about pressing global issues through activities, summits, and competition. This year, Waiakea High School won PAC's Academic World Quest competition and will be representing Hawaii nationally in DC next month. Participants in PAC programs learn to think critically about global and local issues, understand and appreciate diversity, and are inspired to take action for the collective well-being. Our Farrington High School Club this year decided to support the UN Sustainable Development Goal of quality education and is fundraising for a community education advancement program. At Hawaii Technology Academy, students created art murals with microplastics to inform the student body of their dangerous impacts. Though these acts may seem small, we are preparing our youth to be the advocates and change makers to take on the global challenges seen in our communities. PAC also implements study tours to China, Japan, South Korea, and Vietnam, providing scholarships to help make this possible for Hawaii families. Despite the ease of experiencing the world online, I am sure many of you know that there's nothing that beats a firsthand experience when you're walking through a hutong in Beijing or gazing at the beauty of the Golden Pavilion, Kinkakuji in Kyoto. Hawaii is the most isolated populated landmass in the world. And for some of our students, even leaving Ewa Beach to come to Honolulu is a first. PAC humbly asks the state of Hawaii to support our work to ensure our youth are better prepared for the real world while having a rich high school experience. Mahalo.
Thank you, Pacific Health Ministry.
Aloha mai. My name is Alita Sharan, Program and Development Coordinator with Pacific Health Ministry, a private nonprofit organization providing the highest quality interfaith spiritual care to the people of Hawaii, pastoral training to students around the world, and education for the community. Pacific Health Ministry complies with Article 10, Section 1 of the Hawaii State Constitution, and any public funds expended as a result of our proposal complies with the Hawaii State Constitution. Our trained clinical chaplains serve at 11 medical facilities, including several that belong to Hawaii Pacific Health. Today, I would like to give testimony about our organization's need for 24/7 on-call chaplains to serve patients, their families, and the healthcare staff in medical centers on Oahu, Maui, and Kauai. On Sunday, December 12th, 2022, 1 week before Christmas, a flight to Honolulu from Phoenix encountered sudden and significant turbulence, injuring over 30 people, some seriously, with about 20 people requiring hospitalization. Along with essential frontline medical workers, including doctors, nurses, and other professionals, the clinical chaplains of Pacific Health Ministry were there, caring for the whole patient's spiritual needs as part of the interprofessional teams. Effective spiritual care has been proven to help patients and caregivers find meaning and promote a sense of connection and peace in the face of suffering, emergencies, crises, or death. This is where 24/7 on-call chaplain coverage is vital because emergencies occur at any given time, such as that on Sunday in December. Having access to a chaplain in our medical facilities is extremely important, essential, and meaningful to our communities. Pacific Health Ministry last received a grant from the state of Hawaii in 2007, and we humbly request that you support the need to provide urgent, essential 24/7 spiritual care coverage with our request for 5 on-call chaplains, 3 which will be on Oahu, 1 on Maui, and 1 on Kauai. We also intend to conduct at minimum 6 chaplain trainings. Thank you so much for your support and consideration. Mahalo.
Thank you, Pacific Historic Parks.
Good evening, senators and representatives, and
My name is Jim McCoy. I'm the Director of Communications at Pacific Historic Parks. We're a nonprofit with a history of supporting educational initiatives. Thank you for providing the opportunity this evening to testify on our GIA application, which would provide equipment necessary for our digital technology multi-purpose rooms at our YPO offices. The equipment includes high-end studio and broadcast cameras, a lighting and sound system, along with a digital mixer to be used for live recordings. The funds will also be used to purchase multimedia workstations and software to be used for video and sound editing. We want to offer use of these rooms, the rooms and the equipment free of charge to students, their teachers, as well as nonprofits and charitable organizations that prioritize teaching and education. There are a limited number of high-tech locations throughout Central Oahu to assist students and others with free access to high-end digital technology and equipment and the latest in both those areas. We believe this will help address the digital divide in our state. By way of background, PHP was established 43 years ago. We support 5 parks: Pearl Harbor National Memorial on Oahu, Kalapapa National Historical Park on Molokai, and 2 World War II museums in Guam and Saipan. We also support the state DLNR at Diamond Head State Monument. Our mission has long focused on reaching out to school-aged children and adults in order to help educate and interpret the history of our state during World War II years. In pre-COVID years, our programs reach over 40,000 students a year. We have steadily rebuilt our education team along with utilizing new state-of-the-art VRs aimed at younger people. This grant will complement those moves by providing students and others in our community with the necessary equipment in a safe and professional setting to provide the skills to succeed in today's digital world. Thank you very much for considering this application. Aloha.
Thank you. Ocean View Skate Park Association. Ocean View.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Sorry, I've been having technical difficulties. I am from Ocean View, Big Island. My name is Laura Roberts. I'm treasurer for Ocean View Skate Park Association. We have been raising funds to build a free-to-use skate park for our town of Ocean View in the rural and isolated community. We are located in Ka'u, and we do not have a library or a school, any safe places for youth to hang out and spend their time. Our beach access is many miles away, and many families do not have cars or reliable transportation in this area. So we are the only district on this island without a skate park, and we live in one of the poorest towns in Hawaii at 55% of the families below the poverty line. 44% of our our population is under 19 years old, so almost half. We need a safe and healthy outdoor activity for these youth to engage in. Skating is a great choice. It requires limited investment, and it is reported to be the 3rd most common interest for school-age students. It is also common to reduce the crime levels. In Long Beach in 2003, crime dropped to 60% in that area after a skate park was built. So we feel that it could help our area as we do live in a high crime area. And on a personal note, I was involved in skating as a teen, and it kept me and my friends out of drugs, as well as some of our other members. So we have land that has been dedicated to our project from the county. They have also just awarded us with a $10,000 grant for building, and we have raised $18,000 in 4 years just in grassroots funding. So we hope that you will help partner with us in creating a safe place for exercise, friendships, and building community. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Pae pae o heia.
Aloha, good evening, chairs and committee members. My name is Keli'i Kotubete. I'm the Assistant Executive Director of Pai Pai o He'eia. We were founded over 20 years ago in 2001, and our mission is to utilize He'eia Fish Pond to feed people physically, mentally, and spiritually. He'eia Fish Pond is located between Windward Mall and Kaneohe and He'eia State Park. Our fish pond is approximately 800 years old, and at 88 acres in size, it's the 2nd largest fish pond in all of Hawaii. Through various touch points in our 3 main programs, we serviced approximately 12,000 learners per year pre-COVID, And in 2022, we saw a return of about 6,000 learners. Our numbers are slowly climbing again, and we expect 2023 to be close to about 10,000 learners educated in our hands-on fish pond-based activities right at He'eia Fish Pond. This is our first GIA request ever. We humbly ask for your support in reaching our goal of delivering high-quality eco-cultural education programming in He'eia that results in deep connections to and increased understandings of our natural world. We deeply believe in the Olelo No'eau, the Hawaiian wise saying, makahana ka'ike, which means in the working is the learning. In order to facilitate meaningful connections with our natural world and island home, students need to experience it. They need to be outside and get dirty. They need to smell the stink mangrove mud to understand why our native fish don't like it. They need to see the invasive seaweed smothering habitat for our native crabs. They need to taste the seafood that they gathered and prepared themselves. These are examples of meaningful lessons and opportunities that we want to share with learners at He'eia Fish Pond. Our grant request will support 2 fish pond educators and 2 Aina educators in delivering these lessons. Our request will also support restoration supplies and materials so the learners can not only remove invasive species, but also revitalize our space with native plants. Mahalo nui for your support and consideration of our GIA request this year. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Palimomi Foundation.
Aloha, I'm Courtney Wagner from Palimomi Foundation. We are seeking support to implement a new state-of-the-art radiography system for Palimomi Medical Center's emergency department. Palimomi is home to a range of emergency services that support our community. On average, we see over 35,000 patients each year in our emergency department. We are the designated trauma center in Central and West Oahu, which means we have specialists on call 24/7 to provide emergency complex care for everything from car accidents to head traumas to falls. Also, as a nationally accredited primary stroke center, we provide life-saving, best-in-class stroke care for all patients in Leeward, Oahu. Every second counts when it comes to stroke survival. Our emergency services are a critical resource for patients, and X-rays serve as one of the key diagnostic tools to help direct next steps in a patient's care plan. In 1 year, our emergency department will conduct an average of 15,000 X-rays. Having the highest level of technology and equipment in imaging helps us to support the preventive and diagnostic needs of our patients. This new X-ray provides a top-of-the-line safe, comfortable, and fast diagnostic results, allowing our clinical teams the opportunity to give the best treatment possible using the best tools, which ultimately leads to improved outcomes. We kindly ask that you consider our request, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Pohaku Pele Maka.
Carolina Mai, mahalo for your time today and for still being here to listen to our mana'o. I know it's been a long day. Mahalo e na akua, e na au makua, mahalo e na alia kupai aina o Hawai'i. Mahalo e na kupuna, e na makua, mahalo e ka lehu lehu. I am Leila Kealoha, Ibikuma o Puna, Hawaii. I'm the Executive Director of Pohaku Pele Maka, and I was the Volunteer President for the last 4 years. Our mission is to protect, perpetuate, and enhance the intrinsic qualities of the Lower Puna area, Native Hawaiian well-being, and heritage of our home in partnership with the county, state, government, and private sectors. Our volunteer-based organization for the last 4 years has not had the adequate resources to further our programs, operations, and to continue to be the voice for hundreds of our ohana. Today, we're seeking your support to fund our administrative operations and to continue to host meetings, community events, camps, and educational programs servicing our community. As we approach the 5-year anniversary of the historic 2018 Kilauea eruption, we're still in eruption recovery. Pohaku Pele Maka has been on the forefront, tirelessly working with the county and state agencies, elected officials, and the broader community on Kilauea recovery efforts since 2018. We've hosted many meetings for the Poiki boat ramp, roads and parks, community-based stewardship, culture-based education, and continue to be a collective voice for our ohana. Our kupuna and Levi'a and ohana are tired and want to give up, but I constantly stay there to help them to keep up this fight. This funding will help to educate residents and visitors to mitigate the impacts along our 20 miles of our coastline through stewardship initiatives. These wahipana are considered hotspots. Hence why what we're doing with community-based stewardship is imperative to the recovery, resilience, and rebuilding of our community through the protection and preservation of our natural and cultural resources in perpetuity for the 7 generations to come. We are the Pohaku and we need your support. This funding will also support Puna Maka'ala, our Hawaiian Ohana and nonprofit coalition. 8 of us total along our Puna coastline. This is a grassroots really forming change. We host these meetings, working on solutions, resilience, and stewardship. Please give us the chance to become a thriving, surviving community once again, as we were for generations. Help us to be the change for our community. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Polynesian Voyaging Society.
Thank you so much for taking our testimony today. My name is Ann Botticelli, and I'm a volunteer board of director member with the Polynesian Voyaging Society. You may have heard, because we just announced an ambitious new 41,000-mile, 42-month voyage to 46 countries and archipelagos, nearly 100 indigenous territories, and 345 ports. We call that voyage Moana Nui Akea. This voyage will focus on building upon the relationships that Hokulea and Hitianalia developed on the Malama Honua worldwide voyage. It will also amplify the vital importance of oceans and nature to all of us, further connect scientific knowledge and indigenous knowledge to forge a new pathway in innovation and collaboration, a commitment to action in each of the 46 countries that will bind us together toward a shared sustainable destiny. It will give our Hawaii students the opportunity to be part of this historic journey and share the indigenous and scientific wisdom and knowledge gained on the physical voyage with Hawaii students, educators, and scientists around the world through an online global hub that we call Va'ahonua, or Canoe for the Earth. This is a virtual website, www.va'ahonua.com. It's live now and available for you to see. We're excited about this voyage. We're excited about Hokulea and Polynesian Voyaging Society's role in coalescing people around the world around sustainability and the potential solutions to what we see with climate change. And we really appreciate your consideration of our request. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have SHAC Foundation.
Aloha chairs and committee members. I am Suzanne Schreiner, the administrator for the foundation arm of Synergistic Hawaii Ag Council, known as SHAC. SHAC supports diversified ag statewide through science-based grants, infrastructure development, and value-added marketing assistance, all done with the intent to grow resiliency and income for farmers. Our request for funding would be used to install an ag water well in the Keao area of the Big Island, which is home to a large number of diversified farms. We expect to support up to 15,000 acres in ag production through this well, including cattle operations, floriculture, papaya, veg crops, banana, and mac nut. The Keao area is a rapidly expanding ag location. After the 2018 Kilauea lava flow, a good portion of the lower Puna commercial ag producers relocated there after they lost their farms. It doubled the agribusiness density almost overnight. Unfortunately, water is a key limiting factor in this location, and for the last 2 years, the USDA has twice declared Hawaii County a disaster area because of severe drought. The increasing frequency of drought is limiting the production of these growers who are entirely dependent on natural rainfall. The Puna Ag Well will beneficially impact a disadvantaged and underserved community that is closely connected to ag. Almost a quarter of the households in Keao are living below the poverty level, and Hawaii County has some of the lowest median income in the state. This project will increase food production and incomes in the area. The Puna Well was included in the county's Build Back Better grant that was unfortunately not funded by the Department of Commerce. We ask for your assistance here. Mahalo for your consideration. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Straub Foundation.
Thank you so much for your time. My name is Simone Borisov and I work for the Straub Foundation. We're seeking support for our emergency department at Straub Medical Center. Specifically, we're looking for help with the redesign of our interior spaces and an upgrade of our tech, including imaging within the ED. Our emergency department sees over 30,000 patients annually, which is about 3 times what we were sized for when we were built in the 70s. If you've ever been in an ER, you know it can be a really scary place, and our team delivers amazing care with very, very high patient satisfaction and great outcomes, even though the space can be limiting. The support will help us expand the ED's physical space to help meet the demand that we're seeing, and better support our physicians and nurses as they care for patients. Right now, they're kind of spread out in disparate spaces, which can be difficult for them to effectively and efficiently treat patients. We know we need to invest in private spaces, not only for patient comfort. You know, right now we just have folks separated by curtain barriers, but also in consideration of any potential airborne illnesses, especially after COVID-19. We're being really mindful of the need to create and invest in flexible spaces so that we can change them if the needs change in the future and we use the ED space for something else. Straub's had really record capacity in the past few years post-COVID. We're seeing over 10% higher patient volumes across the board within the hospital, which is putting a really big strain on our team. Thankfully, patients that are in Straub's ED have overlooked the space and the need of the refresh, and they are always praising the care. So thank you so much for considering to support Straub Medical Center and the important work that our team is doing to provide more emergency services to the community.
Thank you so much. Next, we have the Lighthouse Project.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Ka'ala Souza, and I'm representing the Lighthouse Project. Our Hawaii Digital Equity Project is a workforce development effort focusing on transitioning our workforce from digital illiteracy to digital resiliency. About 30% of our workforce is at a computer skill level less than 1. And that's about 200,000 people who can't do or will struggle to do what we're doing right now. And that's using technology to communicate and work on this kind of simple, relatively simple to us, Zoom call. And they're not even going to be able to find this email, much less follow the instructions, even though they were written correctly. We're talking basic stuff here, not pivot tables in Excel, keyboard shortcuts like Control-C, Control-V. We're talking about how to turn on a computer, turn it on and off, how to use a mouse, how to email, how to connect to the internet, what is the internet. Digital resilience means that we're not just teaching the newest programs or applications, but also teaching teaching people how to learn on their own the software and programs that just don't even exist yet. So to do that, we're targeting rural Maui County to provide basic computer instruction in person to 400 participants and help lead them to more advanced learning online. And that's the key. That leverages programs that are already available, such as skill finders from our Hawaii State Library system, and then moving on to other paid online learning platforms like LinkedIn Learning and Coursera. So once we can help people learn the basics of what they need to learn online, they can learn whatever they want to learn in their professional and personal lives. Alvin Toffler said that the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. I don't think we're going to upskill 200,000 people through the training methodologies that we've used in the 20th century. We don't have the time or the resources to do it in that way, but this is how we can scale to the other 199,600 people in our workforce and help them transition to digital resiliency. Mahalo very much for your time and for your patience and for letting me do this. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next, we have the Filipino Community Center.
Aloha chairs and members of the committee. My name is Vanessa Cobb, and I am the volunteer vice chair and board of director of Philcom Centers for the last 7 years. We are extremely grateful to your committee's support for the city of Waipahu and for the Filipino community and to the state of Hawaii. Our center's mission continues to be to develop, own, and operate a community center that provides social, economic, and education services to promote and perpetuate Filipino culture and customs in the state of Hawaii. Built in 2002, the center has been a gathering place for activities, promoting, sharing, and perpetuating Filipino heritage with a larger multicultural community of Hawaii. Last year, we celebrated a huge milestone for our 20th anniversary. Our programs include the annual and popular Filipino Fiesta and Flores de Mayo, and this year it will be on Sunday, May 6th, again at the Philcom Center. Other programs are Pasko sa Philcom, Filipino for Kids, nursing licensure review courses, Sakata Day, and the Philippine Independence Day celebrations. The center continues to be a source of pride and joy for one of the large ethnic groups in the state of Hawaii. The very design of the center was to provide a variety of services to help revitalize the economy of Waipahu. We continue to provide an ideal place for education and display of culturally significant issues. Once again, maraming salamat po and mahalo nui loa for your kind consideration and continued support. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Next, we have the Maui Farm. Are you still with us, the Maui Farm?
Not present, Chair.
Not present? Okay, thank you. Next, we have the United Korea Association of Hawaii.
Aloha chairs, vice chairs, and members of the joint committees. My name is David Sell, president of the United Korean Association of Hawaii. I'm here to request your consideration in granting operation funds to support a cultural community center that we recently opened at Makiki District Park on Oahu. We opened our doors in February of this year, offering a dozen cultural and enrichment classes and activities including English and Korean language learning, Oriental arts and crafts, ukulele and hula lessons, traditional Korean dances and singing classes, home fashion and gate ball and line dancing activities. Our Cultural Community Center provides a much needed space for our community members to come together and engage in activities that promote cultural awareness, personal growth, as well as community building. Our community is rich in diverse culture. We do our best to ensure that our programs are culturally relevant and engaging, and that they serve the needs and interests of our diverse community. Currently, we only have 2 part-time staff members in running the whole community center. In order to effectively manage and expand and create a vibrant and inclusive community center, we are asking for your support in providing the operational funds towards increased staffing, among other things. I can say that investing in a community center is an investment in the future of our community and the next generations. The benefits will be far-reaching, improving the well-being of our community and creating opportunities for personal and collective growth. So we respectfully ask for your support in this endeavor, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Weed and Seed Hawaii.
Aloha kako. My name is Kyle and I'm a program director with Weed and Seed Hawaii. This year, Weed and Seed Hawaii is celebrating our 25th anniversary. We are a small nonprofit that began as a federal initiative under the Department of Justice back in 1998. We have managed to survive this long because of our unique partnership with the U.S. Attorney's Office and the Honolulu Police Department. We are and will continue to be community-driven and community responsive. We listen to the voices of the communities we serve, working side by side with them to address issues of safety and well-being with the goal of empowering and strengthening them. The President's Task Force on 21st Century Community Policing emphasized that personal interactions between police officers and community members build mutual trust, which is essential to addressing neighborhood problems and reducing crime. We help bridge HPD to the community. Because of our longevity in the communities we serve, they trust us to help them with a myriad of concerns. We are called upon by them to address issues like sexual harassment, internet abuse, bullying, vaping, homelessness, drug use and abuse, fighting,
I think your internet is not working.
Issues and solutions on services to 7 people per month. Our mentors are made partner, which covers 8 districts, 6 and 4 out of. Oh, you can't hear me?
Yeah, I think it's not working. It's
Can you hear me?
It's cutting in and out.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, but it's cutting in and out. So
okay,
probably missed the last
where was
30 seconds. Oh, did she? What happened? Okay. Okay, we'll see if she maybe comes back. Last we have West Hawaii Dance Theater.
Aloha, thank you for waiting for me.
I'm Virginia Holte. I'm the founder and artistic director for the West Hawaii Dance Theater Academy. It's a nonprofit organization that I founded in 1993. And this is our first time asking for grant and aid. So thank you for allowing to take our request. West Hawaii Dance Theater respectfully requests grant and aid in support of our year-round comprehensive educational dance and injury prevention program for all ages, abilities, and financial circumstances on Hawaii Island. WHDT's exceptionally diverse and family-friendly program with focus on graded classical ballet includes daily classes in multiple dance disciplines, performance opportunities, including outreach to the hospitals and the assisted living homes. And we offer with professional guest artists and live musical accompaniment. Students participate in projects that open doors to career paths that they did not know even existed. We foster creativity, self-esteem, courage, discipline through individual attention and mentoring, resulting in enriched human spirits and responsible community citizens. We are requesting funds from grant and aid to help increase our staff. Currently, we have 1 part-time staff and 1 volunteer. We are looking to build capacity for our organization, let more people know about us. We want to help to support our instructors who are here for us all the time. We're looking for a development director to help increase our income that we have coming in, and an enrollment program coordinator. So the grant and aid will help us with all of that. Thank you so much for your consideration. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. If the individual from We Didn't See This still here, you can have about 30 seconds. The last 30 seconds we didn't catch.
Okay, so I apologize for that. As I was saying, the issues that we need to deal with are endless, and the solutions are complex. We service about 750 to 1,000 people per month with the help of HPD and our volunteers. In addition to providing direct services, we are constantly seeking volunteers and partners with like minds. There's only 2 of us on staff, and that's something that's important to note, that with all the work that we have to do, there's only 2 of us. Funding our GIS request would allow us to continue servicing the communities of Kalihi Palama, Chinatown, Ala Moana, Waipahu, Ewa, and Ewa Beach, because we would be able to hire another staff to help offset some of the load that we're doing right now. We're really grateful. We have come to the legislature in the past for support, and we're thankful to you folks for supporting us in the past. We are mostly thankful to our community partners and to the residents who trust us and give us their unwavering support. So we humbly ask for your support once again this year. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else on Zoom that has not testified yet? Nope, everyone has. Okay, thank you so much, committee members who are with us. And thank you to everyone who has testified today. This hearing is now adjourned.